The surgeon peeked into my privacy. Lin Xiaofan, an older single woman, is either on a blind date or on their way to a blind date. One day, Lin Xiaofan went to the hospital for recurrent urinary tract infections. She met Pu Yingxin, a urology expert who had just returned from overseas training and studied under an academician. Lin Xiaofan accepted a surgical examination from Pu Yingxin without any privacy. Chapter 1: The First Encounter. 29-year-old Lin Xiaofan's life had recently descended into utter chaos. Early this morning, she was scolded by her supervisor, Director Zhang, for failing to meet her bank's deposit quota. At noon, her mother, Wu Liping, bombarded her with phone calls, urging her to go on a blind date. And in the afternoon, she discovered traces of blood in her urine and immediately took leave to visit Shulan Hospital. Even then, Director Zhang complained she was making too much fuss. Now, Lin Xiaofan sat in the nephrology outpatient clinic of Shulan Hospital, her face clouded with worry, fearing she had a serious illness. For the past 6 months, she had frequently suffered from urinary issues, pain, urgency, and even blood. The first time it happened, she ended up in the ER in the middle of the night. It had recurred 3 more times since, each time sending her back to the nephrology department. You're not sexually active at your age, but repeated urinary tract infections mean we need to rule out structural problems. Go to the urology department for further examination. The doctor entered a referral into the system and casually tossed the medical records back to her. With a heavy heart, Lin Xiaofan walked toward the urology department. Is Lin Xiaofan here? Lin Xiaofan? The triage nurse called out loudly and impatiently. Lin Xiaofan stood up. I'm here. We've called several times. You're about to miss your turn. Keep an eye on the screen, the nurse snapped. Already irritated, Lin Xiaofan was also chatting with the matchmaker her mother had arranged, setting up yet another blind date for the weekend while she waited. Pushing open the consultation room door, she was greeted by a young male doctor with sharp features and refined looks. He resembled a popular celebrity. This was Pu Yingxin, the youngest urology specialist at Shulan Hospital. He had studied under the renowned academician Zhang Wade and had just returned from advanced training at MD Anderson, one of the best hospitals in the US. Today was his first clinic session after returning to China. What's your number? Pu Yingxin asked. 17. Lin Xiaofan. She handed over her records and test results as she sat down. What's the issue? He asked while flipping through her reports. The nephrology department referred me here. I've had recurring urinary tract infections of unknown cause, she replied softly, dreading the worst. I need to do a physical exam. Go call the nurse outside, Pu said, his expression serious. Not understanding why, Lin Xiaofan quickly fetched a nurse from the triage desk. When she returned, Pu was standing there putting on medical gloves. Lie on the exam bed behind the curtain and take off your underwear, he said expressionlessly, his tone cold. Can I see a female doctor instead? Lin Xiaofan froze. She hadn't expected a urological exam would be similar to a gynecological one. It turned out Pu had asked her to call in a nurse as a witness to avoid any disputes. The nurse nearby sneered, there are no male or female distinctions in a doctor's eyes. Also, our urology department doesn't have any female doctors. Seeing Lin Xiaofan hesitate, Pu said coldly, do you still want to be examined? There are a lot of patients waiting. Her vision darkened. She felt like she had no choice, her health came first. Swallowing her shame, she undressed and lay on the examination table. But as soon as she assumed the position and felt the touch of the young male doctor's hands, her entire body flushed red with embarrassment. Are you married? Pu asked. No. Staring at the ceiling, Lin Xiaofan was overwhelmed with frustration and a sense of injustice. The nurse stood by, staring blankly. Pu's touch was unexpectedly gentle, which allowed Lin Xiaofan to relax a little. Suddenly, she felt Pu probing in a way that only gynecologists usually did. Her body jolted and she shouted, Doctor, aren't you checking the wrong area? If you don't trust me, you shouldn't be seeing me. I'm checking for a urethral diverticulum. With that, he removed his gloves and said, done. Lin Xiaofan got up from the exam table, dressed, and felt utterly humiliated as if she had lost all dignity. After the nurse left, Pu wrote up a prescription. There's no structural issue. Do you often hold in your urine? He asked. Lin Xiaofan was too embarrassed to answer or even look at him. Since it wasn't a serious illness, she just wanted to get out as fast as possible. She didn't hear a word of his medical instructions. At the pharmacy, she was refused her medication because she had forgotten the prescription. Only then did she realize she had left it behind in her nervousness. She returned to the consultation room. Pu was with another patient. Glancing up at her, his expression shifted slightly. "What is it?" "I forgot the prescription," she mumbled, face burning. She could barely look at him, even though he was her attending physician. Taking the script from Pu, she fled. Lin Xiaofan worked as a bank teller. During busy periods, she often had to hold in her urine, only to get scolded by customers for being too slow and by her boss for keeping clients waiting. Her parents were divorced. She had grown up in a single-parent household. Her father had long since remarried. Her mother, Wu Liping, worked as a hospital caregiver at Shulan Hospital and desperately wanted her daughter to marry a doctor, teacher, or civil servant. At 29, Wu believed Lin Xiaofan was well past prime marrying age and must be married off before 30. She'd been frantically arranging blind dates all year. Lin Xiaofan was fed up. She felt like she was either on a date or on her way to one. A week later, her symptoms had nearly disappeared. She prepared for another matchmaking meeting set up by her mother's contact. This time, the matchmaker had arranged 3 dates, all doctors. Lin Xiaofan, not wanting to waste time, decided to meet them all in one day, 1 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. On Saturday morning, she put on light makeup and wore a French-style floral dress before heading out. She had met countless potential matches that year. A few were okay, but most were completely unappealing, bald, beer-bellied, or overly confident weirdos who made snide comments about her age. She agreed with the old saying, "The good men are never on the market." She had no hopes. She just wanted to complete the task her mother had given her so she could enjoy her Sunday off. At the coffee shop, she spotted a new mug on the shelf that she liked and decided to buy it after the date. Following the instructions sent by her match, she looked for their table. But as she approached the window seat in the corner, she immediately recognized the man sipping coffee, Pu Yingxin. Dressed casually in a white t-shirt and light trousers, he looked calm and refined. Lin Xiaofan froze. Should she run? "Hello, I'm Pu Yingxin," he greeted, his gaze tinged with surprise. Standing up, he pulled out a chair for her, displaying impeccable manners. "Hello," she stammered, her heart racing and her face flushed. "You must be Xiao Lin, the one director Wang introduced?" he asked with a slight smile. Lin Xiaofan sat down, eyes lowered. "Yes." Director Wang was the wife of Shulan Hospital's deputy director and a chief surgeon in breast surgery. Lin Xiaofan's mother worked under her as a supervisor of hospital aides. "Do I still need to introduce myself?" Pu asked teasingly. "No need." As Lin Xiaofan forced out the words, all she could think about was how to quickly escape this farcical situation. Chapter 2, Why Hide? You have to face it anyway. Unlike the calm and composed Pu Yingxin, Lin Xiaofan was overwhelmed with embarrassment and discomfort. Her blind date had seen her body not just with his eyes, but with his hands too. How could she possibly interact with him calmly now? She felt as though she'd lost all ground in this conversation. Sensing her extreme awkwardness, Pu Yingxin said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm 31, from Hangzhou, a medical doctor, just returned from the US." Normally, Lin Xiaofan would listen carefully to a blind date's self-introduction. After all, it was the fastest way to filter someone. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about his credentials. Her only goal was to get out of there as soon as possible. "I'm 29, a bottom-tier university graduate," she muttered, eyes downcast. Pu Yingxin chuckled softly. "Would your alma mater agree with that?" His comment hit a sore spot. She had graduated from one of the country's top finance universities. Most of her classmates had gone on to work at prestigious financial institutions and major corporations. Only she had ended up quietly working as a bank teller for 6 years, with no promotion in sight. "I've brought shame to my school," she said, barely able to hide her disappointment. Noticing her mood sinking, Pu Yingxin changed the topic. "I enjoy concerts and playing badminton. What about you?" "I don't like sports. I'm a basic person. Refined things make me break out in hives," she quipped, eyes turning to the window, unleashing all the sarcasm she could muster. Seeing how resistant she was to any interaction, Pu Yingxin didn't push further and quietly sipped his coffee. Lin Xiaofan also scrolled through her phone in silence, sipping coffee without saying another word. After a while, she felt she'd stayed long enough to report back to the matchmaker, Director Wang. She stood up. I want to take up your weekend. I still need to buy a cup. Bye. Pu Yingxin hesitated but said nothing as he watched her hastily rush out. She put on an act, buying a cup at the counter, then called a cab and left the cafe. Not long after, she blocked Pu Yingxin on WeChat. She had no desire to keep in touch with him. That Saturday afternoon, she met two other men as scheduled, both doctors from Shulan Hospital, Peng Qing from the lab department and Xie Yang from the respiratory department. Peng Qing was tall, plain-looking, seemed like a nice guy, and was a year younger than her. Xie Yang was slightly chubby and short, quiet and introverted, 4 years older than her. Compared to the parade of previous blind dates, these two were already a big improvement. So she told Director Wang that while she didn't click with Pu Yingxin, she was open to getting to know the other two. Her mother, Wu Liping, was overjoyed. This was huge news. Her daughter was finally willing to give some guys a chance. Xiaofan, just get to know them for now. I'll ask around this week about who earns more and what their family backgrounds are like, Wu Liping said enthusiastically. Lin Xiaofan didn't offer an opinion. She knew her input didn't matter. Her mother had her own set of standards. Monday was her scheduled follow-up appointment. She was supposed to see her primary doctor, Pu Yingxin, but she didn't want to see him again, so she booked a different specialist. During the follow-up, the new doctor informed her she hadn't fully recovered and needed to continue treatment. Her condition was prone to relapse, so standardized care was crucial. The doctor prescribed more oral medication and asked her to come back in a week. Back at the bank, she was immediately cornered and scolded by her supervisor, Director Zhang. Lin Xiaofan, do you know how busy the counters are today? It's Monday, the busiest day of the week. Even if you need time off, think of your co-workers. Director Zhang had always been dissatisfied with her. In her eyes, Lin was rigid and not good at playing office politics. I'm really sorry. I've been unwell lately. I'll be more careful next time, Lin Xiaofan apologized quickly. Next time? Can't you just take fewer days off? Director Zhang snapped. Yes, understood. And so, Lin Xiaofan returned to the suffocating teller counter, confined behind a small glass booth, under constant camera surveillance, with no privacy whatsoever. 2 days later, during peak business hours, Lin Xiaofan began to feel unwell and made several trips to the restroom. Each time, it felt like she was about to wet her pants, but once inside the bathroom, she couldn't go. After several tries, she felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Lin Xiaofan, what is it now? Every time it gets busy, you start having problems, Director Zhang scolded loudly. Lin could only grit her teeth and push through. She couldn't bring herself to explain that she felt like she had to pee but couldn't. It was too embarrassing. She was like a cat on a hot tin roof. A co-worker expressed concern. Xiaofan, you're not feeling well, are you? Just hang in there today, it's too busy. If we get complaints, everyone's bonus gets docked. That's why the boss is stressed. Take a day off tomorrow and get checked. Lin Xiaofan forced herself to endure. That night, she spent hours wrestling with the decision. Finally, she resolved to return to Pu Yingxin for her follow-up. She suspected her symptoms were connected to switching doctors. The next day, however, she failed to secure an appointment with Pu Yingxin. No luck online or at the hospital counter. Frustrated and unsure what to do, she looked visibly anxious. A nurse noticed and advised her to speak directly with Pu Yingxin about squeezing in. So, mustering her courage, she knocked on his office door. Dr. Pu, sorry to bother you. Pu Yingxin looked up at her, his face stern. What is it? Could you fit me in today? She asked with a strained smile. He scribbled something on a slip of paper and handed it to her. Go ahead. She was added to the list, but only after all regular patients were seen. She would be the last one. Lin Xiaofan waited in the lounge all afternoon, making multiple trips to the bathroom. Sometimes she couldn't pee at all other times, her urine stream was weak. The discomfort was draining her physically and emotionally. When she finally stepped into the consultation room, everything else seemed trivial. Her health mattered most. What's going on with you now? Pu Yingxin's tone was gentle, clearly noting her discomfort. She quietly described her symptoms and how she'd been feeling. After listening, Pu Yingxin said coldly, "Why did you change doctors?" Her face flushed with guilt. She didn't answer. "My treatment plan was to have you urinate frequently. The constant flushing of your bladder and urethra helps them heal naturally. The medication you're on now suppresses bladder activity, reducing urination. These are completely opposing treatment approaches," he explained. Lin Xiaofan realized the relapse was caused by switching doctors. She felt both regretful and deeply embarrassed. It's like your brain trying to sleep and stay awake at the same time. It becomes confused. Right now, your bladder is confused. It doesn't know whether to pee or not, he continued. "So what do I do now?" she finally asked. A faint smile crossed his face. "Now that you're back with me, we'll treat it my way." Chapter 3: Uncontrolled Bladder and Life. Did you hear the doctor's instructions clearly? After Pu Yingxin explained everything, he started to turn off the computer. Lin Xiaofan looked at the prescription carefully. "I heard it clearly. After taking this medicine, you must drink plenty of water. If you don't, you won't have urine to excrete, and the medicine won't be effective," Pu Yingxin said as he moved forward and pointed at the prescription. Lin Xiaofan felt Pu Yingxin getting close to her body and her face turned red again. "Okay, thank you," Lin Xiaofan said. "If you want to truly cure the disease, you must not hold your urine," Pu Yingxin continued. Lin Xiaofan knew that the nature of his job made it difficult to avoid this, so he remained silent. At this time, Pu Yingxin took off his white coat, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Why did you block me?" "Oh." Lin Xiaofan was panicked and didn't know how to explain. "I must have made a mistake. Let me check my phone." Lin Xiaofan found an excuse. Afterwards, Lin Xiaofan pretended to take out his mobile phone, pretended to check it, and pulled Pu Yingxin off the blacklist. "I heard from Director Wang that you went on blind dates with 3 people in our hospital this time, but you were not satisfied with only me." There was a hint of provocation in Pu Yingxin's tone. Lin Xiaofan didn't expect that he would be publicly executed like this. He smiled and felt so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground. "It's a misunderstanding, har har." Pu Yingxin stepped forward and squeezed her between the desk and the wall. "What misunderstanding?" Lin Xiaofan's face turned red and his ears became hot, and he was speechless. "Am I the worst in your eyes?" Pu Yingxin said unwillingly. "Of course not." Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly. She felt Pu Yingxin's body against hers. She saw his elegant and handsome face only a few centimeters away from her. She could even smell his scent and hear his breathing. She suddenly found that this man was fresh and clean, handsome and charming, and very attractive. "Is that because I've seen you?" Pu Yingxin's tone was a little arrogant. Lin Xiaofan gasped for air, her heartbeat quickening. This ambiguous feeling made her feel uneasy, as she was a single woman of advanced age and had never had any intimate contact with a man. Pu Yingxin stood close to her, motionless, with a keen gaze, watching what tricks she could come up with. Lin Xiaofan huddled between the wall and Pu Yingxin's body, not daring to move. "You are too good, I can't reach you." Pu Yingxin smiled slightly when he saw this. "If you have any questions during the medication period, feel free to contact me." Okay. Lin Xiaofan said as he grabbed the report and ran away. The next day, at the bank's regular meeting, Lin Xiaofan was publicly criticized by Director Zhang again. Some employees have poor performance and attendance, and they drag their feet at critical moments. They never consider the team and have no ambition to make progress. Lin Xiaofan recalled the countless days of overtime work, being on duty alone during holidays, and participating in various competitions in the past 6 years. Even though he won honors, he was still not appreciated by his leaders. Some of her colleagues took vacations, some took wedding leave, some took maternity leave, and some took family leave, but she was the only one who worked all the time and rarely took long vacations. During this period, she was criticized for not completing the required deposit-raising tasks and for taking several sick leaves due to health reasons. Lin Xiaofan stood up and said, "I resign and will not hold you back anymore." The whole audience was stunned. No one expected that Lin Xiaofan, who was honest, dedicated and never complained, would have the courage to resign. Lin Xiaofan returned to his workstation, packed up his things, and printed out a resignation report. She threw her resignation letter in front of Director Zhang and said, "Please arrange for someone to take over from me. I am not in good health and can only work until the weekend." If I cannot take over, I will have to take sick leave. When Director Zhang saw that Lin Xiaofan's temperament had changed drastically, he began to hypocritically care about her. Xiaofan, if you have any difficulties, please tell me. We in this branch are all considerate. Lin Xiaofan said coldly, don't talk about personal relationships, just talk about the law now. Process my resignation according to the labor law. You can deduct the money that should be deducted. I just want a certificate of resignation. No problem, no problem. Director Zhang said with a fake smile. When Lin Xiaofan graduated from college, she also thought about pursuing further studies. She was very envious when she saw her classmates going abroad or taking postgraduate entrance exams. At that time, her mother Guo Liping asked someone to find her this bank job, claiming it was stable. In fact, Lin Xiaofan was raised by Guo Liping alone since elementary school, so Guo Liping deeply bound her with the mother-daughter relationship. Whether it was college entrance exams, postgraduate entrance exams, or employment, her first consideration was to be close to home, to be able to take care of her mother, not to increase her mother's financial burden, and to be available whenever her mother needed her. Guo Liping had worked hard for half her life and felt that stability was the most important goal. So her plan for Lin Xiaofan was to work in a bank near her home, marry a husband with a career position, and live a simple life. Before today, Lin Xiaofan had never thought of resisting. She always believed that a person comes to this world with a mission, and her mission is to ensure that Guo Liping has someone to rely on for the rest of her life. But at this moment, she suddenly wanted to live for herself. She suddenly realized that her frustrating work and life had resulted in a bladder that she couldn't even control. Running to the toilet again and again, she exhausted all her self-esteem and energy. I quit. Lin Xiaofan said at the dinner table. Guo Liping slammed the table and jumped up. Are you bored? Do you know how difficult it is to find a job like this now? Many masters and doctors are competing for it. I don't want to do this anymore. I will find a job that suits me. Lin Xiaofan had already anticipated Guo Liping's intense reaction. Guo Liping didn't listen to what Lin Xiaofan said at all and started to yell at her. Do you know how much your mother has sacrificed for you? I worked hard to support your education. I begged everyone to help you find a job. I am still begging people everywhere to find a good family for you. What have you done? Have you ever thought about your mother? Lin Xiaofan kept silent. This was Guo Liping's fixed routine. Whenever Lin Xiaofan wanted to resist her, she would do this, and eventually Lin Xiaofan would compromise. But this time Lin Xiaofan is different. She has made up her mind to live a different way. Did you hear me? Go and get your resignation letter back tomorrow. Guo Liping slammed the table. Lin Xiaofan swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at the furious Guo Liping calmly. Mom, I've already received my resignation report. I'm not feeling well, so I'll take a 2-day break and look for a job next week. That night, Guo Liping was shouting and crying at home. In addition to blaming Lin Xiaofan, she also scolded Lin Xiaofan's father. My life is ruined by your Lin family. Lin Guishing made the first half of my life miserable, and you, Lin Xiaofan, will make the second half of my life unpeaceful. Guo Liping shouted heartbreakingly. Lin Guishing is an entrepreneur. Although he is not rich, he has achieved financial freedom a long time ago. He divorced Lin Xiaofan's mother 20 years ago, and has now remarried and has a daughter, Lin Xian. Lin Xian has had no worries about food and clothing since she was born. She has always attended an international school and was sent to study in Singapore 2 years ago. And Lin Xiaofan could have had such a life. That night, Lin Xiaofan locked herself in the room. She knew that her mother Guo Liping would have to make a fuss for a few more days before she would calm down. Just when she wanted to find someone to talk to, Pu Yingxin sent a message to tell Lin Xiaofan that her ID card had fallen in his clinic and he would arrange a time to deliver it to her tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan agreed. Chapter 4. If one meeting doesn't work, then meet twice. The next evening, Lin Xiaofan went out alone to find Pu Yingxin to get her ID card. This time, she did not report her whereabouts to her mother Guo Liping as she did before. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan took the ID card and put it in his bag. On the boulevard outside the hospital, the sycamore trees rustled and the dim street lights shone above her head. Pu Yingxin saw that she was depressed and lonely, so he asked, "Have you seen any improvement after taking the medicine for 2 days?" "It has improved." Lin Xiaofan answered briefly. Pu Yingxin smiled and said, "Let's have dinner together." Lin Xiaofan came to his senses and realized that this person was not only his attending physician, but also his blind date. No. Goodbye. Lin Xiaofan said hello and turned away. Pu Yingxin reached out and held her. I invite you to dinner and chat. As soon as Lin Xiaofan had physical contact with Pu Yingxin, her face immediately turned red and her heart started beating fast again. If it were Peng Qing and Xie Yan, would they be able to invite you? Pu Yingxin joked. Lin Xiaofan felt even more embarrassed when he heard Pu Yingxin name the other two blind date candidates. How do you know them? Lin Xiaofan tried to save himself. Pu Yingxin said calmly, let's talk slowly while we eat. You are considered a celebrity in our Shulan hospital. In a local restaurant, Lin Xiaofan sat quietly opposite Pu Yingxin, eating Osmanthus sugar cake with his head down. At this moment, she didn't want to hide her fragility and helplessness at all. She felt that this person had seen her most embarrassing appearance, and this person also knew her most embarrassing thing, which was that she couldn't hold her urine. Since there is no way to hide the miserable state, there is no need to pretend. Am I famous in Shulan? Lin Xiaofan didn't care about the answer at all, she was just too frustrated and wanted to ask a question that made her feel important. Pu Yingxin saw that she was in a bad mood, and said jokingly, single male doctors in Shulan, have you ever been on a blind date? Lin Xiaofan smiled and suddenly felt that she had become thick-skinned. Yes, I can't get married, and my mother is worried. Wu Liping only wanted to find a suitable person and marry her off as soon as possible, and never thought about whether her daughter had dignity. Pu Yingxin had just returned to China, so he was not aware of the situation at first. It was only after the blind date that he realized that he was the new live fish in the pond of Shulan Hospital, so he was caught by Wu Liping. Why did you tell Director Wen that you couldn't chat with me? Pu Yingxin still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Lin Xiaofan smiled but said nothing. She felt that Pu Yingxin was asking the question even though she knew the answer. Pu Yingxin added, I remember we didn't talk that day. Let's chat today, what do you want to talk about? Since Lin Xiaofan resigned, he found that he had gained a lot of courage to give up. Pu Yingxin was stunned for a moment, then found a random topic. What are you like at work? I'm unemployed and just resigned. Lin Xiaofan smiled bitterly. Pu Yingxin smiled lightly, and his fighting desire was aroused. He felt that Lin Xiaofan was deliberately ending the topic to prove that the two of them had nothing to talk about. Do you like sweets? Pu Yingxin glanced at the osmanthus cake on her plate. Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly, revealing the unguarded little woman's attitude. Except for her father Lin Guoxing, no one has ever cared whether she likes sweets or not. You're not going to tell me that eating too much will increase your blood sugar, Lin Xiaofan joked. Seeing that she had let down her guard a little, Pu Yingxin joked, that's not the case. You're not in a honeypot. When I was a kid, I once ate a kilogram of candy in one day. Lin Xiaofan suddenly laughed happily. Don't your teeth have cavities? Pu Yingxin also smiled. Lin Xiaofan said playfully, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have a single cavity so far. In our medicine, there is a view that the impact of genes on health is more important than acquired lifestyle, Pu Yingxin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan smiled innocently, Dr. Pu, I want to refute you. My parents both had rotten teeth when they were very young. Pu Yingxin did not confront her, but followed her lead and said, then congratulations on surpassing your teacher. Lin Xiaofan's face suddenly turned gloomy. These words were said by Lin Guoxing and his wife to praise Lin Xian when she went to play at Lin Guoxing's place last time. No one has praised Lin Xiaofan since she was 9 years old. Dr. Pu, if my illness is not healed, can I not drink alcohol? Lin Xiaofan asked. She suddenly wanted to get drunk. It's best not to drink. Alcohol will affect people's control over the sphincter. Pu Yingxin replied. Lin Xiaofan laughed, don't use medical terms, otherwise I will lose my appetite. Last time, a doctor told me at the dinner table how many bacteria I swallowed in one mouthful. Seeing her being so direct, Pu Yingxin stopped being shy and asked, do you only go on blind dates with doctors? You underestimate me too much. I have met just as many teachers as doctors. Lin Xiaofan said self-deprecatingly. Pu Yingxin smiled and said nothing. My mother gave me a task, I must get married within a year, otherwise I will be expired goods in her eyes. Lin Xiaofan continued to make fun of himself. These cruel words were spoken out loud for the first time. She felt that since Pu Yingxin had seen her at her worst, there was nothing to hide. I think you are still fresh, Pu Yingxin said slowly. Lin Xiaofan's face turned red all the way to her neck in an instant. She heard that there was ambiguity in this sentence. Pu Yingxin found it very interesting to see this woman who had just been so arrogant and kept making fun of herself, and suddenly blushed because of a word of affirmation. I am also older. Many of my classmates have started families, but I just started working. Pu Yingxin talked about his life. That's because you read too many books and do too much scientific research, Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. During that dinner, the two of them chatted back and forth for more than 3 hours without realizing it. When they left the restaurant reluctantly, they noticed strong winds, thunder, and lightning outside. According to the weather forecast, there will be a typhoon in the next 2 days, Lin Xiaofan muttered. Pu Yingxin pointed to the parking lot and said, my car is there. I'll take you back. Okay. Lin Xiaofan did not refuse. Pu Yingxin held an umbrella, put his arm around Lin Xiaofan's shoulders, and the two of them ran quickly towards the car. Halfway through the run, the umbrella was blown apart by the wind. Pu Yingxin hugged Lin Xiaofan in his arms, and the two of them ran to the car with difficulty and climbed up. The two people, who were soaked all over, got into the car, complaining about the horrible weather while looking for tissues. When Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, she found that she was wearing a see-through outfit, and her underwear was faintly visible under her wet skirt. Pu Yingxin was also soaked by the rain, revealing his chest and abdominal muscles under his t-shirt. Chapter 5, One Night Stand or YA Allergy. Lin Xiaofan wanted to find something to cover his chest, so he started searching inside the car. Pu Yingxin pointed to the passenger seat drawer and said, there seems to be a reflective vest in here. Lin Xiaofan followed the instructions and got a yellow reflective vest, which she put on immediately. When she turned around, she saw Pu Yingxin looking at her. Lin Xiaofan's hair was wet and stuck to her face. She had bright eyes, white teeth, lively gaze, fair skin, beautiful looks, and a curvaceous figure. She looked much younger than her actual age. What are you looking at? Lin Xiaofan asked with a smile. Pu Yingxin raised his eyebrows, with a look of aggression in his eyes, as if to say that I have seen through you a long time ago. Lin Xiaofan pretended not to understand the meaning of his gaze and said, we might all catch a cold. Let's go to my house to change clothes first. It's less than a kilometer away, Pu Yingxin said as he drove out of the parking lot. Lin Xiaofan wanted to refuse, but then he thought that his home was 20 kilometers away and he might really catch a cold when he got home, so he agreed. However, Lin Xiaofan found that this was a wrong decision because she was wearing a dress, and even if Pu Yingxin gave her a men's t-shirt, she had no pants to change into. You have two choices. You can take it off and I will help you dry it in the dryer, or you can use a hair dryer to blow dry yourself. Pu Yingxin gave a suggestion. Lin Xiaofan chose to use a hair dryer because she didn't want to be naked in a man's house. After Pu Yingxin changed his clothes, he took the hair dryer and said, let me help you blow dry your hair from behind. Don't burn yourself. As the wind blew, the two of them moved closer together, brought by the warm breeze. Whenever Pu Yingxin touched Lin Xiaofan's body, she would subconsciously hide away from a wall. While hiding away, Pu Yingxin suddenly lowered his head and whispered in her ear, why are you hiding? It's not like I haven't touched you before. Lin Xiaofan blushed and her heart beat fast, not knowing what to do. Although she was 29 years old, she was like a blank sheet of paper in terms of emotions. She was not mentally prepared for a one-night stand. I feel the wind is a bit hot. Lin Xiaofan made an excuse. Pu Yingxin switched to cold air mode. What now? It's a bit cold. Lin Xiaofan shivered. Pu Yingxin switched back to the hot air mode. His hands did not stop, and his passionate gaze did not stop. Soon, Pu Yingxin kissed her. The moment their lips touched, Lin Xiaofan felt hot all over and dared not move. The development of things was beyond her expectations. When Pu Yingxin reached out to untie her clothes, she suppressed her rising desire and pushed him away. I'm going home. My clothes are fine, Lin Xiaofan said seriously. She ran quickly to the door. On their way to send her home, they were both silent, and the air seemed to be frozen. Lin Xiaofan felt that he would suffocate in the car at any time. Pu Yingxin sent Lin Xiaofan downstairs. Lin Xiaofan waved goodbye and went home. As soon as the restless Lin Xiaofan stepped into their house, Wu Liping came up to her and scolded her. "Where have you been so late? You don't go to work during the day, but come back so late at night. Are you a bad student?" Wu Liping was furious. "Mom, I'm 29 years old. Do I have to report everything I do to you?" Lin Xiaofan said this for the first time. "You've grown powerful now and don't want me to care about you anymore. I'm annoying now." Wu Liping seemed like she was about to cry again. When Lin Xiaofan saw this, he didn't want to get entangled anymore, so he ran back to his room and locked the door. Wu Liping was crying and cursing outside, and she kept on talking for more than an hour before she stopped. Lin Xiaofan secretly made a decision that she would move out and live on her own and find a job she liked. But as Wu Liping said, it is very difficult to find a job you like. Most of the resumes Lin Xiaofan sent out were ignored. Occasionally, there were a few people who wanted to interview her, but when they asked her over the phone why she was still unmarried at an advanced age, they would not consider interviewing her again. Companies are very realistic. No one wants to hire someone who will go on marriage leave after just a few days of work and then go on maternity leave a few days after that. Lin Xiaofan found himself falling into a quagmire. The more he struggled to break free, the deeper he sank into it. In desperation, she thought of looking for her father Lin Xiaofan, hoping that he would introduce her to a suitable job. Lin Xiaofan was still enthusiastic towards her, but her stepmother Pang Weiwei always gave her a cold look. "Dad, I resigned from the bank. I want to find a job in an insurance company, securities company or financial institution. Do you have any friends who can help me?" Lin Xiaofan still held some hope. Lin Xiaofan glanced at her and said, "Dad, come and ask. I'll let you know when there's news." Lin Xiaofan originally wanted to sit for a while, but when she saw Lin Xian, who was on summer vacation at home, got up, she didn't want to stay any longer and stood up to say goodbye to Lin Xiaofan. Although Lin Xian's life was completely different from hers, this half-sister was still very repulsive to her, fearing that Lin Xiaofan would take away her father's love. When Lin Xiaofan was wandering aimlessly on the street, she received a call from Pu Yingxin. "Aren't you coming for a follow-up visit today? Starting tomorrow I'm going to attend an academic conference with my teacher, so you won't be able to make an appointment with me for the outpatient clinic," Pu Yingxin said on the phone. Lin Xiaofan then remembered that she still had to go for a follow-up visit. Recently, she had been following Pu Yingxin's treatment plan and no longer felt any discomfort. She was also thinking about finding a job all day, so she had forgotten about this. "Is it too late for me to come over now?" Lin Xiaofan asked. "I'm waiting for you." When Lin Xiaofan hurried into Pu Yingxin's clinic, it was already lunchtime in the hospital. "Sorry, Dr. Pu, I'm late." Lin Xiaofan ran out of breath. Pu Yingxin didn't beat around the bush with her. He just asked her a few questions and wrote her a urine routine test form. "If the results of this routine urine test are normal, you can stop taking the medicine and you don't need to come for follow-up visits in the future," said Pu Yingxin. "Okay, thank you." Lin Xiaofan was very happy. The disease that had haunted him like a nightmare was finally going to end. "There are some more precautions I need to tell you. Drink more water and don't hold your urine, otherwise it will relapse. Also, pay attention to menstrual hygiene and sexual hygiene," Pu Yingxin said seriously. Lin Xiaofan's face flushed and felt hot. She felt that ordinary people were really incomparable to doctors, who seemed to be able to say anything without blushing or getting nervous. Pu Yingxin saw that she was embarrassed and deliberately said, "Both men and women should pay attention to hygiene." Lin Xiaofan touched his forehead with his hand to ease the embarrassment. "Got it, thank you Dr. Pu." Because they almost had an accidental fight at Pu Yingxin's house, Lin Xiaofan was more careful to keep a distance from this man. As soon as the consultation was over, she was eager to slip away. Pu Yingxin saw through her trick and immediately stopped her. "How about we go to a concert together when I come back from the academic conference?" Pu Yingxin walked over to her. Lin Xiaofan backed away and opened the door of the clinic. "Don't listen, I'm not good at elegance. I'm a thoroughly vulgar person." Chapter 6 What a coincidence, the bad seeds. When going to the laboratory to deliver a urine sample, Lin Xiaofan met her other blind date, Peng Qing. "Hi, what a coincidence." Peng Qing greeted through the glass. Lin Xiaofan was a little embarrassed. She felt that she was really unlucky. She got sick and several blind date partners knew about it. She had no privacy at all. I'm leaving first. Lin Xiaofan smiled and greeted them, then ran away quickly. Not long after, Peng Qing sent a WeChat message to enthusiastically tell Lin Xiaofan that her test report came out and everything was normal. Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. She finally didn't have to take medicine anymore and could focus on finding a job. When Lin Xiaofan was getting the report from the machine, Peng Qing ran out of the inspection room. Do you have time to go shopping together on the weekend? Peng Qing smiled brightly. Lin Xiaofan felt that this blind date was worth a serious approach, so he readily agreed. They agreed to meet on Saturday. In the next 2 days, in addition to looking for a job and submitting her resume, Lin Xiaofan also secretly went out with the agent to look at some rental houses. She was determined to break away from Guoliping and have her own life. Guoliping still gave her a cold look every day, provoked her with words and undermined her confidence. You don't want a good job? Have you ever thought about your own problems? You've been on so many blind dates, but none of them worked out. Have you ever thought about your own problems? Mom is already worried about you. Lin Xiaofan responded with silence. Early Saturday morning, she couldn't wait to go out for some fresh air. She wore a tight white t-shirt that exposed her belly, tight denim shorts, and carried a mini backpack before going out. Guoliping has always disallowed this kind of dressing style, but now Lin Xiaofan insists on being herself. When Lin Xiaofan appeared in front of Peng Qing in this outfit, Peng Qing's eyes lit up. He found that Lin Xiaofan had a curvy figure, a small waist, and long, white and slender legs, revealing a youthful vitality and sexiness. Xiaofan, I'm an uncle today. Peng Qing deliberately complimented Lin Xiaofan in a self-deprecating way. Facing Peng Qing, who is 1 year younger than him, Lin Xiaofan smiled cheerfully. I am just pretending to be young, you don't have to pretend. Peng Qing is indeed a warm-hearted man. He held an umbrella for Lin Xiaofan to block the sun, and always walked on the outside when walking on the road, blocking Lin Xiaofan in. He took Lin Xiaofan to drink some popular tea, and took Lin Xiaofan to walk around the streets to find popular food. It's too hot. Should we find a place to sit down and have a drink? Peng Qing suggested. Lin Xiaofan smiled happily and said, I'm full, why don't we go to a video store and buy some records? Peng Qing immediately said excitedly, come on, I'll take you to a treasure shop. Afterwards, Lin Xiaofan was taken by Peng Qing to a small alley next to Shulan Hospital, close to the medical school. This store has been open for more than 10 years. The owner is a music fan and has many good albums that are not available on the market. Peng Qing smiled. Lin Xiaofan was very happy. She felt that Peng Qing was a good date. She was relaxed and happy for most of the day. Peng Qing was always responsive to her requests and responded positively to everything. When the two of them leaned together and studied a vinyl record, Lin Xiaofan heard a familiar voice. What a coincidence, Peng Qing, you are also buying CDs. Pu Yingxin appeared in the store with a cold expression on his face. He glanced at Lin Xiaofan, who was leaning against Peng Qing. Lin Xiaofan was very embarrassed. She felt that it was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. It was rare for her to have a good feeling when getting along with her blind date, so how come the embarrassing Pu Yingxin showed up? Hello, Dr. Pu. After saying hello, Lin Xiaofan lowered his head to look at the record in his hand. Peng Qing knew that Pu Yingxin was also Lin Xiaofan's blind date, and immediately showed his territorial awareness. I'm here with Xiaofan to look for records. Peng Qing smiled and put his hand on the record in Lin Xiaofan's hand, as if the two of them were watching the record together. Pu Yingxin smiled and nodded, glanced at Lin Xiaofan, and then started looking for records. Lin Xiaofan searched for a while but found nothing. Can't find the good records you want? Do you want me to take you somewhere else to have a look? Peng Qing asked considerately. Lin Xiaofan smiled playfully and said, what I'm looking for is the bad seeds, not good ones. Peng Qing didn't understand her burden and just looked at her with a smile. Pu Yingxin suddenly turned around, pointed to a shelf in the corner, and said to them, Nick Cave's album is there. Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Pu Yingxin to pick up her playful and clever joke. This is a very niche album made by a very niche musician. She walked to the shelf that Pu Yingxin pointed to and indeed found the record she wanted. Peng Qing also seemed very happy. He immediately bought it and gave it to Lin Xiaofan. Goodbye, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan said hello to Pu Yingxin and left the record store with Peng Qing. Pu Yingxin had a cold and expressionless look on his face. He nodded and started looking at the record in his hand. After having dinner with Peng Qing, Lin Xiaofan returned home happily. She was in a good mood the whole day. Except for the awkward moment when she met Pu Yingxin by chance, she felt that today was perfect. Why are you dressed like this? Wu Liping shouted when she saw Lin Xiaofan's outfit. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to pay attention to her. She felt that Wu Liping had controlled her like a piece of wood since she was a child and she had to obey her mother's arrangements in everything. Are you going out on a date? What kind of young girl would go on a date dressed like this? You should be dignified and elegant. Wu Liping continued to educate her. Lin Xiaofan slammed the door, isolating himself from Wu Liping. She opened the record and started listening to the music. As Into My Arms slowly flowed, Lin Xiaofan lay quietly on the bed and closed her eyes. At this moment, the music cleansed her soul. Suddenly the phone rang, and she saw it was Pu Yingxin. Is there anything I can help you with? Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan was very polite. Would you like to go out for a walk together tomorrow? Pu Yingxin was very direct and didn't waste any words. Lin Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and refused. No, I have something else to do tomorrow. I'll wait until you're done. You tell me what time. Pu Yingxin said unexpectedly, and his tone did not allow for no. Lin Xiaofan felt like she was being roasted on the fire. She always felt nervous and awkward when facing Pu Yingxin. Maybe after 3 in the afternoon. Lin Xiaofan said reluctantly. Okay. See you later. Pu Yingxin hung up the phone. Lin Xiaofan let out a breath, and her heart, which had originally relaxed, tensed up again. On Sunday morning, Lin Xiaofan wanted to sleep in, and Wu Liping was either mopping the floor outside or banging pots and pans. Mom, can't you be gentler in the morning? Lin Xiaofan complained. Wu Liping suddenly raised her voice. Why don't you do it? I cook for you every day, and you are still not satisfied. Then I'll cook on weekends from now on, said Lin Xiaofan. Wu Liping's voice became louder. By the time you get up to cook, I would have starved to death. Lin Xiaofan said nothing more. She knew that Wu Liping would not be satisfied with anything she did. Wu Liping always vented all her dissatisfaction with life over the years on her. Chapter 7, Only Seeing Patients, Not Receiving Guests. The sun was scorching on Sunday, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon was the hottest time of the day. Lin Xiaofan was different from yesterday. This time she dressed herself warmly, wearing a loose casual t-shirt and long pants, a sun-protective suit, and a hat that left only her eyes exposed, and appeared in front of Pu Yingxin. Pu Yingxin smiled and said jokingly, Did you just come back from digging for oil in the Middle East? What should I do? I'm photosensitive. Lin Xiaofan sighed. Pu Yingxin laughed coldly, Didn't you get any sun yesterday? Lin Xiaofan said seriously, It's different. We were all indoors when it was the hottest yesterday. It's so hot outside now. Lin Xiaofan took off his hat and sun protection clothing and stuffed them into his bag. Pu Yingxin saw that she was wearing a loose t-shirt and long pants, which was completely different from the sexy little hot pepper she looked yesterday, so he leaned over to her ear. Are you allergic to me? Pu Ying sneered bitterly. Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, took a step back and kept his distance. Pu Yingxin continued with dissatisfaction, When you go shopping with me, you are allergic to light. When I invite you to listen to music, you are allergic to music. What else are you allergic to next? Lin Xiaofan felt so ashamed after being criticized that he simply stopped talking. Let's go to the record store. Pu Yingxin said. Lin Xiaofan was just about to say that he had been there yesterday and didn't want to go anymore, but immediately saw Pu Yingxin looking at him domineeringly, and swallowed his words back. Afterwards, they appeared together in the record store from yesterday. Pu Yingxin pointed to a vinyl record, Cohen's, Various Positions. Ask Lin Xiaofan, What do you think of this album? Very good. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to say more. Pu Yingxin pointed to Jennifer Winans' The Blue Raincoat again. Then he asked, What about this one? Do you like it? Lin Xiaofan was actually very surprised in her heart, because she found out that the 2 records Pu Yingxin mentioned were the ones she usually liked to listen to. But she didn't want to have any in-depth communication or contact with Pu Yingxin, so she said perfunctorily, It's okay. Pu Pu Yingxin stared at her for a few seconds and saw that she was deliberately avoiding him. Gently, pick a record. Lin Xiaofan muttered to himself, is this some kind of music appreciation test? But he didn't show it on the surface, and pretended to flip through it. Suddenly she came across Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon and felt that she could cope with it. This. Lin Xiaofan picked up the record casually and shook it. Pu Yingxin said nothing, took the record, paid the bill, and then handed it to Lin Xiaofan. Take it. Pu Yingxin was gentle yet domineering. Lin Xiaofan was stunned, not knowing whether to answer or not. She wanted to say that she already had the record at home and just picked it up casually, but she felt that she couldn't say it out loud. What? Peng Qing can buy it, but I can't. Pu Yingxin asked with a provocative look on his face. Lin Xiaofan had seen the man's desire to win. She stuttered for a moment and sighed softly, okay. Seeing Lin Xiaofan so reluctantly, Pu Yingxin's eyes became more persistent and determined. Where did you go yesterday? Pu Yingxin asked. Lin Xiaofan took a breath and wondered if this person was asking too many questions. She refused calmly, it's not convenient to say. I didn't ask you what you did, I just asked where you went. Pu Yingxin stared into her eyes. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to be pressed by him again, so he put on a stern face and said, that's not convenient to say. Seeing that Lin Xiaofan had entered defensive mode, Pu Yingxin gave up asking further questions. When I came out of the record store, some small vendors had started setting up stalls in the alley next to the medical school. This is a busy and lively street at night, with barbecue stalls, pancake stalls, fruit stalls, and various small commodity stalls. Medical school students like to line up here to find food. It smells so good. Lin Xiaofan smelled the aroma of roasted lamb. Pu Yingxin pointed to a barbecue stall in the distance and said, that one is the most delicious. Do you want to try it? Sure. Lin Xiaofan smiled happily and ran over quickly. Pu Yingxin recommended the original flavor and common flavor, and Lin Xiaofan gladly accepted his arrangement. On the side of the road, after eating 2 boxes of barbecue bought by Pu Yingxin, Lin Xiaofan felt that he didn't need to eat dinner at all, he felt so sick. Pu Yingxin saw that she was so easygoing, like a student, without any worldly desires. She didn't care at all whether the food she ate cost a few dollars, whether it was high grade or tasteful, and he immediately liked her. Would you like to have a drink to relieve your greasy feeling? Pu Yingxin asked gently. Okay. Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly, she found that Pu Yingxin was also a caring person. They first had a cup of iced lemon tea, which was refreshing but still not satisfying. Then Lin Xiaofan suggested going for some cocktails, and Pu Yingxin did not refuse. After a few drinks, Lin Xiaofan became bolder and started talking more. Dr. Pu, do you have any brothers or sisters? Pu Yingxin smiled slightly, no, I am an only child, what about you? I have a half-sister. The light in Lin Xiaofan's eyes dimmed. Do you look alike? Pu Yingxin asked. Lin Xiaofan suddenly tapped the bar counter and said proudly, I'm much prettier than her. Pu Yingxin laughed when he saw how cute she was. This is the first time I've heard someone praise me for being pretty. Lin Xiaofan smiled innocently, look carefully, am I not beautiful? I was also a flower in school, okay? It's just that I'm a little older now. Pu Yingxin looked at her with a smile, without saying anything. It is undeniable that Lin Xiaofan is indeed good-looking, she is delicate and smart, charming but not gaudy, charming but not vulgar, with beautiful curves, and a unique and innocent temperament. Seeing Pu Yingxin was silent, Lin Xiaofan teased him, you look like the top star in Shulan Hospital, right? Pu Yingxin laughed out loud, I only see patients, not guests. Lin Xiaofan also laughed unscrupulously. At that moment, there seemed to be no doctor-patient relationship or estrangement between them. When coming out of the bar, Lin Xiaofan felt a little shaky. Although he was not drunk yet, his limbs were no longer under control. Pu Yingxin seemed to have a good alcohol tolerance. After these few glasses of wine, he was still full of energy as if he had not drunk anything at all. I'll take you home. Pu Yingxin said proactively. Lin Xiaofan did not refuse. When the car stopped downstairs of Lin Xiaofan's house, she was reluctant to get out. She knew that if she went back home drunk at night, Wu Liping would be furious. She sat in the car silently, her mood up and down, feeling confused and helpless. Do you want to stay a little longer? Pu Yingxin leaned forward, almost touching her face. In the dimly lit carriage, Lin Xiaofan could only see the outline of his face. Well, I'll sit for a while, Lin Xiaofan said softly. Chapter 8, A Night of Fun. I'll accompany you. Pu Yingxin's voice was full of temptation. Lin Xiaofan's heart was pounding as she stared at him in the darkness. Pu Yingxin gently lifted the hair on her neck and whispered sweet words into her ear. Perhaps because of the effect of alcohol, this time Lin Xiaofan did not dodge at all. She stared at his face quietly in the dim light. This man is so outstanding and so charming, it would be great if he was her boyfriend. When Pu Yingxin's hot lips kissed her again, she did not dodge but enjoyed it to her heart's content. The two of them became more and more devoted in their kiss, and the kiss became more and more intense. Their ears rubbed against each other, and the car was filled with panting and excitement. Let's go to my house. Pu Yingxin's voice was magnetic and seductive. Okay. Lin Xiaofan was immersed in it and responded softly. That night, Lin Xiaofan completed her transformation from a girl to a woman at Pu Yingxin's home. Pu Yingxin was surprised to find that this was Lin Xiaofan's first night. He held her in his arms and asked gently, "Does it hurt?" Lin Xiaofan smiled and didn't answer. She thought to herself that it was worth it for her to be with such an excellent and charming man for the first time. After a night of lovemaking, Lin Xiaofan found that her lower body didn't seem to belong to her anymore. She felt sore and painful, and her whole body was weak. Her legs were so soft that she had to hold onto the wall to stand up from the bed. She took a shower in the bathroom, checked her body, and also observed the house. A large flat, probably more than 200 square meters, located in the best area of the new district. The decoration is low-key and luxurious, and all the items look tasteful and high-end. Pu Yingxin lives here alone. Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt that he and Pu Yingxin were like people from two different worlds. She and Gu Liping still live in an old and dilapidated house in the old city area that is more than 30 years old. She couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling that it was dawn and time to wake up from this dream. When she walked out of the bathroom, Pu Yingxin was wearing pajamas, with clear eyes, and he gently extended his hand to her. Come, have breakfast. No, I have to go home. My mother has been calling me all night. If I don't go back, she will call the police. Lin Xiaofan held the phone with evasive eyes. Then I'll take you there. Pu Yingxin grabbed the car keys. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan quickly refused. No, if you send me off, I won't be able to explain myself when I go back. Afterwards, Lin Xiaofan ran away without looking back under Pu Yingxin's gaze. She had mixed feelings, feeling happy but also disappointed. A few days ago, when she was examined by Pu Yingxin on the examination bed, she was desperate and helpless. Last night, when Pu Yingxin once again touched her body closely, she was happy. However, she knew that this was the end of it. She still had to continue living her life, dating the right people, and finding the right job. Where have you been, you damn girl? Gu Liping yelled. Lin Xiaofan didn't look up or answer. He changed into slippers and walked towards the room. Gu Liping grabbed her and said, "Stop right there. Where have you been?" "This is my own business." Lin Xiaofan resisted. "What sin have I committed to educate you like this? A girl, staying out all night, do you think you can study well?" Gu Liping was furious. Lin Xiaofan didn't know where he got the courage from, and suddenly burst out, "I will live the way I want, and you don't have to interfere in the future." After saying that, she locked herself in the room. She heard Gu Liping crying and shouting outside. Lin Xiaofan was lying on the bed in a daze. She had been in love with Pu Yingxin all night last night. At the moment, she was physically tired and mentally sensitive. She needed to adjust her state. Just then, Pu Yingxin called. "Have you reached home yet?" Pu Yingxin's voice is very gentle. "Arrive." Lin Xiaofan was very happy to receive Pu Yingxin's care, but she did not show it. "Are you still tired?" Pu Yingxin's voice was like a spring breeze. Lin Xiaofan's heart immediately surged and his face felt hot again. "It's okay," she said, biting her lip. A little sweet, a little reserved. "Have you had breakfast?" Pu Yingxin asked again with concern. "No more talking, let's eat right away." Lin Xiaofan suppressed his pounding heart and hung up the phone. She didn't want to indulge in unrealistic fantasies anymore, nor did she want to enjoy this false happiness. After that, she slept for a whole day. She was woken up by a phone call for an interview. There is a startup company that is willing to give her an interview opportunity. Lin Xiaofan was very happy. This was the only interview notification she had received in all these days. The company's boss, Guan Zhao, is a second-generation tycoon. His father is a private entrepreneur who owns a large manufacturing plant. After returning from studying in Singapore, he was unwilling to take over his father's business and was determined to build his own investment empire. Hello, I'm Guan Zhao, welcome to Junk Capital. Guan Zhao is very friendly, looks to be less than 30 years old, has a muscular body and seems to be interested in fitness. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan handed over his resume. No need to read it, you've already seen it online. I don't like to be fussy about details. During today's interview, just talk about your understanding of investment. Guan Zhao was very easygoing. Lin Xiaofan had already made sufficient preparations. She talked about the theoretical part that she was best at, raised some questions, and finally expressed her desire and confidence in actually operating the investment project. I know you have no investment experience. I have a financial leasing project here. Your banking experience should be useful. You can give it a try. The interview was very direct and decisive, which was completely different from the interview style of other companies. Lin Xiaofan was ecstatic. This was such a great thing. She could finally go back to her profession and work hard for her desired goals. Okay, thank you, please take care of me in the future. Lin Xiaofan immediately said politely. Ahahaha. Guan Zhao laughed heartily. Lin Xiaofan realized that his polite words sounded like Guan Zhao's name, and he covered his mouth and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, boss. Please give me more advice in the future. Lin Xiaofan quickly changed the subject. Guan Zhao was amused by her and did not act like a boss at all. He smiled and said, go and negotiate your salary with the HR department. Feel free to talk. Lin Xiaofan felt that she was lucky. She had a good impression of Guan Zhao. Although the company was a startup and not very large, with only a few dozen people, she liked it. Lin Xiaofan happily went home with the admission letter, and she also bought some cooked food and fruits. Mom, I found a job in the new district. The salary is good and I'm doing my major. Lin Xiaofan wanted to share his joy with Guo Liping. What company is it? How many people are there? Is it foreign funded or state owned? Guo Liping asked questions like a machine gun. It's a private enterprise with about 30 people. Lin Xiaofan replied. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Why don't you stay in a good bank? It's much more stable. Instead of joining a small company like this, you never know when everyone will run away. Guo Liping said sarcastically. I want to rent a house near the company, otherwise it's too far to work. When Lin Xiaofan said this, he had a premonition that he was about to endure a storm. Guo Liping immediately beat her chest and stamped her feet. I knew it, you dislike me. You said you wanted to change jobs, but you just didn't want to live with me. I really raised an ungrateful person. Mom, you think too much. I will come back on the weekend. Lin Xiaofan still wanted to comfort her. If I don't cook for you, what will you eat? Is it safe for you to live outside alone? If something happens to me, will you be able to come back in time? Guo Liping was crying. Lin Xiaofan felt a blockage in his chest and could hardly swallow the food in his mouth. At this time, the phone rang again, and it was Pu Yingxin. Chapter 9, I'm asleep, but I still want to run. Why didn't you reply to my message? Pu Yingxin's voice was filled with worry. Lin Xiaofan saw that Guo Liping was watching her every move closely, so she put down her bowl and went back to her room. I've been a bit busy these days. Lin Xiaofan said perfunctorily. Pu Yingxin didn't complain about anything, but asked her gently, are you tired? It's okay. Lin Xiaofan answered casually. Then I'll accompany you to relax this weekend. Pu Yingxin's voice was very warm. No, I have something to do this weekend. Lin Xiaofan quickly hung up the phone. Although every word of concern from Pu Yingxin touched her heart, she didn't want to be entangled in love affairs now. She had more important things to do. She wanted to rent a house and move, and she wanted to get out of Guo Liping's control. In addition to Pu Yingxin, Peng Qing also cared about her. Peng Qing also wanted to ask Lin Xiaofan out on the weekend, but Lin Xiaofan also rejected him. However, unlike avoiding Pu Yingxin, she told Peng Qing the truth. I'm going to rent a house these days. If I can find one, I have to move in this weekend. If I can't find one, this weekend is my deadline. Lin Xiaofan will go to work at Junk next Monday. She doesn't want to waste all her time taking the subway, and she doesn't want to be under Guo Liping's spell every day. Or you can tell me the area and I'll help you screen it. I can also come with you to look at houses on weekends. It will be faster if we look at them together. Peng Qing was very enthusiastic and positive. Lin Xiaofan did not refuse. She felt that Peng Qing was very caring and she felt very relaxed when she was with him. Okay, I'll send it to you later. After Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone and sent the rental details to Peng Qing, she couldn't help but think of her other blind date, Xie Yang. Xie Yang is a man of few words and rarely takes the initiative to contact Lin Xiaofan. He only occasionally sends Lin Xiaofan an emoticon on WeChat. Lin Xiaofan thought that since this was the case, he would not be the one to take the initiative. He should just focus on getting in touch with Peng Qing to see if he was a good match. Similarly, Guo Liping was also comparing her daughter's two blind date candidates. She inquired about them in the hospital for several days, listening to both serious news and gossip. Mom has asked about your two blind dates for you. Guo Liping scooped a bowl of turtle soup and placed it in front of Lin Xiaofan. Mom, I really don't want to eat this. Lin Xiaofan has always felt sick when seeing soft-shelled turtles since she was a child, but Guo Liping always liked to force her to eat them. It's wild, drink it up quickly. Mom saw that you were not in good spirits and slept at home all day the past 2 days, so she asked someone to buy it for you. Don't be picky about it. Guo Liping was very strong. Lin Xiaofan knew that although Guo Liping was very strict, she did care about her and always took care of every detail for her. She suppressed her nausea and drank it down. Xie Yang earns much more than Peng Qing, and is going to be promoted to associate chief physician soon, which will be even higher. The laboratory department has the dirtiest and most tiring work, and there's no future in that. Guo Liping was anxious to tell her daughter the information she had collected. When Lin Xiaofan heard this, she knew that Guo Liping didn't want her to have any contact with Peng Qing. She was very disgusted and didn't respond. Peng Qing is 1 year younger than you. He is not reliable. Only older men can take care of others. Guo Liping changed her perspective. Mom, we haven't even started yet. They haven't even said they want your daughter. Lin Xiaofan was a little impatient. Don't judge a man by his appearance. It's useless for a man to be tall or good-looking. Guo Liping changed her words. Lin Xiaofan immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks, said, I'm full, and quickly hid back in his room. She knew that if she continued to talk, Guo Liping would drag her father Lin Guixing out to lash out at his corpse. In Guo Liping's eyes, Lin Guixing was just a good-looking but unfaithful man. In the next few days, Lin Xiaofan was busy looking for houses everywhere. She received WeChat messages from Pu Yingxin every day, but she never replied once. On Friday night, Pu Yingxin called again. Are you so busy? Are you free tomorrow? I'll come see you. Pu Yingxin was obviously a little impatient on the phone. Lin Xiaofan was very upset when he thought that he still hadn't found a house. I'm sorry, Dr. Pu, I really don't have time. Pu Yingxin heard her being so distant and polite, and changed his tone, then tell me when you have time. Okay. Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone again. Early Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan and Peng Qing met in the new district. When Peng Qing saw Lin Xiaofan's worried look, he immediately walked up and patted Lin Xiaofan on the back. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not a big deal. I will definitely find it for you today. Peng Qing comforted. Really? Lin Xiaofan showed his helplessness. She was going crazy looking for a house during this period. She didn't want to share a house, but she couldn't afford the high rent, and there weren't many options in this area of the new district. But an unexpected surprise appeared. Peng Qing took her to find a 1-bedroom apartment. It was very clean and new, with basic furniture and appliances. It was also close to Junk where she worked, and most importantly, the price was not high. Lin Xiaofan was overjoyed and thought this was the house of his dreams, so he immediately signed the rental contract and paid the deposit and rent. She was very grateful to Peng Qing. Peng Qing, you are really my lucky star. I have been looking for you for so long but couldn't find you. You are so amazing. Come on, it's my treat, let's go eat something delicious. Lin Xiaofan held Peng Qing and smiled so hard that his eyes were curved. Then I'm so embarrassed to accompany you shopping and eating. Peng Qing declined and slowed down his pace. He felt it was not appropriate to let a woman treat him to a meal. It's house hunting, not shopping. It's so tiring to walk so much. Lin Xiaofan pulled his sleeve with a smile. Let's go, or I won't go out with you next time. When Peng Qing smiled and said that obedience is worse than respect, they met Pu Yingxin again. Pu Yingxin was having dinner with some old classmates from the medical school in the nearby CBD. When he was about to get on the escalator, he saw Lin Xiaofan pulling Peng Qing's sleeve affectionately. Pu Yingxin stopped and shouted, "Peng Qing, what a coincidence." Peng Qing turned around and saw Pu Yingxin, and immediately showed surprise. "Why are you here?" Lin Xiaofan was standing nearby at this time, not daring to look Pu Yingxin in the eye. This was the first time they had met since that night of lovemaking. Lin Xiaofan didn't know how to face him, especially with Peng Qing beside him. "Come and have dinner together," Pu Yingxin replied. Then he just looked at Lin Xiaofan quietly, without saying hello or smiling, just staring at her. Peng Qing noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, and immediately said, "Xiaofan, what do you want to eat?" "Oh, whatever." Lin Xiaofan felt extremely uncomfortable under Pu Yingxin's gaze, and she felt like her brain had short-circuited. Peng Qing smiled. He wanted to break this strange situation. "So I joked, are you going to listen to me when you treat me? I will make you bankrupt." Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. "I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." Pu Yingxin nodded gracefully, concealing his inner turmoil, and got on the escalator. "Let's go to another place," Lin Xiaofan said in a low voice. At this moment, her good mood disappeared. She looked at Pu Yingxin's back as he turned and left, and felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Chapter 10. Whose territory have you run to? Lin Xiaofan was absent-minded during dinner, and Peng Qing also noticed something was wrong. Before they met Pu Yingxin, Lin Xiaofan was always talking and laughing with him, very lively. But now he seemed like a different person, silent and taciturn. "Do you want me to help you move tomorrow?" Peng Qing asked. "No, I've already troubled you today." Lin Xiaofan felt that moving was a very personal matter, involving a lot of personal privacy, and she and Peng Qing were not yet familiar with each other to that extent. "It will be very tiring for you to move it by yourself." Peng Qing continued to care about her. "We will find a moving company, and I will be responsible for the packing. Don't worry." Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly. On Sunday morning, when Guiliping saw the large and small bags prepared by Lin Xiaofan, the volcano finally erupted. "Lin Xiaofan, no wonder you run outside every day. It turns out you have been prepared and are determined to leave me, right?" Guiliping roared. "Mom, my work is too far away. It takes more than an hour to take the subway." Lin Xiaofan put down the package in his hand. "Then why did you go to a company so far away? Do you think I'm a fool?" Guiliping blocked her way. "I have been attending classes near my home for 6 years. Many of my college classmates live hundreds or thousands of kilometers away from their parents." Lin Xiaofan wanted to put himself in their shoes. "You're talking nonsense. Your college classmates are all married and have children. Are you married? Do you have children?" Guiliping glared with his eyes wide open, looking as if he was going to kill someone or burn someone. Lin Xiaofan was enraged by Guiliping's words. "I will definitely move out. If you block me, I won't take these things with me. I will just take myself with me." Seeing this, Guiliping burst into tears. She felt like she had lost her daughter. "I'll be back on the weekend." Lin Xiaofan said this and rushed out. In addition to the documents and money, Lin Xiaofan really only took herself away. The original appointment with the moving company had to be cancelled. She had no choice but to go to the supermarket near her rental house to do some shopping alone. "Are you installing a locator on me?" When Pu Yingxin said this, Lin Xiaofan was dragging several large bags of loot from the supermarket and waiting for an online taxi on the side of the road. "Hello, Dr. Pu." Lin Xiaofan was wondering why she kept meeting him everywhere these past 2 days. She glanced at Pu Yingxin, who was wearing headphones, a light-colored running suit and white running shoes. With so many things to carry, why didn't Peng Qing come? Pu Yingxin took off his headphones and wiped the sweat off his face. Lin Xiaofan knew that he was mocking her on purpose, so she turned around and pretended to look for a car. Where are you going? Pu Yingxin asked. Lin Xiaofan saw the man standing in front of her, sweating profusely and panting, and the sweat on his body blew into her nostrils with the smell of hormones. She immediately recalled their passionate night together, when Pu Yingxin was also sweating and panting. Her face instantly turned red to her ears. She stammered, "Go to their house." Pu Yingxin noticed her panic and took another small step forward, getting closer to her. He gasped and asked, "What do you mean in the house?" "It's in the rental house." Lin Xiaofan corrected immediately. She was disturbed by Pu Yingxin's behavior. At this time, the online car hailing service arrived. Pu Yingxin helped her move the things into the car and put them in the trunk without saying a word. Just as Lin Xiaofan was about to thank him, she found that Pu Yingxin had already gotten into the car. "You?" Lin Xiaofan looked at him. "I'll help you move it back, for free." Pu Yingxin looked at Lin Xiaofan and signaled with his eyes to get in the car. Lin Xiaofan got in and secretly observed Pu Yingxin with the corner of her eyes. She found that Pu Yingxin was very calm and was leisurely looking at the scenery outside the car window. She kept telling herself not to be nervous or embarrassed, hoping she could calm down quickly. "Do you live here alone?" Pu Yingxin suddenly asked. "Of course." Lin Xiaofan didn't understand the implication of his words. "Why did you move?" Pu Yingxin asked with concern. Lin Xiaofan relaxed a little. "I changed jobs." "Where is the company?" Pu Yingxin tilted his head and looked at her. Lin Xiaofan told the address. Pu Yingxin smiled slightly. "The office building is on the street in front of my house." When Lin Xiaofan heard Pu Yingxin talking about his family, he became nervous again. She went to Pu Yingxin's house twice, both times at night. Once she was soaked to the skin and almost had an accident. The other time she was so lustful and confused that she spent the whole night in love and didn't even notice where his house was. "Have you forgotten my home?" Pu Yingxin's tone was suggestive. Lin Xiaofan's face turned red again. She glanced at the driver and didn't respond. Soon the car arrived at the apartment building rented by Lin Xiaofan. Pu Yingxin pointed to a road outside the community and told Lin Xiaofan that it would take 10 minutes to walk along this road to reach his home. Lin Xiaofan nodded to Pu Yingxin. She finally understood why she had run into him so frequently in this area in the past 2 days. Afterwards, Pu Yingxin helped Lin Xiaofan move all the things upstairs. Lin Xiaofan stood at the door holding the key and thanked him. She didn't want to open the door to let Pu Yingxin into her apartment. Pu Yingxin guessed what she was thinking and said with a smile, "Contact me if you have anything. Bye." After Pu Yingxin left, Lin Xiaofan spent several hours tidying up the apartment. The bed is covered with your favorite bedding and the refrigerator is filled with your favorite food. Every corner is decorated according to one's own preferences, and every place is free. Lin Xiaofan is very happy looking at this little nest of his own. Now, all she had to do was buy a few sets of commuting clothes, otherwise she would have nothing to wear to work tomorrow. Because he was not familiar with the surrounding area, Lin Xiaofan took out his mobile phone and searched for information about nearby stores. At this time, the doorbell rang. When Lin Xiaofan opened the door, he found that it was Pu Yingxin. He had gone back to take a shower, changed his clothes, and was standing at the door looking refreshed. "You are new here and you are not familiar with the environment. I have time to show you the way." Pu Yingxin is very gentlemanly and considerate. That day, Pu Yingxin took Lin Xiaofan to find out the best route to work at Junk, and then told her about the living environment and convenient facilities nearby. He told Lin Xiaofan where the vegetable markets, shopping malls, supermarkets, convenience stores and digital cities were. "Is there anything you need now?" Pu Yingxin asked finally. "I'm going to buy some commuting clothes," said Lin Xiaofan. "I'll go with you." Pu Yingxin smiled slightly, with something indescribable in his eyes. "No, no, no." Lin Xiaofan refused repeatedly. Pu Yingxin leaned close to Lin Xiaofan's ear again, his voice very low and gentle. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Xiaofan took a breath and said the calmest words of the whole day. "Dr. Pu, I'm not afraid of anything, I just feel it's a little inconvenient." Chapter 11 seems to be cursed. At this time, Gu Liping called. Xiaofan, you live alone at night, so you must pay attention to your safety. Lin Xiaofan was conflicted and speechless in the face of his mother's care. She knew that Gu Liping was the only person in the world who truly loved her, but this overly controlling love made her feel suffocated. I will take good care of myself, don't worry. After Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone, he hurriedly adjusted his mood. Let's go. Pu Yingxin held Lin Xiaofan's hand. Didn't I just say it's inconvenient? Lin Xiaofan said angrily. She found that Pu Yingxin would not listen no matter how hard she tried. Since you're in my territory, it's convenient. Pu Yingxin did not let go and held her hand tightly. Lin Xiaofan tried to break free several times but failed. She had no other choice but to give up resisting. Pu Yingxin walked in front of Lin Xiaofan, and when he found that she had become docile, he relaxed the strength of his grip and turned his head to smile at her. Wow, so handsome. He looks like so-and-so. A passerby shouted after seeing Pu Yingxin. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but smile secretly. She felt a little sweet in her heart as Pu Yingxin held her hand and walked on the street. After that, the two went shopping in several stores, and Lin Xiaofan bought several sets of commuting outfits very quickly and decisively. Don't you need to compare again? Pu Yingxin discovered her difference. No, my goal is very clear. I won't look at anything that is not in my target. I will take action if it is suitable. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. This is Lin Xiaofan's usual style. Normally, she seldom wanders around aimlessly. She only goes when she needs to buy something, and purchases according to the plan. She is rational and decisive, and never procrastinates. Pu Yingxin helped Lin Xiaofan carry the shopping bags and sent her back to the apartment. Have a good rest and have a good work tomorrow. Pu Yingxin greeted them politely and left. The next day, the weather was hot and the sun was shining brightly. The temperature was already very high in the early morning. Lin Xiaofan originally wanted to ride a shared bicycle to work, but she didn't want to be sweaty on her first day at work, so she took a ride. Coincidentally, the owner of the car was driving a Porsche Cayenne, so when Lin Xiaofan climbed out of the car at the company gate and was seen by other colleagues, rumors began to spread in the company that she had a rich second-generation boyfriend. I don't expect you to have performance and results soon. You can learn and settle down first. When I need you later, don't let me down. Guan Zhao talked to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan secretly encouraged herself that she must first understand the industry, familiarize herself with the business as quickly as possible, and never let her boss down. From the bank to the enterprise, there are no cameras. I can drink water and go to the toilet at any time, and I can also chat with colleagues in my free time. The lunch break was also on time, and there was no need to take turns to eat or be on duty. Lin Xiaofan felt particularly relaxed on this first day of work. After get off work on Friday, their whole company will have a dinner party to welcome new employee Lin Xiaofan. Guan Zhao shouted in the office area before leaving get off work. Lin Xiaofan immediately stood up and nodded, "Thank you, boss." Lin Xiaofan also hopes to quickly increase her understanding and enhance her relationships with her colleagues during the dinner. However, things always go against one's wishes. After working peacefully for a few days, on Friday morning, Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt chest tightness, shortness of breath and difficulty breathing at his workstation. She ran to the corridor to get some fresh air, and when she felt a little better, she went back to the office. She repeated this process several times. Are you feeling unwell? Li Minute, a colleague from the Human Resources Department, asked with concern. I'm having trouble breathing. Lin Xiaofan felt like he had difficulty speaking, as if his chest was stuffed with cotton. You should go to the hospital immediately. I think you don't look well. After Li Minute finished speaking, she accompanied Lin Xiaofan to the new building of Shulan Hospital. The new building of Shulan Hospital is located in the new district. It is large in scale and equipped with advanced and complete medical equipment. Currently, doctors from most departments work in the new hospital. The old building of Shulan Hospital is located in the old city area. Only a small number of departments are retained to continue providing services to patients. Lin Xiaofan's mother Gu Liping works as a nurse in the old hospital. While waiting for consultation at the respiratory department, Lin Xiaofan felt like she was suffocating. She was desperate and frustrated. She once again lamented the injustice of fate, as if she was cursed. Why did she get sick again just after starting work at the new company? Because I was in a hurry to see a doctor, I couldn't get an appointment with a specialist, so I could only go to a general outpatient clinic. The doctor who saw me was a very young doctor who didn't seem to have much experience. After listening to Lin Xiaofan's description, the doctor asked Lin Xiaofan to do a lung function test. Your symptoms resemble asthma, the doctor said. No way. Lin Xiaofan did not hide his surprise. You can find another director to take a look, but this is dangerous, so don't delay. The young doctor saw that Lin Xiaofan did not trust him and did not believe his diagnosis. Li Minute was also very anxious. She discussed with Lin Xiaofan whether they should look for someone they knew. Lin Xiaofan immediately thought of Xie Yang. Xie Yang was not seeing patients that day, but he immediately ran to the outpatient clinic as soon as he received Lin Xiaofan's call. He listened to Lin Xiaofan's breathing repeatedly with a stethoscope and read the lung function report. Did you have asthma when you were a child? Is there anyone in your family with asthma? Xie Yang asked. None at all. Lin Xiaofan replied. Are you allergic to anything? For example, pollen or seafood? Xie Yang asked again. No, I just get rashes on my skin if I'm exposed to the sun. After Xie Yang's questioning, Lin Xiaofan once again felt that he was in great danger. Have you been in contact with formaldehyde recently? For example, paint, furniture, and newly renovated houses? Xie Yang asked carefully. Lin Xiaofan shuddered. I just moved to a rental house recently. Xie Yang stared at Lin Xiaofan for a few seconds and slowly stated his diagnosis. It's probably asthma. You need to do a chest CT scan and an allergy test. One of these two tests requires an appointment, and the other takes a long time to produce a report. You can't wait. I have to give you asthma medication first, otherwise it will be dangerous. Lin Xiaofan felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her from head to toe. She was extremely depressed and said nothing. I can't live in the rental house anymore. If the symptoms don't get better after taking the medicine and they keep getting worse, I have to come to the emergency room no matter what the situation is, even if it's the middle of the night. Xie Yang warned her in a very serious tone. After getting the medicine, Lin Xiaofan sat in the respiratory department, feeling uneasy. Xie Yang taught her how to use inhaled medication and asked her to take a pill every night before going to bed to ensure safety. Thank you. Lin Xiaofan finally remembered that he had not yet thanked Xie Yang, who had rushed over. You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. Remember my words and don't go back to the rental house, otherwise the drugs won't be able to control the condition. Xie Yang reminded again and again. When leaving the hospital, Lin Xiaofan felt just like the day he left Guiliping, with nothing but a bag of medicine. She found a hotel and stayed there. She also bought some underwear online and asked the night to deliver it to her hotel. The company's welcome dinner had to be cancelled. Lin Xiaofan lay alone on the bed in the hotel, wanting to cry but unable to. Chapter 12: How to charge for one-on-one. Lin Xiaofan was restless the whole afternoon. She couldn't lie down flat because breathing would become more difficult if she did. Lin Xiaofan was suddenly filled with fear, and even wondered if he would fall asleep and never wake up again. She wanted to call Guiliping, but she was afraid that her mother would worry and blame her, so after thinking it over, she gave up. On Friday evening, Pu Yingxin called. He had not contacted Lin Xiaofan on his own initiative this week. Are you free this weekend? Pu Yingxin asked. No. Lin Xiaofan felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and it was difficult for him to speak. Peng Qing asked you out. Pu Yingxin teased. No. Lin Xiaofan was a little angry and spoke in a bad tone. She was in such a bad condition at the moment. Pu Yingxin was very keen to notice the difference. He immediately cared about her. Are you okay? Lin Xiaofan hesitated and told the truth. She was afraid that she would have an asthma attack and die suddenly in the hotel without anyone knowing. Soon, Pu Yingxin arrived at the hotel. He picked up Lin Xiaofan's things and said in an unquestionable tone, "Let's go to my house." Lin Xiaofan was stunned. If you don't want to be alone in this stuffy room, with no one to turn to, come with me now. Pu Yingxin pulled her up from the bed. The tone was gentle yet domineering. Do you want me to carry you away, or do you want to walk by yourself? I can walk by myself. In a panic, Lin Xiaofan obediently answered the multiple-choice question, completely forgetting that he had originally wanted to refuse to go to Pu Yingxin's house. You sleep in this room. It's well ventilated. Pu Yingxin pushed open the door of the second bedroom and pointed at the balcony in the room. Okay, thank you. Lin Xiaofan felt that the environment was indeed much better than that in the hotel. If you feel uncomfortable at night, call me anytime. Pu Yingxin's eyes were gentle and full of concern. Then he pointed to the bathroom in the second bedroom and said, Don't close the door when you take a shower. I'm afraid you'll get stuffy. Good. Lin Xiaofan is very obedient. She thinks it is better to listen to Pu Yingxin when she is sick. She has suffered a loss once before and she doesn't want it to happen again. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan was awakened by a call from Peng Qing. Lin Xiaofan told Peng Qing about the rental house and asthma. Peng Qing was shocked and said he would go to the landlord to check if there was any problem with the house. Where did you stay last night? Peng Qing asked with concern. I'm staying in a hotel. Lin Xiaofan lied. Which hotel? I'll come to see you later. Peng Qing said. No, I'll be home soon. Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone in a hurry. She didn't want Peng Qing to know that she was living in Pu Yingxin's house. That day, Lin Xiaofan had a hearty breakfast at Pu Yingxin's house. Under the combined effects of medication and mood, she felt that her symptoms were alleviated a little. She was going back to her home in the old town. Thank you. I'm going home now. Lin Xiaofan waved to Pu Yingxin and greeted him. Will you come out to work on Monday? Pu Yingxin asked. This sentence suddenly touched Lin Xiaofan's nerves. She realized that if she went back, she might not be able to come out on Monday. Wu Liping would definitely use this incident to lock her up at home. At that time, all her efforts would be wasted. Not only would she be unable to live independently, but she would also lose her new job at Junk. Pu Yingxin saw that Lin Xiaofan was at a loss, so he tilted his head to observe her expression. If you're going back to avoid me, there's no need. Our duty as doctors is to save lives and heal the wounded. Life is the most important thing. Lin Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, as if he was being too petty. You can stay here for 2 days until the environmental inspection report of the rental house comes out. Pu Yingxin gave her some advice. Good. Lin Xiaofan did not refuse, she knew she had no better choice. However, Wu Liping was still anxiously waiting for her daughter to come home at home. After waiting for a whole morning without receiving any response, she made a phone call in frustration. Didn't you say you would come back on the weekend? Why haven't you come back yet? Wu Liping urged. I have something to do this weekend so I won't be back. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to talk about her illness, she didn't want to cause trouble. What can you do? What excuses are you making? Wu Liping said aggressively. Lin Xiaofan was in a state of panic, and shouted with all his strength, I have to work overtime, don't call me, I won't come back. After finishing the call, Lin Xiaofan began to breathe rapidly and gasp for breath. Seeing this, Pu Yingxin immediately took her to the balcony. Sit here and take a breath. Lin Xiaofan sat on the balcony, hunched over, gasping for breath. It feels very uncomfortable, right? Pu Yingxin squatted beside her and spoke softly and concernedly. Yeah. Lin Xiaofan responded softly. Compared to the discomfort in her body, her heart was more uncomfortable. She felt extremely sad that she had become a useless person who was too tired to even speak a word in just one day. Pu Yingxin's eyes were warm and his tone was gentle. He reached out and brushed the messy hair away from her face. Ask softly, why do you bear this alone? Since his parents divorced, Lin Xiaofan has been living like a hedgehog for the past 20 years, never showing his vulnerability to others. Suddenly being treated so tenderly at this moment, her sensitive heart melted. Lin Xiaofan discovered that Pu Yingxin knew all about her recent suffering and helplessness, and she felt there was no need to pretend in front of him anymore. I don't want to worry my mom. My parents are divorced and she lives alone. Lin Xiaofan's voice was very soft. Pu Yingxin gently stroked her face, with pity in his eyes. I'll take care of you for the next 2 days. A trace of shyness and uneasiness flashed across Lin Xiaofan's face, and she wanted to refuse. Don't refuse. You are the patient and I am the doctor. Pu Yingxin interrupted her. In the next 2 days, Lin Xiaofan enjoyed Pu Yingxin's careful and personal care. By Sunday afternoon, she felt much better, she no longer breathed in and out of breath when she spoke, and her appetite improved a lot. Dr. Pu, how much does it cost per day for an expert like you to provide one-on-one medical services? Lin Xiaofan asked with a smile. A day. I'm charging by the hour, okay. Pu Yingxin found that she was in a much better mood. How much is it per hour? Lin Xiaofan continued to ask with a grin. It depends on where you are. My registration fee for a special outpatient clinic at a public hospital in China is 1,000 yuan, while at MD Anderson in the United States, my consultation fee is about 30,000 yuan per time. So expensive? Lin Xiaofan opened his mouth wide in surprise. What do you think? Am I cheap? Pu Yingxin moved the corner of his mouth and made a joke. Lin Xiaofan smiled and shook his head. You are the top star of Shulan Hospital, how can you be cheap? Then will you pay? Pu Yingxin walked up to her. Lin Xiaofan deliberately counted on his fingers. I can't afford it, what should I do? Chapter 13 Living under someone else's roof. Then just owe it to me and write me an IOU. Pu Yingxin reached out and took a piece of notepaper from the table and handed it to Lin Xiaofan. Are you serious? Lin Xiaofan looked at Pu Yingxin with suspicion. Of course, write it. Pu Yingxin smiled. Dr. Pu, do you have a discount? Lin Xiaofan reacted and realized that Pu Yingxin was joking. Just right, Lin Xiaofan owes Pu Yingxin 2 days and 2 nights. Pu Yingxin handed her another pen. When Lin Xiaofan heard such ambiguous words, her face turned red again. Write quickly, or I won't give you dinner today. Pu Yingxin threatened her with a smile. Finally, under Pu Yingxin's teasing and coercion, Lin Xiaofan wrote this IOU. I'll keep it. Pu Yingxin shook it proudly. Lin Xiaofan herself didn't know why, but at that moment her heart felt as if it were filled with honey. She felt so sweet. On Sunday night, Peng Qing told Lin Xiaofan that after 2 days of verification, he found that this rental house was a guest house and it was definitely not habitable anymore. Xiaofan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for recommending this house to you. Peng Qing felt very guilty on the phone. It's okay. I don't blame you. Lin Xiaofan could only accept this fact helplessly. After all, Peng Qing wanted to help her, and she herself had no experience in renting a house and did not find any problems. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaofan became worried again. She was once again faced with the challenge of finding a house, and this while she was ill. Early Monday morning, when Pu Yingxin went to work at Shulan Hospital, he took Lin Xiaofan to their hospital for a follow-up visit. Lin Xiaofan first did a chest CT scan, then got the allergen test report, and finally came to Xie Yang's clinic. You should be much better. Xie Yang said this when he saw Lin Xiaofan's condition. After reading all the reports, Xie Yang listened to Lin Xiaofan again with the stethoscope. For bronchial asthma, you need to take medication for more than 3 months and gradually reduce the dosage and stop taking it, said Xie Yang. So long. Lin Xiaofan was not mentally prepared. This is an acute attack and requires chronic disease management and control. Xie Yang was very serious, without a smile on his round face. Afterwards, Xie Yang explained to Lin Xiaofan all the precautions regarding medication and follow-up visits. Before Lin Xiaofan left, Xie Yang took the initiative to ask her out for the first time. Are you free to have dinner together? Xie Yang said. In fact, Lin Xiaofan felt that Xie Yang was a very boring person, and she was not very happy about it. However, considering his overall conditions and the fact that Xie Yang was her current attending physician, she agreed. Let's do it on the weekend. Lin Xiaofan smiled slightly. After that, the landlord of the rental house knew that he was in the wrong, so he returned the rent and deposit to Lin Xiaofan, and took the initiative to return Lin Xiaofan's personal belongings to her. Lin Xiaofan could only put the things in Pu Yingxin's storage room first. At the same time, she began to look for new properties online. During those days, Lin Xiaofan stayed at Pu Yingxin's house. She did not ask to leave, and Pu Yingxin did not ask. The two of them lived in peace. Lin Xiaofan discovered that Pu Yingxin was actually very busy. He went out early and came back late every day, and sometimes he would not come home until very late after performing surgery. 3 days later, on Friday morning, Lin Xiaofan went to work. Lin Xiaofan, how are you? Guan Zhao asked as soon as he saw her. Thank you for your concern, boss. I'm much better now. Lin Xiaofan felt bad. She had only worked for a few days and had to take several days off. If this happened in a bank, she would have been scolded by Director Zhang. I heard from Li Minute that it's asthma. She needs to exercise more. Guan Zhao was very enthusiastic and continued to care about her. Lin Xiaofan smiled embarrassedly. She really didn't like to move. There's no rush for the dinner, just wait a while, he said caringly and considerately. Although our company is small, we can't skimp on benefits. Lin Xiaofan's illness reminded me this time, so I'll arrange a physical examination for everyone in the near future at the best Shulan hospital in the city. Guan Zhao spoke to all employees in the office area. Everyone was very happy and began to thank the boss. After all, the company had just been established and had not yet made a profit, but the boss was so generous. Har har, don't thank me, you guys are a blessing to Lin Xiaofan. Guan Zhao spoke while laughing, very cheerfully. Although Lin Xiaofan has not fully recovered, she feels relaxed and comfortable in this company where colleagues have harmonious relationships and humane management. She sincerely hopes that junk capital can develop and become a dark horse in the investment industry. In the evening, Lin Xiaofan returned to Pu Yingxin's home and found that Pu Yingxin had returned home at the normal time after get-off work. Why did you come back for dinner today? Lin Xiaofan found something to say. The operation ended early today. Pu Yingxin replied. Didn't you have lunch? Lin Xiaofan saw Pu Yingxin eating voraciously, as if he had been hungry for several days. Pu Yingxin was a little embarrassed. We doctors eat very quickly. You didn't do this when we had dinner together before. Lin Xiaofan had to question it. I slowed down on purpose and ate as much as I wanted at home, Pu Yingxin said with a smile. But you didn't eat so fast a few days ago. Lin Xiaofan refused to give in. Pu Yingxin put down his chopsticks and paused. He saw through her. Are you looking for trouble? Pu Yingxin deliberately put on a stern face. Lin Xiaofan pursed her lips and smiled. I think you're almost well now. Pu Yingxin was ready to fight back. When Lin Xiaofan heard this, she felt very sensitive. She had already lived here for a whole week. Now that she was recovering, she should move out, but she hadn't found a house yet. I'll move out soon, Lin Xiaofan said proactively. Pu Yingxin knew that she had misunderstood what he meant, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity to play a trick on Lin Xiaofan. Are you going home this weekend? Pu Yingxin asked. Go back for a day on Saturday and come back on Sunday. Lin Xiaofan wanted to continue house hunting on Sunday and have dinner with Xie Yang at the same time. Have you got my consent? You can come as you please and leave as you please, Pu Yingxin said coldly. Well. Lin Xiaofan didn't expect Pu Yingxin to suddenly turn hostile, and was unable to respond for a while. Ask me again now. Pu Yingxin still maintained a stern expression. Dr. Pu, I will go back on Saturday and come over on Sunday. Will it disturb your rest? Lin Xiaofan asked obediently. She was helpless. She didn't want to be controlled by Pu Yingxin like this, but who made her live under someone else's roof? Okay. Pu Yingxin couldn't help but smile. When Lin Xiaofan saw Pu Yingxin smile, she knew she was being fooled. She looked at Pu Yingxin angrily, helpless. She was the one who started the fight today. What are your plans for Sunday? There was a gleam in Pu Yingxin's eyes, and he wanted to ask Lin Xiaofan out to a concert. I'm going to have dinner with Xie Yang. Lin Xiaofan pursed his lips. Pu Yingxin was stunned and sneered. Did he banish Peng Qing to the cold palace? Chapter 14 A man's long-planned plan. Lin Xiaofan ignored him. She knew Pu Yingxin liked to make fun of her with Peng Qing. But what Pu Yingxin was thinking was that Peng Qing and Xie Yang could easily make a date with Lin Xiaofan, but he couldn't. Pu Yingxin has always been the best in study and work since he was young. He is also rare in terms of talent and appearance. But this didn't work when it came to Lin Xiaofan, and he was burning with jealousy. Early Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan returned to his home in the old town. Guo Liping did not give her a good look. You still remember to come back. Guo Liping glanced at her. Lin Xiaofan wanted to share with Guo Liping how she felt about her new job, but suddenly she was speechless. She wanted to ask Guo Liping how she was doing over the past 2 weeks, but she couldn't say it either. The two sat facing each other in silence, neither knowing how to properly express their love for each other. Lin Xiaofan spent the whole morning at home quietly. In the afternoon, Wu Liping started cleaning the house. She sprayed detergent everywhere, and the house was instantly filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Xiaofan's chest tightness, which had just been relieved, suddenly broke out again. She hid in the room, took a sip of medicine, and decided to escape from this place. Mom, I have to go back. I'll be back next week. Lin Xiaofan felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and stood at the door gasping for breath. Are you coming back to serve in the army? If you don't want to come back, don't come back. Wu Liping got angry. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to explain anything. She couldn't tell Wu Liping that she had asthma, and she couldn't say that she was still staying at Pu Yingxin's house. Take care of yourself, Lin Xiaofan said and ran away. If she didn't run, her asthma, which she had just controlled, would flare up again. When Lin Xiaofan returned to Pu Yingxin's house, Pu Yingxin had just returned from running. Didn't you say you would come on Sunday? Pu Yingxin asked. Lin Xiaofan felt a little ashamed. After all, this was not her home. It was indeed impolite and inappropriate to come and go casually like that. She felt that she had affected Pu Yingxin's life. I'm sorry, Dr. Pu, I forgot to greet you in advance. Lin Xiaofan said softly. Are you feeling unwell? Pu Yingxin stepped forward. He had the keen eyesight that only a doctor has, sharp and professional. A little bit. Lin Xiaofan supported himself on the table. What's going on? Pu Yingxin asked while pulling Lin Xiaofan and asking her to sit in a ventilated place. I smell something pungent. Lin Xiaofan felt a little more comfortable in the breeze. Have you taken the medicine according to the respiratory doctor's instructions? Pu Yingxin squatted beside her again, looking concerned. After using it, I feel much better. Lin Xiaofan wiped his forehead. If you feel uncomfortable, go to the emergency room, said Pu Yingxin. I know. Xia Yang told me. Lin Xiaofan replied. Lin Xiaofan was depressed, as her plan to go out house hunting on Sunday was dashed again. She couldn't smell any pungent smells, and she couldn't look at houses in her current condition. If there was something wrong with the house she looked at, her asthma would break out as soon as she discovered it. Can you still go out for dinner tomorrow? Yes. Lin Xiaofan was determined. When Pu Yingxin heard this, jealousy rose in his heart. Aren't you afraid of danger? Pu Yingxin said. Xia Yang is here, so why should I be afraid? He can save me anyway. Lin Xiaofan was completely unaware of Pu Yingxin's jealousy. She was a dull woman in this regard and had little experience in love. He is a doctor, not a god. Pu Yingxin said in a bad tone. Lin Xiaofan noticed the changes in Pu Yingxin, and she understood him from a doctor's perspective. Thank you, Dr. Pu, I'll be fine. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. What we doctors fear most is patients who don't listen to medical advice. After saying that, Pu Yingxin walked away angrily and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. After a night's rest, Lin Xiaofan felt much more recovered on Sunday morning. Peng Qing called to express his concern for her. Xiaofan, how are you? Can I come and see you? Which hotel are you staying in? Because he lives with Pu Yingxin, Lin Xiaofan has reluctantly rejected Peng Qing's several requests for a visit in the past few days. No need, I'll recover soon, we'll make an appointment then. Lin Xiaofan rejected him again. Then you must pay attention to safety, and be sure to tell me if you need anything. Peng Qing was still as warm as ever. At noon, Lin Xiaofan and Xia Yang met as scheduled at a Cantonese restaurant. How did you manage to rent a house like this? Xia Yang asked. Too anxious. Lin Xiaofan replied. Who introduced you to rent this place? How wicked of you. Xia Yang said again. Lin Xiaofan couldn't respond and just ate his food in silence. Are you still in contact with Peng Qing and Pu Yingxin? Xia Yang suddenly asked. Lin Xiaofan was completely speechless and felt very disgusted. She felt it was very awkward that Xia Yang had embarrassed her like this on their first date. I can't compare with Pu Yingxin, he is a rare talent among men. Xia Yang said. This Peng Qing, huh? Xia Yang smiled disdainfully. Lin Xiaofan was so embarrassed that she could hardly sit still. During the blind date, she only thought that Xia Yang was a little dull, but now she felt that Xia Yang had low emotional intelligence. I thought to myself, no wonder he is still single at the age of 33. In short, this meal made Lin Xiaofan extremely depressed. From time to time, Xie Yang would talk about his work achievements, how many patients he had saved, and how many banners he had received. I also want to tell some bizarre stories about patients who didn't obey. Lin Xiaofan thinks that patients also have privacy, which should not be used as a topic of conversation after dinner. She doesn't like to hear this. Seeing that Lin Xiaofan had been silent, Xie Yang began to ask about her condition. How are you controlling it? Are there any relapses? Not bad, except that I accidentally smelled a pungent smell yesterday and it's been recurring. Lin Xiaofan said truthfully. If this happens, take one more inhalation of the medicine I prescribed. If the symptoms improve within half an hour, then it's fine. If they don't, go to the emergency room immediately. When Xie Yang talked about diagnosis and treatment, he became very professional and confident. Okay, thank you. Lin Xiaofan said politely. You're welcome. I have a keen eye. I was also the one who diagnosed Peng Qing. Xie Yang suddenly said. Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a moment, then asked, Peng Qing also has asthma. Ankylosing spondylitis, a genetic disease. Lin Xiaofan's expression changed drastically. She was very surprised. She had never heard the matchmaker or Peng Qing mention it. This was not mentioned in the gossip that Guo Liping had heard. He had chest pain before and came to me for a checkup. Not many people know about it. When Xie Yang saw Lin Xiaofan's frightened expression, he felt that he had achieved his goal. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head and ate silently. She was thinking about what to do next. Chapter 15: The Unattainable Woman. After having lunch with Xie Yang, Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to call Peng Qing. She planned to ask Peng Qing out for a chat. Peng Qing hadn't seen Lin Xiaofan for several days, so he was very excited when he received the call and immediately said that he had time. Afterwards, he quickly arrived at the agreed coffee shop. Xiaofan, I've been so worried these days. It's all my fault. Peng Qing apologized sincerely. Lin Xiaofan sat in the coffee shop, facing Peng Qing, drinking cup after cup of coffee silently. She didn't know how to start talking. After thinking it over, she finally spoke. Peng Qing, my asthma may become a lifelong disease and cannot be cured. Do you mind? Peng Qing hesitated for a moment and comforted her. Isn't this the first time? It will be fine once it is cured. You may not have a relapse in the future. What if it relapses? Lin Xiaofan asked. It's a common disease, it's okay. Peng Qing still looked warm. No one in my family has asthma, and I didn't have it when I was a child either. The respiratory department said it has nothing to do with genetics, but is triggered by acute allergies. Lin Xiaofan specifically pointed out the genetic disease. In addition to telling Peng Qing her true condition, she also needed to find out whether what Xie Yang said was true. It's okay, it's okay. Peng Qing smiled and didn't seem to care. Lin Xiaofan observed Peng Qing's condition and continued speaking. Peng Qing, I don't want there to be any secrets between us. I am being honest with you. There was a flash of panic in Peng Qing's eyes, and his expression looked unnatural. He avoided Lin Xiaofan's words and did not answer. What do you think? Lin Xiaofan continued to ask. I thought so too. Xiaofan, do you want to go to the movies together? Peng Qing changed the subject. At this point, Lin Xiaofan had already concluded that the genetic disease Xie Yang mentioned was most likely true. In addition to the disease itself, she was more concerned about Peng Qing's deliberate concealment. But no matter how Lin Xiaofan hinted that afternoon, Peng Qing never spoke and was always evasive. In the evening, Lin Xiaofan returned to Pu Yingxin's home with a tired body and mind. She was anxious. She always felt that Peng Qing had high emotional intelligence, was gentle and considerate, and had acceptable looks, making him a blind date candidate worth approaching. Now such a thorny problem has arisen and she doesn't know how to deal with it. Are you back? Pu Yingxin stopped playing the guitar and greeted Lin Xiaofan. When Lin Xiaofan saw Pu Yingxin holding a guitar, he immediately smiled and said, I just heard Asturias in the aisle. It turned out that you were playing it. Can I order a song? Lin Xiaofan said as he walked forward. Aren't you allergic to YA? Pu Yingxin said coldly. He knew that Lin Xiaofan had been out dating his blind date the whole day. You're going to play it anyway, so I'll listen to it. I'm done. Pu Yingxin put down his guitar and stood up from his chair. Dr. Pu, you are so kind and forgiving. I am no longer allergic now. Lin Xiaofan joked with a smile, and she felt that Pu Yingxin seemed a little angry. Pu Yingxin took a step forward and suddenly approached her. Lin Xiaofan unconsciously stepped back. Do I listen whenever you want and sleep whenever you want? Pu Yingxin stared at Lin Xiaofan with burning eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Lin Xiaofan's face turned purple and he stood there in a daze. Why are you blushing? Are you afraid to admit it? When Pu Yingxin saw Lin Xiaofan looking awkward and shy, his voice softened. Nothing. Lin Xiaofan blushed and immediately ran back to her room. She was uneasy and her heart was pounding. At this point, Lin Xiaofan realized that she couldn't live there anymore and she had to move out as soon as possible, otherwise she didn't know what would happen if she continued to live with him day and night. A moment later, Pu Yingxin knocked on the door. Come out for dinner. Lin Xiaofan was actually hiding on purpose. She didn't want to face him or have dinner with him. Pu Yingxin knocked persistently for a while, and Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to open the door. After all, he was still living under someone else's roof. Pu Yingxin smiled at her gently, and his eyes seemed to see through her. Eat quickly, and I'll play it for you after you finish. Lin Xiaofan's mood, which had just calmed down, immediately became agitated again. What do you want to hear? Pu Yingxin asked with a smile. Whatever. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head and ate her meal. She just wanted to hide. Pu Yingxin looked at her gently, lowered his head and smiled, then played Whatever by Oasis. Lin Xiaofan ate while listening, and laughed while eating. She really had no idea what to do. This man really played a song, Whatever, for her. Dr. Pu, you are really my nemesis. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. At this moment, she didn't want to resist the self in her heart anymore. She wanted to listen to her favorite music and chat with the man in front of her. You've only heard one song and you know I'm your nemesis. A long-lost look of ease and joy appeared on Pu Yingxin's face. You can play both classical and electric guitars. How do you do that? Lin Xiaofan was a little curious. In her eyes, a top student and researcher like Pu Yingxin must like serious music more. Is that difficult? I can play the drums and violin, too. Pu Yingxin appeared very confident. Oh my god, to learn so much, you must have attended interest classes every day when you were a child, right? Lin Xiaofan exclaimed. I don't think it's difficult. Pu Yingxin smiled slightly. Okay, stop provoking a poor student like me. I only know how to play the flute. Now I have asthma, and I may not be able to play it in the future. Lin Xiaofan sighed. Will you come to the concert with me or not? Pu Yingxin approached Lin Xiaofan and asked the question that had been bothering him. Why do you insist on me going to the concert? Lin Xiaofan found it very puzzling. Pu Yingxin had mentioned it several times. She didn't know that it was the man's desire to win that was causing the problem. Will you lose 10 pounds if you go to a concert with me? Pu Yingxin teased her. If I could really lose 10 pounds of weight, I would definitely go and listen right away. Lin Xiaofan kept beating around the bush and didn't give a direct response. Peng Qing invites you, will you go? Pu Yingxin sneered again in a sour tone. When Lin Xiaofan heard the name Peng Qing, his face immediately darkened and he put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm going to rest. Lin Xiaofan immediately ran back to her room. How to deal with Peng Qing's matter had become her biggest worry. Pu Yingxin found that Lin Xiaofan reacted so strongly when he mentioned Peng Qing, and he felt unhappy. Pu Yingxin had never encountered such a situation before. He had many suitors both in medical school and Shulan Hospital. It has always been Pu Yingxin who was avoiding others, but now it is Lin Xiaofan who is avoiding him. He cannot accept this. There is no topic that Pu Yingxin cannot complete yet. Chapter 16. You set me up. Dad, why are you here? On Monday morning, when Lin Xiaofan went to work at Junk, he unexpectedly met Lin Guoxing at the company gate. Lin Xiaofan guessed many possibilities in his mind. Did Lin Guoxing come to see him for something? Did Lin Guoxing have business dealings with Junk? Did Lin Guoxing know him? Xiaofan, why are you here? Lin Guoxing also showed an expression of disbelief. I'm working here, Dad. Lin Xiaofan walked forward. That's a coincidence. I sent Xian here for internship. She has already entered. Lin Guixing smiled happily. Lin Xiaofan had never expected this to happen. She stared at Lin Guixing in a daze. She and Lin Xian have always had a delicate relationship, and she never thought that one day she would become a colleague with this half-sister. Xiaofan, Xian is young, please take care of her. Lin Guixing specifically reminded Lin Xiaofan. Got it, Dad. Lin Xiaofan was depressed. She felt that she was treated completely differently from Lin Xian. Lin Guixing didn't care about her at all. He didn't ask her how long she had been working here or whether she had adapted. Later, Lin Xiaofan saw Lin Xian in the office area. She wanted to say hello, but Lin Xian's eyes quickly avoided her, like a complete stranger. Come on, let me introduce you to our new colleague, Lin Xian. She is here for an internship and is my junior at the National University of Singapore. Guan Zhao took Lin Xian and introduced her to everyone with a smile. Lin Xiaofan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Lin Xian was here. Like other colleagues, she immediately agreed, welcome, welcome. Lin Xiaofan felt very uncomfortable in class that day. Every time she saw Lin Xian wandering around the office area, she would think of Lin Guixing, her childhood and a lot of troubles at home. Before leaving Get Off Work, Guan Zhao informed everyone that their whole company would have a dinner after Get Off Work tomorrow to welcome Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian to join. After hearing the notice, everyone in the company looked very happy, except Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian, who were not in a good mood. After Get Off Work, Lin Xiaofan returned to Pu Yingxin's house and slumped on the sofa like a puddle of mud. She didn't know what was going on in her life. She felt like she was surrounded by enemies and was always being pushed forward, making choices she had to make. Are you feeling unwell? Pu Yingxin asked with concern. I feel uncomfortable. Lin Xiaofan found that this person was the only one he could talk to at this moment. Seeing that Lin Xiaofan rarely showed her vulnerability, Pu Yingxin gently sat down beside her. He smiled and said, I can be a trash can for once. Lin Xiaofan turned sideways and faced him. My company is going to have a welcome dinner tomorrow, but there's someone I don't like, so I don't want to go. Does he like you? Pu Yingxin asked back. She doesn't like me either. Lin Xiaofan sighed. Then what do you have to worry about? You are equals. Pu Yingxin gave Lin Xiaofan a look as he spoke. Lin Xiaofan understood it instantly and understood it clearly. She immediately thought, yes, I don't like her and she doesn't like me, and we are all unhappy anyway, so why should I care? Dr. Pu, I think you can open a psychological counseling clinic. Lin Xiaofan smiled easily. Pu Yingxin also laughed. He had received countless compliments since he was a child, and he had long been accustomed to it. But at this moment, he was very touched by Lin Xiaofan's praise. I have something else to ask. Lin Xiaofan was a little hesitant, she didn't know whether she was suitable to propose it. You talk, I listen. Pu Yingxin also turned sideways to face Lin Xiaofan. What should I do if a person deliberately conceals his true situation and refuses to tell me no matter how hard I ask? Lin Xiaofan didn't want to say Peng Qing's name. That depends on his motive. If his motive is self-interest, stay away from him. If his motive is altruism, then he is at least a good person, and you can try to communicate with him a few more times. Pu Yingxin's words enlightened Lin Xiaofan, and she suddenly came to her senses. No matter what the reason was for Peng Qing's concealment, it was not for Lin Xiaofan's sake, so there was no need for her to worry about it anymore. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan smiled happily. Pu Yingxin was both a rational bystander and a qualified listener. He did not take this opportunity to pry into Lin Xiaofan's privacy. Lin Xiaofan was quite fond of this. The huge rock that had been weighing on her heart for the past 2 days was easily resolved, and she felt particularly relieved. There's one thing you haven't asked yet. Pu Yingxin's mouth corners slightly raised, as if smiling, his eyes sharp. No more. Lin Xiaofan was confused. You also want to ask, if I have a suitable house to live in, but I always want to avoid the person I live with, what should I do? Pu Yingxin imitated Lin Xiaofan's tone. Lin Xiaofan was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. She didn't expect Pu Yingxin to be so blunt and confront her face to face. My advice is, just buy the right house, sign an agreement and keep your distance. Pu Yingxin's expression was a bit serious and a bit playful. Lin Xiaofan didn't dare to respond. She didn't know what Pu Yingxin was up to. Was he joking or something? Will you sign it? Pu Yingxin asked with a smile. What to sign? Lin Xiaofan was already at a complete disadvantage, his thoughts distracted by Pu Yingxin. Co-rental agreement. I rent the second bedroom to you, you pay the market price, other expenses are shared equally, and the public areas are shared. We do not interfere with each other and live in peace. After saying this, Pu Yingxin looked at Lin Xiaofan with a smile. Lin Xiaofan stood there in a daze, with a fierce ideological struggle going on in his mind. She knew she couldn't find a suitable house at the moment. She didn't have the energy and time, and Pu Yingxin's house was large enough for sharing, and the location was good, very close to junk. Rather than living under the unclear roof of Pu Yingxin's house, it is better to be a tenant in a legitimate way and draw a clear line as soon as possible. Okay. Are you serious? Lin Xiaofan confirmed it again. She was afraid that Pu Yingxin was playing a joke on her. Pu Yingxin stood up from the sofa, took out a rental agreement that had been prepared long ago from the drawer and handed it to her. Take a look at it and sign it if there is no problem. As Pu Yingxin spoke, he took a pen and signed his name. Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt as if she had been plotted against, and secretly thought to herself that this man was very cunning. Dr. Pu, then we should follow the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Mutual respect, non-aggression, non-interference, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. Lin Xiaofan spoke word by word and very clearly. Pu Yingxin said, no problem. You can write it in the notes to the agreement. Lin Xiaofan wrote the note carefully and signed his name. After signing, Lin Xiaofan paid 3 months' rent in advance on the spot. She felt relieved. Pu Yingxin also showed a winner's smile. Chapter 17. What do you like? Early the next morning, Lin Xiaofan called Peng Qing on her way to work and told him that after getting to know each other, she felt that the two of them were not suitable for each other. Peng Qing seemed to have been mentally prepared, and without any attempt to persuade him to stay, he hurriedly ended the call. Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. One problem had been solved. Next, she would go to Junk Capital to solve another one. Normally, Lin Xian almost treated Lin Xiaofan as an invisible person in the company. If she had any problems, she would go to other colleagues and had no contact with Lin Xiaofan at all. Lin Xiaofan always remembers what Pu Yingxin said, you are equal. So she adjusted her mentality very well. What she had to do was to complete her work well instead of caring about Lin Xian's attitude towards her. In order to make up for their wasted years in the bank, Lin Xiaofan looked up a lot of information, read a lot of classic investment cases, and took the initiative to contact some old classmates to exchange experiences. She feels that she has gained a lot during her time at Junk. In the evening, they went to a Singaporean restaurant for dinner together. Guan Zhao handed the menu to Lin Xian. He smiled and said, Xian, you order the dishes. This is Junk's first assessment of you. Order the dishes that best represent Singapore. Okay, senior. Lin Xian spoke softly, appearing very well behaved. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head and scrolled through her phone. She knew that Lin Xian was spoiled at home and had a bad temper. Xiaofan, please order some drinks. The assessment for you is that you have to order just the right amount. You can't drink too much or not enough. You can't miss out on what you want to drink, and you have to want to drink what you order. Caring is like performing a crosstalk. Lin Xiaofan thought this boss was very interesting. He immediately asked back, boss, what would you like to drink? Guess, har, don't try to cheat. Guan Zhao smiled heartily. Lin Xiaofan looked through their wine list and quickly made his choice. She ordered barley water and refreshing water, chestnut water for the female colleague who didn't drink, Singapore Sling for the female colleague who drank, Tiger beer for the male colleague who drank, and non-alcoholic root beer for the male colleague who didn't drink. Guan Zhao was very impressed by Lin Xiaofan's precise and decisive attacks. Xiaofan, have you been to Singapore? Guan Zhao asked. No. Lin Xiaofan was a little embarrassed because she had never been abroad. You order the most popular and unique drinks in Singapore. Very good. Guan Zhao was generous in praising her. After hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned fierce. She absolutely could not let herself be outdone by Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xian immediately started placing orders, ordering all kinds of chili crabs of various flavors, as well as bak kut teh, rainbow fish, caviar, and black truffles. Everyone finished their meal in a hurry, and when it came time to pay the bill, they found that each table cost more than 7,000 yuan. Guan Zhao naturally didn't care about the money, but the employees were talking about it privately, thinking that Lin Xian had lost her sense of propriety as an intern. After the dinner, Lin Xiaofan was in a good mood. As soon as she got home, she said to Pu Yingxin with a smile, "Dr. Pu, thank you. The two things you mentioned yesterday have been successfully resolved." Pu Yingxin smiled and attacked at the right time. "Then do you want to thank me?" "Sure, how do you want me to thank you?" Lin Xiaofan couldn't hide her happiness, standing there like a rose swaying in the wind. "I performed 6 operations today and I'm very tired." Pu Yingxin showed some fatigue. "You don't want me to give you a massage, do you? That violates the mutual respect clause of the 5 principles." Lin Xiaofan has been full of confidence since signing the rental agreement. "Please help me pick out a vinyl record from that shelf and play it for me." Pu Yingxin pointed to his record storage wall. Then, Pu Yingxin leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. In fact, he arrived home only a few minutes earlier than Lin Xiaofan. Being a surgeon is not only a technical job, but also a physical job. Lin Xiaofan didn't expect Pu Yingxin's request to be so simple, so he ran to the music wall to pick a record. Lin Xiaofan knew that Pu Yingxin needed to relax at the moment and was not suitable for listening to too noisy sounds. So she gave up rock and pop music, and first looked through folk and country music, and finally she stopped at classical music and jazz. As Bach's piano music slowly played on the record player, a smile appeared on Pu Yingxin's face. Lin Xiaofan feels that Bach's music is both human and divine. She has listened to Bach's music countless times on her way home from get-off work to cleanse her exhausted soul after a day of work. "Why don't you want to go to the concert with me?" Pu Yingxin asked softly with his eyes closed. Lin Xiaofan smiled helplessly. She found this man really persistent. "Why do we have to go to concerts? Isn't it the same to listen to records?" Lin Xiaofan also leaned on the other end of the sofa, closed his eyes and listened. After listening quietly for a while, Lin Xiaofan felt happy and cheerful, and she opened her eyes. What caught her eyes was Pu Yingxin's elegant and handsome face. Pu Yingxin was leaning over the sofa with his hands, staring at her with a scorching gaze. Lin Xiaofan suddenly remembered the night when they were making love. This man had looked at her like this, in the same posture, with the same passionate gaze. Lin Xiaofan sat up immediately. "Dr. Pu, it's getting late. I need to go to bed. Why are you hiding from me?" Pu Yingxin did not let go of his hands that were supporting him on the sofa. "I didn't hide." Lin Xiaofan felt his breathing a little quickened. "Really? Then why did you run away after sleeping with me?" Pu Yingxin's eyes were blurred and his tone was ambiguous. Lin Xiaofan didn't expect him to be so direct and her face turned red. "I was a bit busy." "What are you busy with?" Pu Yingxin continued to ask, with a hint of unwillingness in his voice. "Looking for a house." Lin Xiaofan didn't know why she was so honest. She answered whatever Pu Yingxin asked. "Now that you've found it, why are you still hiding from me?" Pu Yingxin's voice also began to become hot. Lin Xiaofan felt like her brain was about to shut down and she felt like the situation was getting out of control. She racked her brains and finally found an excuse. "Dr. Pu, I am a patient now." When Pu Yingxin heard this, he put away the desire in his eyes and stood up. She said softly, "When are you going to the respiratory department for a follow-up visit?" "I'll go with you." "No, no." When Lin Xiaofan thought about having to face Pu Yingxin and Xie Yang at the same time, he became anxious and kept refusing. "Then let me ask Xie Yang." Pu Yingxin said. "No. I don't like this." Lin Xiaofan didn't know what to say. Every time Pu Yingxin put pressure on her, she became anxious and flustered and lost her mind. "Then what do you like?" Pu Yingxin reached out and held Lin Xiaofan's face. "Is that so?" He bent down and kissed her. Chapter 18 Dangerous Liaisons. Pu Yingxin kept exploring in Lin Xiaofan's mouth and acted rampantly. Soon Lin Xiaofan was breathless from his kiss. "I'll let you go today." Pu Yingxin let her go, his eyes still filled with passionate confusion. Lin Xiaofan stood there gasping for breath. She herself didn't know whether it was because her asthma had not been cured or because she was too excited. "Go and rest." Pu Yingxin smiled slightly, scratched Lin Xiaofan's nose, and turned to go to his room. Lin Xiaofan also quickly returned to his room and locked the door. Her heart was pounding, and she felt both desire and restraint in her heart. She felt that this man was too dangerous, simply the legendary arsonist of hearts. But Lin Xiaofan always thought that there was a huge gap between him and Pu Yingxin, and they were not on the same path. Instead of getting entangled like this, it would be better not to start. Before going to bed, Wu Liping called. She was very happy to learn from the matchmaker director when that Lin Xiaofan had rejected Peng Qing. Xiaofan, Mom knows you are still obedient. It's a pity for Peng Qing. You should get in touch with Xia Yan first. Lin Xiaofan did not tell Wu Liping that Peng Qing might have a family genetic disease. She thought that since he was just a passerby, they should just forget about each other. Mom, I really don't like this Xia Yan. Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but say something. What do you know? He will be promoted to deputy director soon, and director in a few years. How is he not worthy of you? Wu Liping's tone immediately became stern. Lin Xiaofan knew that if she refuted again, Wu Liping would definitely continue to suppress her self-confidence, so she simply chose to remain silent. When you judge a man, you have to look at his nature. If he doesn't flirt with other women and can earn money to support the family, everything else is useless. Wu Liping continued to educate her. Mom, I get it. I'm going to sleep, or I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan felt annoyed and quickly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Although Lin Xiaofan is already 29 years old, deep down in her heart, she has never been clear about what kind of man she wants to marry and have children with. Wu Liping had been strict with her since she was a child, and she had never had a romance on campus. Their one-night stand with Pu Yingxin was the most outrageous thing she had ever done in her life. But now Wu Liping is eager for success and hopes that she, who has no experience in love, can find a good partner immediately. She has never tried it, so naturally she doesn't understand what kind of love she really needs. The next morning, Pu Yingxin greeted her with a smile. Morning, did you sleep well? Morning, very good. Lin Xiaofan was a little shy because before she went to sleep, her mind was full of Pu Yingxin kissing her. When will you go for the follow-up visit? Pu Yingxin asked again. I haven't thought about it yet. I've taken too many days off recently. Lin Xiaofan still chose to avoid the question. Pu Yingxin was in a hurry to go to the hospital for rounds, so he left in a hurry without saying anything more. Lin Xiaofan felt relieved. Xiaofan, we are going to see a project today, come with me immediately. Guan Zhao handed her a folder. Lin Xiaofan was very surprised. Normally, a project should be explored by herself instead of being assigned by her boss. Even if she was assigned, she would not be so anxious and have no preparation. Lin Xiaofan could only take the time to look through the information in the car. To her surprise, the project they were going to see was actually a pig farm. Lin Xiaofan and Guan Zhao only stayed in the smelly pig farm for half an hour. They first listened to the farm owner's introduction, then took a general look at the pig farm's facilities, and finally looked at the business logs and financial data. This pig farm has actually been operating well, but now it has been ordered by the government to rectify its problems due to environmental pollution. They needed a whole set of expensive environmental protection equipment. Under financial pressure, the owner of the field began to look for investors to cooperate in the operation. On their way back to the company, Guan Zhao asked Lin Xiaofan for his opinion. Xiaofan, what do you think? I know nothing about this breeding industry. I need to go back and study it carefully. Lin Xiaofan said seriously. The farm owner is almost exhausted. We need a response as soon as possible, otherwise he will sell the pigs. Time waits for no one. Guan Zhao was also at a loss as he was a rich second generation and had never seen a pig farm before. Okay, I will definitely speed up. Lin Xiaofan said. After returning to the company, Lin Xiaofan could smell pig manure on herself for the whole day, and she was embarrassed to get close to her colleagues. As soon as she got off work, she rushed home to take a shower. When Lin Xiaofan opened the door, Pu Yingxin was pushing a suitcase and checking his documents. Dr. Pu, are you going out? Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to greet him. Yes, I will accompany my teacher to the meeting. Pu Yingxin put away his ID. Have a good trip. Lin Xiaofan smiled and waved. Remember to check the water, electricity and gas switches before going to bed every day. Contact me if there is anything. Pu Yingxin took good care of her. Lin Xiaofan stayed away from them because he felt that he smelled bad. Okay, don't worry. Why are you hiding from me again? Pu Yingxin looked displeased when he saw Lin Xiaofan walking around him. I'm afraid the smoke will stink you. Lin Xiaofan was a little embarrassed. Come over. Pu Yingxin said seriously that he thought Lin Xiaofan was joking and making excuses. Seeing that he was very serious, Lin Xiaofan walked over obediently. This is an infrared sensor. If it detects someone breaking in, it will sound the alarm. Pu Yingxin pointed to several corners of the house. Okay, got it. Occasionally, if there are insects, the sensor will be triggered and the ringing sound may be quite loud. Don't be afraid. Pu Yingxin is like an older brother, caring and considerate. Lin Xiaofan had lacked fatherly love since childhood, and had never been treated like this by a man. She was suddenly filled with thoughts and became dazed. Pu Yingxin saw that Lin Xiaofan looked sad, so he came forward and whispered, I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. Lin Xiaofan stood in the room, watching Pu Yingxin leave. Her heart was in turmoil. She quickly ran to the bathroom to take a shower. She needed to calm down. This man is really too dangerous. He can break through her defenses at any time. In the evening, Lin Xiaofan carefully studied the information of the pig farm. After sorting out the detailed data over the years, she found that the market conditions of the breeding industry fluctuated greatly. Pig prices may fluctuate greatly in a short period of time, and the income from breeding is extremely unstable. In addition, the initial facility renovation project takes a long time and requires a lot of funds. Lin Xiaofan believes that this project may not be suitable for investment by the newly established junc. But since Guanzhou had given her this project, and it was also the first investment project in her life, she did not want to give up. After thinking it over, Lin Xiaofan decided to go to the farm alone the next day. She wanted to know more details. Chapter 19 When you are in bad luck, you can't even drink water. The next day, after Lin Xiaofan gave Guanzhou a brief work report, she suggested going to the pig farm again. Xiaofan, it would be a good idea for you to go and take a closer look at the situation we didn't understand yesterday. This time, Lin Xiaofan went to the pig house for an on-site inspection. She wanted to know how much investment would be needed to transform the pollution in the pig house. However, not long after, Lin Xiaofan felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and weakness in her limbs. She realized that it might be the smell in the pig house that triggered her asthma. She immediately took the salbutamol she carried with her and quickly moved to a ventilated area outdoors. However, because the overall environment of the pig farm was too bad and she was breathing in a lot of microbial deodorants used in the pig house, these simple treatment measures could not help her alleviate her condition. Finally, she was sent to the emergency department of Shulan Hospital by 120. That night, Pu Yingxin finished his business trip and returned home late at night. He found that the house was empty. He called Lin Xiaofan very alertly. Where have you been? I'm receiving an for drip in the emergency room of Shulan Hospital. Lin Xiaofan said intermittently. What's wrong? Pu Yingxin's tone was worried. He could hear that Lin Xiaofan's speech was incoherent. Asthma attack. Lin Xiaofan found it extremely difficult to speak and he almost had to use all his strength to utter a sentence. Got it. Pu Yingxin said only 3 words and hung up the phone in a hurry. Lin Xiaofan was lying on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She had no idea that she had taken a stroll around the gates of hell today. She just felt that she was extremely unlucky. Somehow she had become a frequent visitor to Shulan Hospital during this period. Suddenly, she heard several nurses whispering. Academician Zhang's favorite student is here. Pu Yingxin, what are you doing here? I don't know. Is there any important person among the patients? Then she was surprised to find Pu Yingxin appeared beside her bed. The doctor in the emergency room was also surprised to see Pu Yingxin. Dr. Pu, why are you here? Is there something wrong? I'm here to see my friend. Pu Yingxin pointed at Lin Xiaofan, his expression serious and worried. She's fine now. Her blood oxygen level was very low when she was brought in. It's over once this bag of water is hung up, the emergency doctor said again. Do you need hospitalization for observation? Pu Yingxin asked. No need. Her blood oxygen level has risen now. It's not good for her to recover if she doesn't rest well here. After receiving a large amount of hormone and theophylline drugs in the emergency room, Lin Xiaofan finally controlled the progression of his asthma and was taken home by Pu Yingxin. I heard that you refused to notify your family. Pu Yingxin said seriously. Yeah. Lin Xiaofan lowered his head. In order to prevent emergencies when entering the emergency room, family members must be notified. Pu Yingxin knew that Lin Xiaofan didn't want to make his mother worry, but out of a doctor's professional ethics, he had to tell her the seriousness of the problem. I know. Lin Xiaofan's eyes were filled with tears. In fact, she felt very upset that day, but her upbringing made her accustomed to shouldering these things alone. With no one to accompany me and no one to talk to, I have to digest all the grievances and pains alone. Okay, stop crying. When Pu Yingxin saw Lin Xiaofan crying silently, he suddenly panicked, thinking that he was too harsh. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan said while wiping away tears. Don't cry, I spoke too harshly just now. Pu Yingxin took a tissue and helped Lin Xiaofan wipe away her tears. Lin Xiaofan's tears rolled down and she couldn't stop them. If you really don't want to inform your mother, you should at least tell your colleagues, leaders or friends. Seeing that she was so sad, Pu Yingxin comforted her gently. I can't. Lin Xiaofan cried even more sadly. She didn't want to lose her new job. She felt that she had taken a lot of leave after only working for a few days. She was not a qualified employee and could not bring herself to trouble her colleagues and leaders. Then let me know later. Pu Yingxin said seriously. Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a few seconds, and her tears stopped. She found that this man was always by her side when she was most helpless recently. I'll get you something to eat. You're alone in the emergency room. Are you hungry? Pu Yingxin said, then got up and went to the kitchen. Usually lunch and dinner were cooked by a part-time maid, and Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingxin shared the expenses. It was the first time that Lin Xiaofan saw Pu Yingxin enter the kitchen. No need, I'll just order takeout. Lin Xiaofan felt embarrassed. You eat. I have surgery tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. Call me if you need anything. After a while, Pu Yingxin placed a bowl of pasta in front of Lin Xiaofan. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan felt very warm in her heart. It was already late at night. Pu Yingxin had just returned from a business trip and rushed to the hospital to pick her up. Now he made this bowl of pasta for her. She finished the bowl of noodles with tears in her eyes. She felt that Pu Yingxin was a very kind person. The next morning, Pu Yingxin knocked on her door. He needed to check on Lin Xiaofan's health. Morning, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan opened the door sleepily. She was wearing a loose nightgown and had forgotten in her sleep that she was not wearing a bra. Pu Yingxin immediately noticed the pair of big white rabbits faintly visible on her chest, but he could only pretend not to see them. How are you feeling? Do you want to take my car while you go get the four? Lin Xiaofan was half asleep, half of his brain still in a dream. No need, I'll go get the four drip in the afternoon. Then I'm leaving. Pu Yingxin went to Shulan Hospital immediately. Lin Xiaofan closed the door and wanted to go back to bed to continue sleeping. When she lowered her head, she suddenly found that she was not wearing any underwear, which scared her awake. She covered her blushing face and kept repeating, "It's over, it's over, it's over." That day, Lin Xiaofan applied to the company for working from home. She could no longer take leave, and there was no time to delay the pig farm project any longer. Lin Xiaofan, are you hiding something from me? Guo Liping called at noon. No. The nurse from our new hospital saw you yesterday. Are you feeling unwell? Guo Liping asked. I'm not feeling unwell. Lin Xiaofan quickly denied. Did she go to see Xie Yang? Guo Liping was still most concerned about her blind date. Lin Xiaofan remained silent. Mom is not urging you. I'm just reminding you to know how to cherish. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. If you are over 30, you will never meet a man with such conditions. Guo Liping began to suppress her daughter again. I know. I'm still busy with work. Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone directly. Lin Xiaofan realized that as long as he did not get along with the blind date approved by Guo Liping, she would keep staring at him and keep him under control. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiaofan felt that instead of doing this, it would be better to contact Xie Yang first, which would save a lot of trouble. So, she called Xie Yiyang and asked him if he was in the outpatient clinic that afternoon, as she wanted to go for a follow-up visit while she was there to get the drip. When Xie Yiyang saw Lin Xiaofan contacted him on his own initiative, he felt a little proud. He had already known that Peng Qing had been eliminated due to his attack. Chapter 20. There are always mountains higher than another Xiong. After Xie Yiyang learned that Lin Xiaofan was sent to the emergency room by ambulance yesterday, he began to show off his sense of superiority. You should have asked them to contact me when you went to the emergency room yesterday. The solution I can provide you is definitely more suitable for you than what they provide in the emergency room. Lin Xiaofan had suffered a loss in the last time when he had to change doctors in the urology department, so he was still afraid of this and immediately said that he would listen to him in everything. Xie Yiyang was very happy to hear this, and asked Lin Xiaofan to use the medicine he prescribed after he finished the infusion of the medicine prescribed by the emergency department today. When picking up the medicine, Lin Xiaofan found that he had 4 types of inhaled medicines alone, as well as a large bag of other oral medicines. She looked at the pile of inhalation devices and was confused. She could only go back to the clinic to find Xie Yang. Dr. Xie, do I need to take these medicines at the same time? Lin Xiaofan frowned. Xie Yang immediately and enthusiastically took out a medicine device and began to teach Lin Xiaofan step by step. The 160 and 320 are the dosage sizes. Use the 160 when you are stable, and use the 320 when your condition worsens. Xie Yang held Lin Xiaofan's hand tightly and taught her how to spin. You only need to use this ipratropium bromide for 1 week to 10 days, spray it like this. Xie Yiyang still held her hand tightly and moved his body closer to her. Lin Xiaofan felt that he was very close to her. Unlike when she felt nervous and excited when Pu Yingxin was close to her, now she felt uncomfortable, nauseous and awkward. The usage of salbutamol is still the same as before, Xie Yang said finally. When he let go of Lin Xiaofan, the two people's expressions were completely opposite. Lin Xiaofan looked extremely bad, while Xie Yang looked happy. When you recover a little, I'll treat you to dinner at the weekend. Xie Yang changed from his usual dull demeanor and became enthusiastic. Okay. Lin Xiaofan was extremely reluctant, as she felt that she had a natural physical aversion to Xie Yang. But she still listened to Guo Liping's advice and gave it a try. In the evening, Pu Yingxin returned home and saw a large bag of medicine from Lin Xiaofan. Did you go for a follow-up visit? Pu Yingxin's expression was a little cold. Well, I went there after getting the drip. Lin Xiaofan explained. She didn't want Pu Yingxin to think that she deliberately didn't tell him the follow-up date. After all, he had once offered to take her for a follow-up visit. Were these medicines prescribed by Xie Yang? Pu Yingxin flipped through the medicine box and glanced at Lin Xiaofan. Yes. Do you need to use such a large dose? Pu Yingxin asked again. I'll follow the doctor's advice. Lin Xiaofan said seriously. Pu Yingxin laughed and immediately complained. Why didn't you listen to the doctor's advice when I was treating you? Why are you so obedient now? Lin Xiaofan was a little embarrassed and could only smile foolishly and try to get away with it. Do you listen to everyone but me? Pu Yingxin had no intention of letting go of this opportunity. No, I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. Lin Xiaofan explained. What do you know? Pu Yingxin looked sharp. Follow the doctor's advice. Lin Xiaofan said softly. Did Xie Yang tell you that if the dosage of these drugs is too high, it will cause tachycardia? Pu Yingxin continued to ask. No. Lin Xiaofan panicked. She now has a natural trust in Pu Yingxin in medicine. Even though he is not a respiratory doctor, she feels that everything he says is right. Remember, I'll accompany you to the next follow-up visit. This is the doctor's order. Pu Yingxin smiled slightly. Okay, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan accepted it immediately. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about the awkward situation of being caught between two blind dates. Life is more important. How did you induce it this time? Pu Yingxin didn't know these details because it was too late yesterday. I went to the pigsty. Lin Xiaofan's casual remark made Pu Yingxin laugh so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. What are you doing in the pigsty? Dr. Pu, can you please control your expression? I'm going to work. Seeing Pu Yingxin laughing like that, Lin Xiaofan started to argue with him. What job? Are you going to raise pigs? Pu Yingxin laughed even more happily. Hey, stop laughing. Lin Xiaofan picked up the tissue box on the table and patted Pu Yingxin with a smile. Okay, I won't laugh, you say. Pu Yingxin said he wasn't smiling anymore, but there was still a smile on his face and in his eyes. I'm working in an investment company now, and I went to inspect the project. The pig farm needs to be renovated for environmental protection, so I went to see if I can invest. Lin Xiaofan talked to Pu Yingxin very seriously about his work, just like talking to an old friend. Don't go there in the future. Your repeated asthma attacks will turn into a chronic disease. Pu Yingxin became serious. But I have work to do. Wait until you are fully recovered before going. Pu Yingxin was determined. Then the project will be missed. Lin Xiaofan was anxious. You didn't listen to the doctor's advice again. Pu Yingxin gave her a look. Is there any work around? Lin Xiaofan said with a flattering look on his face. Pu Yingxin smiled and deliberately did not answer. Lin Xiaofan knew at a glance that he had a way of not saying it, and immediately changed his attitude. The 5 principles of peaceful coexistence include equality and mutual benefit. Dr. Pu, please help me think about it. It has to be mutually beneficial. Pu Yingxin smiled. What do you want me to do? Lin Xiaofan asked seriously. Come with me to the concert. Pu Yingxin was also serious. Lin Xiaofan put her hands on her hips and sighed. She was really impressed by this man. He would not give up until he achieved his goal and insisted on going to the concert again and again. Okay, I'll go with you. Go buy an anti-gas spray paint mask with an automatic air supply system, otherwise you will suffer from oxygen deprivation, said Pu Yingxin. Okay. Lin Xiaofan was very happy. That can only be used when you have to go to the pigsty. Try not to go there. Pu Yingxin reminded her again. Got it. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan smiled brightly at Pu Yingxin, and this smile touched his heart. Pu Yingxin found that this woman was very cute and charming, but she usually liked to arm herself to the teeth and always looked like she was keeping people at a distance. I'll set the time for the concert. Pu Yingxin looked happy. The next day, Lin Xiaofan returned to work at Junk, and Guan Zhao immediately called her to the office. Xiaofan, your health is more important than the project. We at Junk are a humane company. Boss, it was my own fault for neglecting protection. The company has taken good care of me. Lin Xiaofan felt very embarrassed. I have preliminarily compiled some data and materials. I will definitely produce a feasibility analysis report for this project this week. Don't worry. No one really understands the aquaculture industry. Guan Zhao comforted her. Guan Zhao is a returnee from overseas and pays great attention to the company's corporate culture. In addition, since it is the first time for him to start a company, he is not eager for quick success, so he has a calm mindset and is not demanding of his employees. Xiaofan, asthma patients should do more physical exercise. I like fitness. When your condition stabilizes, follow me to exercise. Guan Zhao suddenly said. Chapter 21. This man is too nosy. If someone else asked Lin Xiaofan to do physical exercise, she would definitely refuse because she has not liked sports since she was a child. But now that the boss has asked for it, Lin Xiaofan can only treat this request as part of his job and has no way of refusing. I might make you so angry that you vomit blood. Lin Xiaofan laughed at himself. Don't worry about that. It's my fault as the teacher that I can't teach you. You just need to follow and practice. Guan Zhao smiled heartily, and his image and temperament showed that he was a healthy and sunny man. Lin Xiaofan agreed and told herself to treat this as overtime work. Because of his illness, Lin Xiaofan received a lot of care from his colleagues. Whether it was out of false affection or sincere greetings, it was all a kind of friendship. Only Lin Xian didn't say anything. She treated Lin Xiaofan as air, neither talking to her nor looking at her directly. Once, a talkative colleague said, "You two both have the last name Lin, which is rare." Before Lin Xiaofan could respond, Lin Xian rolled her eyes and walked away with disdain. Lin Xiaofan was not angry about this. Pu Yingxin's words, "You are equal," became her inner stabilizer. However, people within the company still started discussing it privately. Everyone felt that Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian didn't get along, and there were many different opinions as to the reason. Soon these discussions reached Guan Zhao's ears. As the boss, Guanzhou felt that this was not a good phenomenon. Both of them were newcomers, and this was not conducive to the overall atmosphere of the company. After getting home from get off work, Lin Xiaofan rushed to write a report in the study. She wanted to make up for the time she lost due to illness. As she was writing, she fell asleep on the table. "Go back to your room and sleep." Pu Yingxin woke her up. Lin Xiaofan ignored him, adjusted his posture and continued sleeping. "You can't sleep here. If you catch a cold, your asthma will get worse." Pu Yingxin pulled her up without mercy. "Dr. Pu, I'm so sleepy." Lin Xiaofan complained sleepily. "If you're sleepy, go to bed." Pu Yingxin was very determined and didn't bargain with her at all. Lin Xiaofan whined and threw a tantrum like a child. The feeling of being woken up was really uncomfortable. She walked out of the study with reluctance, then strangely walked into the wrong room and entered Pu Yingxin's bedroom. Pu Yingxin looked at the confused Lin Xiaofan with a smile and said, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Lin Xiaofan didn't realize the problem yet. She turned around and looked at Pu Yingxin, wondering why he suddenly said that. "Think it over carefully." Pu Yingxin's eyes were full of smiles. Lin Xiaofan started and woke up completely. "I'm sorry, I lost my mind and took the wrong path." Lin Xiaofan was so scared that she quickly ran out of Pu Yingxin's room. Pu Yingxin stood at the door and teased her, "Is this your subconscious mind?" Lin Xiaofan said nothing and quickly closed the door. She didn't know if this was subconscious, she just knew she was ashamed. The next day when having breakfast, Lin Xiaofan felt embarrassed. She didn't dare to look Pu Yingxin in the eye. "Did you sleep well?" Pu Yingxin looked at her with a smile and asked deliberately. "Very good." Lin Xiaofan ate with his head down, his face turning red unconsciously. Pu Yingxin moved a little closer to her and whispered, "Why are you blushing?" "The milk is too hot." Lin Xiaofan is a great excuser. Pu Yingxin no longer exposed her, but just looked at her with a smile. "Why are you staring at me?" Lin Xiaofan felt very uncomfortable. "You look good," Pu Yingxin said with a wicked smile. "I'm already pretty, you just discovered it." Lin Xiaofan felt like he was going crazy from being stared at, so he just gave up, raised his head, and boasted a little to ease the embarrassment. Pu Yingxin suddenly pinched her chin. "I discovered it a long time ago." When their eyes met, ambiguity and desire suddenly filled the air. When Pu Yingxin was about to kiss her, Lin Xiaofan excitedly spilled the milk in her hand. She quickly took advantage of this incident to escape from the restaurant, and she didn't dare leave the bedroom until Pu Yingxin left home for work. So, she was late. "Xiaofan, are you feeling unwell again?" her colleague Li Minute asked her with concern. "No, I was delayed by something." Lin Xiaofan was embarrassed. After Lin Xian found out, she was secretly delighted, and she specifically let Guanzhou know about it. "Xiaofan, are you working on a report?" Guanzhou was a smart man, and he did not let Lin Xian's private reports interfere with his judgment. During this period of contact, he thought Lin Xiaofan was a dedicated and serious employee. "Yes, I'll try to send it to you tomorrow," Lin Xiaofan promised. "No need to rush. I'm not pushing you. Tomorrow is only Thursday. Just give it to me on Friday as planned." The instruction was very considerate. But Lin Xian's little report made him feel that they couldn't wait any longer to mend their relationship. "I'll treat you to dinner on Friday night," Guanzhou said. Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why this happened. "You don't have to think too much, just show up." "Do you have time?" Guanzhou said again. "No problem." Lin Xiaofan agreed in confusion. That night, Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to call Guo Liping. "Mom, I can't come back this week. My boss is treating us to a meal, and I also have to go to dinner with Xie Yang." When Guo Liping learned that her daughter was not coming back again, although she felt uncomfortable, she still agreed. After all, Lin Xiaofan was going on a date with his blind date according to her request, and she felt that this was more important. "Mom is telling you, this Xie Yang is not bad. He's from Changzhou, Jiangsu. His parents both have pensions, and he's an only child. He's a good guy. Mom has asked around for you." When Lin Xiaofan heard Guo Liping's pressure, she immediately felt uncomfortable and didn't say anything. "He has a house in the new district. If you succeed, your problem of renting a house for work will also be solved. Guo Liping made a good plan. Mom, you think too much. This is totally irrelevant. I have only met him a few times. So you should meet her more often and don't put on airs. She is more than worthy of you. Guo Liping hit her daughter again. Lin Xiaofan predicted that there would be a constant stream of negative energy coming from him, so he quickly hung up the phone. She found that she couldn't communicate well with Guo Liping at all. Guo Liping was like a big wolf dog, staring at her every day and ready to bite her at any time. Lin Xiaofan was upset because of the phone call. She scratched her head in the study room, unable to concentrate and unable to write a single word of the report. So she ran to the living room and made a cup of coffee. You can't drink coffee. Pu Yingxin stopped her. Why? Lin Xiaofan was very unhappy and spoke in a very aggressive tone. She had just been disciplined by Guo Liping and was already unhappy. Now she had to be disciplined by this man even for a cup of coffee. Doctor's orders. Pu Yingxin said calmly. Chapter 22, Why Not Grab a Man? Lin Xiaofan wanted to resist, hesitated for a moment, and then accepted his fate. Then what can I drink? Lin Xiaofan said with a frown. Don't drink anything stimulating, such as coffee, strong tea, or alcohol. Pu Yingxin said in a calm tone. I'm like that vulture. I can only eat carrion, right? Lin Xiaofan complained. Didn't Xia Yang tell you? No. Lin Xiaofan was depressed. Pu Yingxin felt that it was a bit strange. Generally speaking, as the attending physician, he would take care of such common sense issues. Do you have WeChat to contact him? Pu Yingxin asked. When Lin Xiaofan heard this, she felt very resistant, thinking, is this man possessed by Guo Liping? He has to control everything, which is really annoying. No. Lin Xiaofan said unhappily. What are you doing? Pu Yingxin walked to her side gently. She said softly, I didn't ask you to contact him. Then what are you asking? Lin Xiaofan said angrily. I think he is waiting for you to ask him before he will tell you. Pu Yingxin smiled contemptuously. Lin Xiaofan was a little surprised when she heard this. She felt that this seemed to go against the professional ethics of a doctor. Is it really that serious? Lin Xiaofan sighed. He is the only one who knows this. I will accompany you to the next follow-up visit. You are not allowed to go alone. Pu Yingxin said in a serious and domineering tone. I'm going to have dinner with him this weekend. Lin Xiaofan took the initiative to say it. You really have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and you are never idle. Pu Yingxin mocked her again. Lin Xiaofan laughed innocently and started joking. If I really had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, I would flip the cards every day and make sure they were different every day. Really? Pu Yingxin looked at her lustfully and walked up to her. Lin Xiaofan realized that he had gone too far in his joke and immediately shouted, I'm going to write a report. She quickly ran into the study and locked the door. Lin Xiaofan felt that there was something unique about Pu Yingxin that attracted her. She often fantasized about this man, and she had to remind herself to keep a distance from him at all times. After get off work, take my car and come with me. Guanzhao smiled. Lin Xiaofan accepted Guanzhao's arrangement and returned to her workstation to organize her things, waiting to get off work. Today was Friday, and she had handed over the feasibility analysis report of the pig farm to Guanzhao as scheduled. After a while, everyone in the office had left, and everyone cherished the weekend time. Xiaofan, let's go. When Lin Xiaofan heard Guanzhao's voice, she immediately raised her head and saw Lin Xian following behind Guanzhao. Afterwards, the two of them got into Guanzhao's car and sat in the back seat together. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan knew clearly that Guanzhao's treat was for Lin Xian. In a hot pot restaurant, Lin Xiaofan and Lin Xian were both concentrating on dipping various ingredients into their hot pot. Guanzhao found that they were only concerned with eating and not communicating at all, so he took the initiative to break the silence. Xian, what do you like most about Singapore? Lin Xian paused for a moment and said with a sense of superiority, Sentosa. Why? Guanzhao asked with a smile. There's food and entertainment, the scenery is great, and Universal Studios is also there. Lin Xian knew that Lin Xiaofan had never been there, so she deliberately spoke loudly. She was always thinking about suppressing Lin Xiaofan. Do you know what I like most about Singapore? Guan Zhao suddenly said seriously. Lin Xian smiled and shook her head. My biggest feeling in Singapore is integration. Whether it's Chinese, Malaysians, or Indian Bangladeshis, they all live together harmoniously. The food is also fusion cuisine, and everyone can find what they want to eat. When Lin Xiaofan heard this, she had already guessed about 70% of Guan Zhao's intention. She lowered her head and ate the food silently, waiting for Guan Zhao to start asking her questions. Xiaofan, do you like hot pot? Guan Zhao turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaofan. Not bad. I just can't handle spicy food. Lin Xiaofan replied. The good thing about hot pot is that if you don't like spicy food, you can eat a shabu pot. Everyone can put what they want in the pot. Our world is like a hot pot, with all kinds of people, and everyone can get along well in the same pot. Guan Zhao observed the expressions of both of them as he spoke. Lin Xiaofan nodded. Boss, I understand. I will cooperate well with Xian. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable but was still unwilling to express her opinion. Xiang, what do you think? Guan Zhao asked directly. Senior, I won't affect your work, but I can have my own preferences. Lin Xian is a spoiled person. She cannot accept other people's advice. In her eyes, her own feelings are more important. What don't you like about Lin Xiaofan? Guan Zhao asked. Lin Xiaofan listened silently. She didn't know what Lin Xian would say. It's hard to explain. Our auras just don't match. Lin Xian still refused to compromise. Lin Xiaofan, do you like Lin Xian? Guan Zhao asked again. I don't like it either, but I can accept and cooperate with her. Lin Xiaofan did not hide it. Xiaofan is our official employee. The care was meaningful. No matter how dumb Lin Xian was, she could understand Guan Zhao's meaning at this moment. If she couldn't adjust herself, then between the two choices, Guan Zhao would choose Lin Xiaofan. I understand, senior. I will learn to adapt. Lin Xian was very unconvinced. After that, the two sisters pretended to be in harmony with each other in front of Guan Zhao, talking and laughing with each other in a hypocritical manner, trying their best to show that they were willing to get along with each other in a friendly manner. After dinner, Lin Xiaofan felt that his face was almost stiff from acting. After returning home, Lin Xiaofan, who had been depressed all night, sighed. When she thought about having to act like this with Lin Xian every day in the future, she felt depressed and her chest was suffocated. Is it getting worse again? Pu Yingxin saw Lin Xiaofan taking drugs and immediately showed concern for her. No, I was choked by the smell of hot pot at the hot pot restaurant today, so I just took precautions. Pu Yingxin took the medicine from Lin Xiaofan and started reading the instructions. Don't smoke randomly, it will affect the effect. There is a maximum dose every day. Pu Yingxin's expression became serious after reading the instructions. New. Lin Xiaofan appeared to be very obedient on the surface, but he was secretly thinking that it was too annoying and wondered why everyone around him was restraining their behavior. Are you not enjoying your hot pot today? Pu Yingxin's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Yes, I ate with that most annoying colleague. Lin Xiaofan dragged out his voice and complained with a pout. She didn't realize that she was unconsciously showing her coquettishness. But Pu Yingxin discovered that he felt like he was tickled deep inside. Immediately, he said with a smile, "Come on, the trash can is ready, it's time to take out the trash." Lin Xiaofan smiled foolishly. Dr. Pu, our boss is forcing us to get along well. Tonight, my face is smiling like that clown. Lin Xiaofan pushed the flesh on his face with his hands, imitating the expression of a clown. Do you have competition at work? No. I'm competing with her for the love of a man. Lin Xiaofan joked with a smile. When Pu Yingxin heard this, his face suddenly changed and his eyes became as cold as ice. Chapter 23 fell into the pit. Can you tell me these? Pu Yingxin said coldly. He was trying to adjust his mood. Lin Xiaofan's words just now almost made him lose his composure. What's impossible? Unless you don't want to hear it. Lin Xiaofan still smiled. I really don't want to hear it. Pu Yingxin stopped caring about Lin Xiaofan and wanted to end the conversation. Oh. When Lin Xiaofan saw Pu Yingxin's sudden change of attitude, she felt a little disappointed and chose to remain silent. Which man is so charming? Pu Yingxin asked with sarcasm in his tone. He was never willing to accept it. Pu Yingxin had always been a proud little prince since he was a child and had never been treated like this. He was always looked down upon and rejected. Lin Xiaofan pouted, acting a little bit like a little woman. "It's my dad." This time it was Pu Yingxin's turn to be caught off guard. He covered his face and laughed. His mood was like a roller coaster. This woman almost made him fall off the cliff with just a casual word, and then pulled him back with just another casual word. "Who is your competitor?" Pu Yingxin was obviously relieved. "My half-sister." "How did you become colleagues?" "Who knows? It's just a coincidence. The boss doesn't know about my relationship with her yet." "Do you think I should tell him clearly?" "That depends on how much you trust your boss." Pu Yingxin's face had returned to calm, and he continued to act as a qualified trash can. "Then I'd better not make it clear. This is my privacy, and I don't want to run naked in front of my boss." Lin Xiaofan continued to joke. Pu Yingxin smiled and leaned close to Lin Xiaofan's ear. "Are you running naked in front of me?" Lin Xiaofan stroked his hair in panic. "I'm just making an analogy. I take it seriously." Pu Yingxin moved closer and his nose touched Lin Xiaofan's cheek. Lin Xiaofan felt the strong hormones from this man, and the oppressive feeling of conquering him. She was both nervous and excited. Pu Yingxin kissed her cheek gently, then stood up and left. He knew that Lin Xiaofan's asthma was not completely under control, so he needed to leave quickly and restrain his desire. Lin Xiaofan stood there in a daze, his mind in a mess. Every time she fought with Pu Yingxin, she was defeated miserably. If she couldn't hold on at the front, she would have no will to resist at the back. She realized that living under the same roof, she and Pu Yingxin needed to find a suitable way to get along with each other, neither too distant nor too ambiguous. On Sunday morning, Lin Xiaofan adjusted his mood several times before changing his clothes and preparing to go out for a date with Xie Yang. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable at the thought of coming into contact with Xie Yang. Before going out, Lin Xiaofan found that Pu Yingxin was not at home. She guessed that he might have gone for a run. "Are you a native of S City?" Xie Yang was very interested in this. In his eyes, this was the most valuable thing about Lin Xiaofan. "Yes." Lin Xiaofan didn't know why he asked even though he already knew the answer. "Where is S City?" Xie Yang wanted to know more. "My parents were born in the suburbs, and I was born in the old city." "Where is your house?" Xie Yang's shrewd little eyes turned around. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan felt that it was no wonder that Guo Liping fell in love with Xie Yang. They were essentially the same type of people. "I don't have a house." Lin Xiaofan was extremely disgusted. Xie Yang smiled complacently. "I have one, in the new district." Lin Xiaofan knew that he was going to show off his sense of superiority again, so he closed his ears and began to daydream. This was a skill she had developed during her blind dates. Whenever she met a top-notch person, she would use this trick, otherwise she would be disgusted to death on the spot. After Xie Yang talked a lot, he found that Lin Xiaofan had no reaction. He felt a little unhappy, so he started to suppress Lin Xiaofan like Guo Liping did. A woman should look for a partner who can support her. Someone like Peng Qing, who is in poor health, won't do. People won't look down on someone like Pu Yingxin. While Xie Yang was making fun of the other two blind date candidates, he also belittled Lin Xiaofan. At this moment, Lin Xiaofan felt that it would be unnecessary for her to sit for any longer. She could not continue dating such a person no matter whether he was her attending physician or not. "I still have work to finish, so I need to go back." Lin Xiaofan made an excuse. "Are you still feeling chest tightness?" Xie Yang said as he stretched out his hand towards Lin Xiaofan's chest. Lin Xiaofan stood up quickly, and she almost cursed. She realized that Xie Yang wanted to harass her by asking about her condition. When Lin Xiaofan picked up her things and walked out of the restaurant angrily, she heard Xie Yang instructing her behind her. "Don't forget to check back next week." Lin Xiaofan became more and more angry as she thought about it, and it was difficult for her to control herself. She had met many strange blind date partners, but this was the first time she had met one who made physical advances. The last time Xie Yang held her hand and adjusted the inhalation device in the clinic, she felt sick for a long time. At this moment, the new hatred and old grudges pierced through all her self-esteem. With a bang, Lin Xiaofan slammed the door open, filled with anger and grievance. "Ouch, you scared me." Lin Xiaofan heard a woman's voice. She turned her head and looked towards the sound, and saw a woman in a reddish-brown dress standing by the wall of records, looking at her with frightened eyes. Lin Xiaofan didn't know who she was and just stared at her blankly. At this time, Pu Yingxin came out of the bedroom and asked the woman in red, "What's wrong?" At the same time, he saw Lin Xiaofan standing at the door. "Let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Lin Xiaofan," Pu Yingxin said to the woman in red. Then he said to Lin Xiaofan, "This is my classmate Tang Shuyu." The two women nodded to each other and exchanged brief greetings. Lin Xiaofan hurried back to his room. Tang Shuyu stayed at home for almost the whole afternoon and didn't leave until before dinner. Lin Xiaofan could only hide in her room. She found that the presence of a stranger made her life very inconvenient. During dinner, Lin Xiaofan spoke first. "Dr. Pu, I think we should have a co-renting rule," Lin Xiaofan said seriously. Pu Yingxin smiled when he heard this, but didn't respond. He discovered that this woman was emotional. "When we bring friends home, we have to inform them first and respect each other," Lin Xiaofan said with resentment. "Aren't you going on a date with Xie Yang today? How do I know you'd come back after 12 o'clock? Pu Yingxin smiled and spoke in a calm tone. When it comes to Xie Yang, Lin Xiaofan can no longer control his emotions. "Don't mention him." Lin Xiaofan was full of grievances and anger. "Is this another one going to be sent to the cold palace?" Pu Yingxin complained. "I fell into the pit." Lin Xiaofan left this sentence, put down a half-eaten meal, and left the table. Chapter 24, Defeat the enemy with one move. That night, Lin Xiaofan was very angry. She listened to music, watched movies, and watched funny videos, but nothing worked. Finally, she thought of eating. Lin Xiaofan searched the refrigerator but found nothing. There was nothing in Pu Yingxin's refrigerator except a few cans of milk and some eggs. "What are you looking for?" Pu Yingxin looked at her from a distance. "Food and drink. The drinks and snacks are all in that wine cabinet refrigerator." Pu Yingxin pointed to the corner of the restaurant. Lin Xiaofan walked over and opened the door, and she regretted it. This was a hidden large refrigerator, half the width of the wall, and it looked very valuable. She had never discovered it during the time she had lived here. It stores a variety of wines and beverages, as well as a small amount of snacks and fruits. Lin Xiaofan's intuition was that the things in this refrigerator were expensive. She didn't want Pu Yingxin to think she was taking advantage of him, so she closed the refrigerator door. "Forget it, it's too cold. I don't want to eat it." Lin Xiaofan made an excuse. "Your asthma hasn't healed, so you can't eat anything too cold." "I know," Lin Xiaofan said with a bit of impatience. When she heard the word asthma, she thought of Xie Yang. "Dr. Pu, can I change doctors?" Lin Xiaofan was still worried about changing doctors. She didn't dare to make a decision on her own and wanted to hear Pu Yingxin's opinion. Pu Yingxin looked at her with a puzzled look. "Why do you want to change doctors again?" "Nothing." Lin Xiaofan felt that it was unwise to tell another blind date about one blind date, so he chose to avoid it. "Why do you say you fell into a cesspool? Are you saying Shulan Hospital is a cesspool?" Pu Yingxin didn't beat around the bush at all. Lin Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed when Pu Yingxin asked the question to her face. "Dr. Pu, I'm not talking about you, please don't misunderstand." "Who are you talking about?" Lin Xiaofan remained silent. "If you don't make it clear, I'll think you're talking about me as well," Pu Yingxin said seriously. Lin Xiaofan immediately looked at Pu Yingxin carefully and found that his expression was serious and he did not seem to be joking. "Peng Qing concealed his genetic disease, and Xie Yang harassed me." Lin Xiaofan said this with his head down. "Come over." Pu Yingxin called her softly. This gentle voice broke through Lin Xiaofan's psychological defenses, and a crack appeared in her hard shell. She moved her feet hesitantly and walked over. Pu Yingxin hugged her gently and patted her back tenderly. This silent comfort was extremely powerful. Lin Xiaofan leaned in his arms and felt protected for the first time. She hadn't felt this kind of feeling since she was 9 years old. She felt so warm, so safe, and so secure. "Dr. Pu, I'll have a follow-up visit on Monday afternoon." Lin Xiaofan leaned in his arms and said softly. Pu Yingxin smiled slightly. "Okay, call me when the time comes and I'll come accompany you." After saying that, Pu Yingxin kissed her lips. He held Xiaofan tightly in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Lin Xiaofan's body instantly became soft like a piece of silk. She held Pu Yingxin's back and gently stroked his back muscles. When Pu Yingxin heard Lin Xiaofan's gentle breathing, he stopped again. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's eyes were blurred, like a blooming rose, waiting to be picked. Pu Yingxin suppressed his burning desire and said softly, "You need to come back for a follow-up visit first." Lin Xiaofan was still limp in his arms. At this moment, she felt that she had lost her willpower. She was willing to sink like this, regardless of whether there was a tomorrow or not. "I'm going to take a shower." Pu Yingxin straightened Lin Xiaofan and kissed her on the forehead. Besides being a man, he is also a doctor. In Pu Yingxin's eyes, life is the most precious thing. He doesn't want Lin Xiaofan, whose asthma has not been cured, to be in danger during passion. The next day, when they met again, it was during breakfast, and Lin Xiaofan had regained her senses. She adopted a cold attitude again and kept her distance from Pu Yingxin. Pu Yingxin felt the change, but he had no time to think about these issues because he was in a hurry to go to work at the hospital. There were still many operations waiting for him. When Lin Xiaofan arrived at Junk, Lin Xian greeted him with a smile like Miss Universe. "Sister Xiaofan, good morning." It had been 20 years, and it was the first time that Lin Xiaofan heard Lin Xian call her sister. She was stunned for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. "Xian, good morning." Lin Xiaofan knew clearly that their love was not that of sisters, but was just a casual act. Guanzhou was very satisfied with the changes in the two of them. As a boss, he didn't care whether the two of them really got along well or not, as long as it didn't affect the company's working atmosphere. "Xiaofan, I read your feasibility analysis report over the weekend. Since it's not suitable for us to invest in, we won't consider it for now. We are indeed not familiar with this industry. You have to find the next project yourself. If you need my support, just let me know." Guanzhou's eyes were bright and full of earnest expectations. "I will try my best." Lin Xiaofan understood that her adaptation period after joining Junk was over, and she needed to go all out to face the challenges and assessments next. In the afternoon, outside of Xie Yang's clinic in the Department of Respiratory Medicine, Lin Xiaofan sat in a daze. 10 minutes ago she called Pu Yingxin and told him that she had arrived at Shulan Hospital. At this moment, she was adjusting her mentality so that she could calmly accept Xie Yang's consultation. "Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan looked up and saw Pu Yingxin walking towards him quickly in a green surgical gown. The nurses at the nurses' station immediately started whispering to each other. "I just finished the operation. Is it your turn?" Pu Yingxin looked hurried. "The next one is here." Lin Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed because she knew Pu Yingxin must have undergone more surgeries on Monday. When the two of them walked into the clinic together, Xie Yang looked surprised and paused for a moment before greeting them. "Pu Yingxin, why are you here?" Xie Yang smiled with a flattering look on his face. He knew that this was Shulan's golden signboard, and no doctor of his level could be compared with it. "I came here to accompany Xiaofan," Pu Yingxin said frankly. Xie Yang immediately said to Lin Xiaofan, "Haven't you been here twice? Do you still need Dr. Pu to lead the way today? I always don't understand the doctor's instructions. My asthma keeps coming back. I want Dr. Pu to help me listen." Because of Pu Yingxin's presence, Lin Xiaofan is now very confident and she is not worried that she will be fooled. "If you don't understand, you can call me." Xie Yang smiled. "Tell me about her condition first. I have an operation to perform later," Pu Yingxin urged. Xie Yang reluctantly explained Lin Xiaofan's condition and his philosophy on medication. Pu Yingxin understood as soon as she heard it. As long as it was not triggered again, her acute phase would be over. Then, she would just need to control the chronic disease for a few months and it would not affect her life so much. "Is her dosage appropriate?" "I think her heart rate has been a little fast recently," said Pu Yingxin. Xie Yang and Lin Xiaofan were both stunned. They didn't expect Pu Yingxin to say that. If it weren't for close contact, who would know if this heart rate was faster than usual? Lin Xiaofan blushed and stared at her feet. "After the acute phase, you can reduce the dosage." Xie Yang's mood and voice became lower. Chapter 25, A New Hope. When Lin Xiaofan walked out of the clinic, she felt relieved. She knew that she would not need to be led by Xie Yang anymore. If the condition really couldn't be controlled, Pu Yingxin also told her that she could change doctors. When she went to the nurse's desk to scan the lung function test appointment code, a middle-aged nurse started a conversation with her politely. Is Pu Yingxin your relative? No, they are friends. Lin Xiaofan personally felt Pu Yingxin's super high popularity. She found that the medical staff at Shulan Hospital all knew him and paid close attention to him. You suddenly came to our internal medicine department, and I thought something happened, said the nurse with a smile. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to be the target of their gossip, so he quickly left the hospital. Mom told you nicely to have a good relationship with Xie Yang, why did you reject him? That night, after Guo Liping learned from the matchmaker that Lin Xiaofan and Xie Yang had not been together, she called her daughter to question her. Lin Xiaofan knew that it was Pu Yingxin's appearance today that made Xie Yang give up. She herself did not directly refuse Xie Yang. The current situation was perfect for her and it was all over. Are you dumb? Count how many doctors your mother has found for you at Shulan Hospital. This one is not good enough, that one is not good enough, and you are the best. Mom, I didn't reject him, he just didn't want to. Lin Xiaofan suddenly had an idea and put the blame on Xie Yang. Guo Liping was silent for a few seconds. Got it, I'll come find someone for you again, keep looking. It's really a hassle. After Lin Xiaofan hung up the phone, she felt liberated. All the blind date candidates were eliminated, and she no longer needed to deal with them one by one. So happy. Pu Yingxin returned home and heard Lin Xiaofan humming a song. Yes, the sky in the liberated area is clear. Lin Xiaofan grinned. Since you are so happy, could you please get me a glass of water? Pu Yingxin put down his bag, looking a little tired. No problem. Lin Xiaofan went to pour a glass very readily. Pu Yingxin drank it all in one gulp. You doctors are too busy. You don't even have time to drink water. Lin Xiaofan showed concern for him. That's what surgery is like. Not only can you not eat or drink, you can't poop or urinate either. Pu Yingxin smiled helplessly. What kind of surgery do you perform? Lin Xiaofan's eyes showed curiosity. Generally speaking, surgery is done laparoscopically, but in severe cases, laparotomy is required. Pu Yingxin leaned back on the sofa as he spoke. Lin Xiaofan immediately ran to find a jazz record and started playing it. Not bad, thank you. Pu Yingxin smiled brightly. What is a laparoscope? Lin Xiaofan asked. An opening is made in the abdomen, and medical instruments are inserted to remove the lesion. Aren't you afraid? How could you do that? Lin Xiaofan wanted to know how Pu Yingxin felt. Some people are afraid, so they go to the internal medicine department. Those who stay in the surgical department are the brave ones. We are also afraid, so we have to practice. What if someone dies during this practice? Lin Xiaofan said seriously. At the beginning, we didn't know how to practice with humans. For example, we used pigs in our teaching classes. Pu Yingxin was amused by her. When it comes to pigs, Lin Xiaofan shudders, as if his ren and du meridians have been opened. Dr. Pu, you said you wanted to use pigs. Yes, pigs are used in experiments and surgical experiments. Where do you buy your pigs from? There is a special platform for experimental animals. Pu Yingxin saw that she was getting to the bottom of the matter and had already guessed what she was going to do. Lin Xiaofan sat there, her mind racing, and she thought of the pig farm project. I can take you to visit the animal platform. Pu Yingxin offered. Really? Lin Xiaofan was delighted and grabbed Pu Yingxin's arm. Do I look like a liar? Pu Yingxin began to tease her. That's not possible. When are we going? Lin Xiaofan rubbed his hands. Only on weekends. I can't stop seeing patients without reason. Okay, I'll wait for your notification. Lin Xiaofan felt that this day was wonderful, everything had turned around, and everything was bright. And every turning point was Pu Yingxin. Thank you, Dr. Pu. Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly, looking cute and adorable. Pu Yingxin had been with her for some time and knew that she rarely acted like this. Most of the time she was like a hedgehog, hiding from others. Equality and mutual benefit. Pu Yingxin deliberately hinted to her. What do you want me to do? At this moment, Lin Xiaofan was not alert. Come and hug me. Pu Yingxin said gently. No. Lin Xiaofan put away his smile and returned to his usual aloof look. Pu Yingxin is usually a person with relatively small emotional fluctuations. He has the decisive, calm and peaceful qualities of a surgeon. Since last night, he thought that his relationship with Lin Xiaofan had taken a step closer. Unexpectedly, he was still standing still. Lin Xiaofan once again distanced himself from him and rejected him. He sat up on the sofa and wanted to ask why. Seeing this, Lin Xiaofan immediately retreated to his bedroom and locked the door. Pu Yingxin found that this was the biggest challenge he had encountered in all these years. He always stopped moving forward just when he was about to succeed. "Boss, can you please not reject the pig farm project and give me some more time?" Early Tuesday morning, Lin Xiaofan went to discuss with Guanzhao. "What new ideas do you have?" "I have obtained some new information, which is very valuable, but I have to wait until the weekend to go to the site to understand it. If possible, I would like to produce a new feasibility analysis report next week." Lin Xiaofan tried her best to keep this project. She felt that the opportunity was now and would never come back. "We at Junk Capital can wait for you, but I don't know if the owner of the pig farm can wait for you." The care was very pragmatic. "I'll talk to him again and I'll convince him to give me another week." Lin Xiaofan brought out her usual direct and decisive aura. Guanzhao appreciated it very much and agreed. Lin Xiaofan immediately went to the pig farm with her spray paint gas mask. As soon as the pig farm owner saw Lin Xiaofan wearing a mask, he visited the farm several times to carefully investigate the situation and felt respect for this girl. "Ms. Lin, you are really dedicated. I can wait. I believe that if you come to invest in us, we will definitely succeed." "Master, thank you for your trust. Wait for me." Lin Xiaofan bought himself a week through hard work and sincerity. Now all hopes are on Pu Yingxin, and Lin Xiaofan hopes that he can really seize the opportunity this time. "Come on, follow me to the gym." Guanzhao called out to Lin Xiaofan, who was about to get off work. "How about tomorrow? I haven't prepared any costumes." Lin Xiaofan began to back out. "Tomorrow and tomorrow, there are so many tomorrows. I can tell at a glance that you don't like to move. Let's go now and buy clothes now." Guanzhao looked at her with a smile. "I'm a newbie in fitness." Lin Xiaofan felt nervous. "There are no stupid apprentices, only stupid masters. If you can't teach me, it means I'm not good enough in my care." So Lin Xiaofan got on the designated car. Chapter 26, The Ultimatum Choice, I Still Choose Him. In the gym, Lin Xiaofan was confused by the room full of fitness equipment. She didn't want to move at all. "Warm up first." Guanzhao pulled her to the elliptical machine. Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to accept it. She first pedaled on the elliptical machine for a while, then jogged on the treadmill for a few minutes, and finally stretched out on the rowing machine for a few times. "Let's start practicing now." Guanzhao asked Lin Xiaofan to lie on a yoga mat. He asked Lin Xiaofan to tighten his core and support himself. Lin Xiaofan didn't understand and couldn't do anything. She couldn't hold on. "Can I touch you?" he asked. Lin Xiaofan didn't know what degree of touching he was talking about, but she thought that since he took the initiative to ask first, it meant that the other person was a sensible person. "Can." Then, Guanzhao held up her abdomen with his hands. "This position is the core. You need to use the muscles here and your waist cannot collapse." Only Pu Yingxin had touched this part before, and now that he was being cared for like this, Lin Xiaofan felt a little shy. "Do it again." Guanzhao was like a strict teacher, asking Lin Xiaofan to repeat it over and over again. Finally, Lin Xiaofan fell on the mat exhausted. She was caught off guard and didn't have time to pull out the hand that was holding her abdomen. When the two looked at each other, they both felt a little embarrassed. After working out, Lin Xiaofan took a shower in the gym and she felt her body became much more relaxed. "Are you feeling relaxed? Come on, I'll take you home." Guanzhao urged with a smile. "No need, I'll go back by myself." "I'll follow you. Drive fast. It's getting late and I am also responsible for your safety." Guanzhao waved his hand to signal Lin Xiaofan to follow. "Xiaofan, you will practice with me from Monday to Friday." Guanzhao glanced at her with a smile while driving. "Boss, I can't handle this intensity. Can you take it slow?" The more Lin Xiaofan thought about it, the more frightened she became. After practicing for such a short time today, she felt her hands and feet were shaking from exhaustion. Then I'll give you a day off tomorrow and continue the day after tomorrow. Guan Zhao smiled happily. He is passionate about fitness and especially likes to guide others in doing so. Now that a rookie like Lin Xiaofan has come to practice with him, Guan Zhao feels a sense of accomplishment as a teacher. Have you ever showered outside? When Lin Xiaofan was standing at the door changing her shoes, Pu Yingxin appeared behind her. He saw that her hair was half wet and half dry, and smelled the scent of shampoo. Lin Xiaofan thought he was being too nosy, but still answered him, "Yes, I went to the gym." "With whom?" Pu Yingxin's voice was filled with vigilance. Lin Xiaofan turned to face him and said with a smile, "Why are you so much like my mother, controlling everything?" Pu Yingxin had a serious expression on his face. He supported himself against the wall with his hands and squeezed Lin Xiaofan between the wall and his body. A low voice came out, "Hurry up and tell me." Lin Xiaofan saw the beast-like aggression in Pu Yingxin's eyes, and she suddenly became flustered. "Colleague? Male colleague or female colleague?" Pu Yingxin asked anxiously. Lin Xiaofan avoided his gaze, bit her lip and kept silent, her chest rising and falling with her breathing. Pu Yingxin saw her like this and guessed that it was a male colleague, and he was once again filled with jealousy. This woman rarely rejected others, but she rejected him again and again. "If you don't answer me now, don't ask me anything again in the future." Pu Yingxin directly issued an ultimatum. Hearing this, Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt sad. She rejected the man in front of her again and again, and tried to close her heart again and again. She always felt that she and he were not from the same world and she had to draw a clear line between them. But now that she really had to face this situation, she found that she couldn't bear it. "He's my boss," Lin Xiaofan said with a hint of grievance. "Don't you want to go?" Pu Yingxin's voice softened. "I don't want to. I treat this as a job and I'm very tired." Lin Xiaofan leaned against the wall, feeling exhausted. Pu Yingxin put down his hands that were leaning on the wall and instead put his arm around Lin Xiaofan's shoulders. She asked softly, "Did I scare you just now?" Lin Xiaofan felt a tightness in his heart and remained silent. "I have made an appointment to go to the animal experiment platform this Saturday. They will arrange for staff to work overtime and wait for us." Pu Yingxin took her arm and walked to the sofa, and they sat down together. "Thank you." Lin Xiaofan lowered his eyes. "I apologize to you. I was too harsh just now and didn't consider your feelings." Pu Yingxin still held her shoulders and spoke in a gentle tone. Lin Xiaofan's tears suddenly burst out like a downpour. No one ever cared about her feelings, and no one ever apologized to her like this. Guo Liping often scolded her for the smallest things. In her work and life, she had always been the one being ignored for the past 20 years. "Stop crying." Pu Yingxin was completely panicked. He held Lin Xiaofan's face and found for the first time that she was so weak and sad. And all this was because of what he had just said. "Don't cry. I'm sorry." Pu Yingxin gently kissed the tears on her face and then hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Dr. Pu." Lin Xiaofan leaned in Pu Yingxin's arms and whispered softly. She was deeply grateful to this man in her heart, who was like a ray of light in her dark world, always appearing when she was most helpless. "No need to thank me, just forgive me." Pu Yingxin stroked her back gently. Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter and said, "Dr. Pu, are you usually a sunny guy? What is little sun?" Pu Yingxin saw her smile and smiled too. The kind of heater that warms others in the middle of winter. Lin Xiaofan straightened up and broke away from Pu Yingxin's arms, with tears in her eyes. "Do I look like one?" Pu Yingxin knew that Lin Xiaofan was praising him, and he was very happy. In fact, Pu Yingxin has always been a proud and cold person. Because he has been standing at the top of the pyramid since he was a child, he sometimes has a feeling of looking down on the world. Before he met Lin Xiaofan, he didn't know what it felt like to be rejected. Patients flocked to his clinic, but only Lin Xiaofan asked for a female doctor. His classmates and friends all took the initiative to invite him to concerts, but Lin Xiaofan refused many times, and he even had to use some tricks to succeed. Because he sold face to their vice president's wife, Director Zhang, he became the only man among the 3 doctors in Shulan Hospital who was rejected by Lin Xiaofan the first time he went on a blind date. At this moment, the woman called herself Little Sunday receiving this compliment was like a little boy finally getting his dream toy, making him ecstatic. Like Lin Xiaofan looked at him with clear and bright eyes. Then I will be your little son. Pu Yingxin smiled gently and scratched Lin Xiaofan's nose. Chapter 27. You have yours, I have mine, direction. That night, Lin Xiaofan cried and laughed, and talked with Pu Yingxin like old friends. Only when both of them were yawning continuously did they reluctantly return to their respective bedrooms to rest. Lin Xiaofan realized that there was a crack in the outer shell of her heart, and something was slowly seeping in and nourishing her. Xiaofan, what happened to you today? During lunch break the next day, Li Minute saw Lin Xiaofan trying to squat several times in a row to pick up a piece of paper on the ground. My muscles hurt and I can't squat down. Lin Xiaofan said helplessly. It's a normal reaction. Guan Zhao walked over with a smile. Boss, why don't we not practice tomorrow? Lin Xiaofan was afraid of fitness. You have to persist and practice. Guan Zhao disagreed. Lin Xian felt jealous when she saw Guan Zhao taking the initiative to take Lin Xiaofan to the gym. She could not accept that Lin Xiaofan received more attention than herself. She could lose to anyone but not to Lin Xiaofan. Senior, I want to practice too. Can you take me with you? Lin Xian came up with a smile. Sure. Guan Zhao was very happy to see that he had one more student. If anyone else wants to practice, you can follow me after get off work. Guan Zhao shouted again in the office area. The office was eerily quiet, and no one answered the call. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan's phone rang, and she saw that it was Guo Liping. She immediately guessed the purpose of Guo Liping's call, grabbed the phone and ran out to the corridor. I've arranged it for you. A blind date this Saturday. Guo Liping spoke in a commanding tone on the phone. Lin Xiaofan felt helpless when she heard this. She was full of admiration for Guo Liping. She was so efficient that she found a new blind date for her in just 2 days. Mom, I have to work overtime this Saturday, let's change the time. What's so good about this job you found? You have to work overtime every other day and can't even go home. Guo Liping began to blame her. Lin Xiaofan could only remain silent. She didn't want to stand in the company corridor and argue with her mother. Then it's Sunday. You can't delay any longer, otherwise Mom will come to your company and take you back. Guo Liping began to threaten her. New. Lin Xiaofan felt like a knife was placed on his neck. Lin Xiaofan calmed himself down, put on a standard workplace smile, and returned to the office. No matter how unhappy life is, she still faces it with a smile. In the evening, Pu Yingxin couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Xiaofan walking like a duck at home. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaofan asked knowingly. I laugh whenever I want to laugh. Pu Yingxin said while eating. Dr. Pu, please stop gloating over my misfortune. I'm in so much pain. Lin Xiaofan pouted, looking like a little woman. It's a buildup of lactic acid, and it'll take a few days to resolve. Pu Yingxin's eyes were full of smiles. He thought Lin Xiaofan was very cute when she pouts. But my boss asked me to go to practice tomorrow, and I really don't want to go. Lin Xiaofan unconsciously started to act coquettishly towards Pu Yingxin. Do you want me to help you? Pu Yingxin looked at her mischievously. Dr. Pu, can you help me with this too? Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes wide, very surprised. Yes, but it has to be equal and mutually beneficial. Lin Xiaofan saw the cunning in Pu Yingxin's eyes and knew that he was planning something bad, but she trusted him. What do you want me to do? Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly. Follow my arrangements on Sunday. Pu Yingxin's eyes were scorching. Not this Sunday. I have to go home. I've already talked to my mom. Lin Xiaofan's face darkened when he thought about the blind date on Sunday. Pu Yingxin saw that she looked unhappy and stopped forcing her, then next Sunday. Okay. What do you have in mind? Lin Xiaofan turned sideways and looked anxiously into Pu Yingxin's eyes. If lactic acid accumulates severely, it will cause acidosis and hematuria. Go tell your boss that your attending physician does not agree with your training now. Pu Yingxin said calmly. Lin Xiaofan couldn't stop smiling, she felt that she was finally saved. Dr. Pu, you are amazing. You saved me. Now you know how powerful I am. Pu Yingxin said proudly. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the great man, and you are a great man who doesn't care about the mistakes of a villain. Lin Xiaofan smiled innocently. As the two were talking and laughing, Pu Yingxin's phone rang. Shu Yu, what's the matter? Pu Yingxin held the mobile phone in his left hand and continued to eat with his right hand. I'm free this Sunday, I'll pick you up, Pu Yingxin said again. Lin Xiaofan listened to this and felt sad again. She got up and went back to her room. Tang Shuyu was tall, had a face like a senior intellectual, looked intelligent and generous, and had a good temperament. Lin Xiaofan felt that such a woman was the kind of person that Pu Yingxin would be with. Her beautiful fantasy about Pu Yingxin was shattered once again with Tang Shuyue's phone call. She closed her heart once again. After that, Lin Xiaofan successfully stopped the care using Pu Yingxin's medical advice. Although Guan Zhao had extensive experience in fitness and knew that lactic acid accumulation would be relieved in most people after a few days, he did not dare to force it in the face of professional medical advice. When Lin Xian learned that Lin Xiaofan was not going to practice anymore, she wanted to quit as well. Senior, it's too boring for me to practice alone. I'll wait for Sister Xiaofan to practice together next time. Lin Xiaofan knew clearly that Lin Xian was secretly competing with her. But she didn't care. The most important thing for her now was to get her own project. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiaofan got up early and made preparations, but Pu Yingxin was still not up. What's wrong? Pu Yingxin stood at the bedroom door in his pajamas. Let's go. I'm afraid we'll be late. Lin Xiaofan urged. She had just knocked on Pu Yingxin's door for a long time. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't be late. I have to see patients and perform surgeries every day, so I am already very sensitive to time. Pu Yingxin yawned, and his sweet dream early in the morning was disturbed. Lin Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed and realized that he was too impatient. I'll punish you by asking you to help me prepare breakfast. Pu Yingxin gave her a way out. Okay, you wait. Lin Xiaofan thought that he could make up for it, and ran into the kitchen happily. Poached eggs, buttered toast, a small dish of fried bacon, yogurt with quinoa, and a fruit salad were neatly placed on the table. Pu Yingxin's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Is this breakfast in a 5-star hotel? There are too few things in your refrigerator, otherwise I can make you something more delicious." Lin Xiaofan smiled. After Pu Yingxin had a full meal, he praised her again, "You are so capable. Many girls nowadays can't cook." Lin Xiaofan lowered her head and smiled. She felt that she was not capable, but was forced by life. When she was a child, Wu Liping worked outside and she had to take care of herself. Since she couldn't reach the gas stove, she would use a stool to cook. She couldn't remember how many times she cut her fingers while learning how to cut vegetables, and how many times she burned her arms by hot oil. If possible, she would also like to be like other girls, without having to do any housework, just stretch out her hand for clothes and open her mouth for food. Chapter 28 Pigs Can Fly. Hello, Dr. Pu. The staff at the experimental animal platform were very enthusiastic and respectful when they met Pu Yingxin. This is my friend Lin Xiaofan. She wants to know about the experimental pigs on your platform. Pu Yingxin introduced Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan immediately had detailed communication with relevant staff and learned that a large number of scientific research institutions and innovative enterprises needed experimental miniature pigs. In addition, the experimental animal platform is seeking government assistance in planning and building an SPF-level small pig production base. This base needs to breed and raise multiple breeds of small experimental pigs, including Luxian pigs, Tibetan Xiong pigs, Barma pigs, Wujishan pigs, etc., with an annual usage of approximately 5,000 pigs. After collecting this information, Lin Xiaofan felt very excited. She predicted that Zheng could invest in this pig farm and that it had great prospects. What she urgently needs to do now is to provide Guanzhou with a feasibility analysis report again, proposing to upgrade the pig farm to an SPF-level production base while upgrading its environmental protection, and to make a profit calculation model. Dr. Pu, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Xiaofan was as happy as a child. She felt that Pu Yingxin had done her a great favor. I don't want to eat. Pu Yingxin said deliberately with a cold face. Why? Lin Xiaofan widened his eyes. I'm not hungry. Pu Yingxin said this in the tone that Lin Xiaofan usually used to reject people. Lin Xiaofan laughed innocently. She grabbed Pu Yingxin's arm and said, Dr. Pu, eat. You are not hungry, but I am. No, I have something to do. Pu Yingxin continued to act like Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. She was amused by Pu Yingxin. Seeing her smiling so happily, Pu Yingxin reached out and held her waist. He smiled down at her and said, "Tell me, where are we going to eat? I thought the Singapore restaurant I went to last time was delicious, so let's go there." Lin Xiaofan was not shy at all and was very decisive. She did not shake off Pu Yingxin's hand and let him put it on her waist. Lin Xiaofan enjoyed that lunch very much. For the first time, she found that she could have a meal with a man alone in a restaurant so happily. She was free and unfettered, without any worries, and with dreams and hopes in her heart. Pu Yingxin also found that Lin Xiaofan could be so relaxed and happy, without any guard or perfunctory attitude, and could talk about anything. He didn't have to worry about being rejected by her. "I will go back to finish the report this afternoon and hand it to my boss when I go to work on Monday." Lin Xiaofan's eyes were full of light. "Are you in time? You only have this afternoon and tomorrow." Pu Yingxin asked with concern. "Try your best. We can't delay it any longer. I'm afraid if we delay it, this project will fail." Lin Xiaofan's face became more serious. "You might as well not go home tomorrow and concentrate on doing it, so you can save some time." Pu Yingxin gave advice. Lin Xiaofan was silent, his face gloomy. It's not that she doesn't want to do this, but if she doesn't go back for the blind date, Wu Liping will really rush to junk capital to drag her out. She understood her mother. In Wu Liping's eyes, nothing was more important than marrying her off at this stage. Pu Yingxin is no fool. He has heard about Wu Liping, the blind date fanatic, and he is also aware that Peng Qing and Xie Yang are out of the game. "You want to go back for a blind date?" Pu Yingxin looked at Lin Xiaofan sharply. Lin Xiaofan lowered his head and spoke in a low voice, "Yeah. Is this a special session for doctors or teachers?" Pu Yingxin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan sighed, "Dr. Pu, stop mocking me. Just don't make fun of me." At this point, both of them were unhappy and no longer communicated. After returning home, Lin Xiaofan locked herself in the study and started writing a report. She kept writing until 10 o'clock in the evening and did not come out for dinner. "Aren't you hungry?" Pu Yingxin knocked on the door. "I can't stop thinking." Lin Xiaofan returned to his seat with a serious face. Pu Yingxin found that she was a girl who could endure hardships particularly well, rarely complained, worked diligently, and was very firm and persistent in her goals, just like him, Pu Yingxin. At 11 o'clock, Lin Xiaofan finally walked out of the study and saw Pu Yingxin still sitting in the living room. "Dr. Pu, why haven't you rested yet?" Lin Xiaofan greeted him. "Your dinner is on that warming board." Pu Yingxin pointed. Lin Xiaofan was very grateful for this. This man was so careful to keep the food warm for her. "Are you staying up all night tonight?" "I don't know. I've only written 1/3 of it." Lin Xiaofan ate voraciously and quickly. "You'd better not stay up all night. Asthma patients are more likely to have a relapse when they are tired." Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a moment and didn't respond. Time waits for no one. Who would be willing to work all night for no reason? "I can help you with the first draft of the content about the uses and prospects of experimental pigs. I am more proficient in it than you are and can help you with it much faster. You will have to finalize the final draft yourself and I will not be involved. There is no copyright dispute." Pu Yingxin joked with a smile. Lin Xiaofan had never expected that Pu Yingxin would be willing to help her in this way. She felt mixed emotions, touched and sad. Once again, she silently said to herself, how nice it would be if this man was her boyfriend. "Go to bed after eating. I will give you the first draft tomorrow." Pu Yingxin touched her head. When Pu Yingxin touched Lin Xiaofan's head, it reminded her of her father, Lin Guixing. Before she was 9 years old, her father often touched her head gently like this. Lin Xiaofan quickly stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth. She felt her throat sore and almost shed tears. Giving up his precious working time, Lin Xiaofan rushed back early on Sunday morning for the blind date. This time, Wu Liping assigned her 2 grassroots cadres with professional titles. One was a doctor at the community health service station and the other was a staff member at the street office. Lin Xiaofan was completely absent-minded. All she could think about was the feasibility analysis report of the pig farm. She didn't even look closely at the person sitting opposite her. After nodding and bowing for a whole morning, she finally completed Guo Liping's blind date mission. She went home and had lunch at noon. How about 2 today? Guo Liping was impatient. Lin Xiaofan hesitated, not very good. Just tell me what you want and I'll go find it for you. Guo Liping knocked on the table with her hand. She was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Xiaofan's perfunctory attitude. You girl, are you stupid? The two of them are not as good as Xie Yiyarn, but they are more than enough for you. Guo Liping shouted loudly. Lin Xiaofan was so upset that she couldn't even eat. She felt that in Guo Liping's eyes, she was probably not even as good as a pig. I have to go back and work overtime. Lin Xiaofan put down his bowl and chopsticks and left home immediately. Come back next week for more. Guo Liping shouted. Lin Xiaofan hurried back to Pu Yingxin's house amid Guo Liping's nightmarish roar. The house was empty and she saw a note on the desk in the study. The first draft has been sent to your email. Lin Xiaofan knew that Pu Yingxin had an appointment with Tang Shuyu today. Chapter 29 The Rose with Thorns. The man behind. Boss, I sent the new version of the feasibility analysis report to your email last night. Lin Xiaofan stood in front of Guanzhao with dark circles under his eyes. I just saw it. Guanzhao didn't expect Lin Xiaofan to be so hardworking. He said he would go to check out the experimental animal platform on the weekend and finish the report in more than a day. I think we can invest. The sales revenue of this small experimental pig alone can reach 30 million to 50 million yuan a year. We can continue to raise traditional pigs, but the investment will be larger in the first year. Lin Xiaofan was very eager to get a caring reply. Xiaofan, you overlooked the most important issue. We can renovate the pig farm and raise 5,000 pigs a year, but are you sure the experimental pig platform can accept them? Lin Xiaofan realized her problem, which was due to her lack of experience. She had been obsessed with collecting, organizing and analyzing data and information, but had overlooked the most important point: the project had to be implemented. Boss, please give me a little more time and I will implement it. Lin Xiaofan didn't say anything and immediately prepared to move on to the next step. Guanzhao showed an appreciative smile. This was his first time starting a business, and he liked people who were hardworking and competitive. You go and contact them. If you need my support, just let me know. Guanzhao made a gesture with his hand. Lin Xiaofan understood what he meant. After get off work, Lin Xiaofan hurried back home. She cooked a table of dishes and waited for Pu Yingxin to come back. After waiting for a long time, Lin Xiaofan fell asleep on the dining table. She was really tired. She was busy until 12 o'clock last night. When she woke up, it was Pu Yingxin who was touching her head. Why don't you go to bed? Pu Yingxin looked tired, but still cared about her. I'm waiting for you to eat. Lin Xiaofan rubbed his eyes. Pu Yingxin was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of tenderness and emotion. Aren't you hungry? I don't feel hungry when I fall asleep. Lin Xiaofan said in a daze. You made today's dish, right? Pu Yingxin tasted it and told the truth. Yes, is it delicious? Lin Xiaofan was already sober and had her own plans. It's delicious. Pu Yingxin smiled gently. Dr. Pu, I'd like to ask you for another favor. Lin Xiaofan said as he observed the other person's expression. Pu Yingxin was such a smart man that he had long seen that Lin Xiaofan had something to ask of him. Even so, he still thought the dinner was delicious. Go ahead. Our boss wants to discuss cooperation with the experimental animal platform and asked me to contact them. Lin Xiaofan smiled with shining eyes. You want me to help negotiate, right? Pu Yingxin said bluntly. Is it okay? Lin Xiaofan looked expectant. No, this violates the professional ethics of doctors, said Pu Yingxin. Lin Xiaofan looked lonely, she couldn't force anyone to do anything. But I can find someone to talk to you privately. Pu Yingxin added immediately when he saw that she was in a low mood. Really? Do you want me to go with you? Lin Xiaofan was ecstatic. No need, just wait for the notification, I will do it as soon as possible. Pu Yingxin smiled and touched Lin Xiaofan's head again. Lin Xiaofan was very happy, she felt that this man would respond to her every request. She looked at Pu Yingxin with a smile, and couldn't help but have wild thoughts about him again. I was so dazed that I even forgot to eat. Eat quickly. Pu Yingxin noticed that she was staring at him in a daze and interrupted her. Lin Xiaofan's face turned red and he lowered his head to eat. How was the blind date yesterday? Pu Yingxin asked deliberately. He could see that the woman had some fantasies about him. Why are you asking exactly the same questions as my mother? Lin Xiaofan complained. Pu Yingxin smiled and stopped talking. He was afraid that if he asked again, he would scare this sensitive woman to tears like last time. All I could think about yesterday were pigs, so I can't even remember what these two people look like now. In my eyes, they probably look like pigs. Although Lin Xiaofan complained that Pu Yingxin was too controlling, he still told the truth. Pu Yingxin just smiled and didn't respond. Now he knew that this woman was very sensitive and insecure, like a rose with thorns. He knew he couldn't be impatient and had to take it slow. Dr. Pu, how were you yesterday? Lin Xiaofan asked casually, but she regretted it as soon as she said it. She didn't want to pry into Pu Yingxin's private life, nor did she want to know why he had asked Tang Shuyu out for dinner. She had already discovered that she would be unhappy. Go play badminton. Can you play? No. I don't like sports. Lin Xiaofan still remembers that when Pu Yingxin introduced himself during the blind date, he said that his hobbies were listening to concerts and playing badminton. She felt that she had different hobbies from him except listening to music. It is important for us surgeons to maintain our physical strength. I will exercise whenever I have time. I usually see you running. Lin Xiaofan continued. You can only run alone, and you can only play badminton with a partner. Pu Yingxin said calmly. Lin Xiaofan was depressed. She didn't know what was wrong with her and suddenly became jealous of Tang Shuyu. But she immediately suppressed her inner turmoil. She kept telling herself not to have any illusions about Pu Yingxin, saying that this man did not belong to her, he was just a roommate. 2 days later, Lin Xiaofan received a notice from the animal experiment platform, expressing his willingness to cooperate with them to establish a miniature pig production base. Lin Xiaofan and Guan Zhao did not delay for a moment and immediately signed an investment cooperation agreement with the pig farm. At this point, Lin Xiaofan successfully won the first investment project in his life. At the same time, it was also the first investment project of Junk Capital. Lin Xiaofan became Junk's top star overnight. Everyone changed their attitude towards her and respected her more. Of course, except Lin Xian. On Saturday, we will hold a celebration party at Junk and go out for a day of partying. Everyone can bring their families. Guan Zhao shouted in the office area. Lin Xiaofan smiled with his eyes curved amid the cheers. She knew that she was one step closer to her dream, and all this was inseparable from Pu Yingxin's silent help behind her. Xiaofan, how did you do it? It shouldn't be easy to negotiate with a government-backed animal platform. Guan Zhao felt that Lin Xiaofan had great power, as he had accomplished it so easily in such a short time. Lin Xiaofan smiled without saying anything. She knew that this was all thanks to Pu Yingxin. Lin Xiaofan told Guo Liping the good news as soon as possible. What's the use of this? If the investment is successful, your boss will make money, but you will lose money just to gain publicity. You are so busy every day that you can't even go home. This is no match for a bank. Guo Liping was very disdainful. Mom, I will have dividends in the future. Lin Xiaofan tried to persuade her. Just wait for the pie to fall from the sky. It would be best if a perfect husband fell for you, so that I don't have to worry about you. Guo Liping started to scold her again. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaofan secretly cursed himself in his heart. If I mention work matters to my mother again, I will be the pig in the pigsty. In addition to Guo Liping, there is someone else she wants to share this happiness with. Dr. Pu, my project is done. Lin Xiaofan was jumping around the house, as happy as a rabbit. Pu Yingxin looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. We're going to a concert on Saturday night to celebrate. No, Dr. Pu, my company has a celebration party on Saturday. Lin Xiaofan frowned and rejected him helplessly. Lin Xiaofan had already agreed to go to the concert with Pu Yingxin, and the time would be decided by him. But in the end, Lin Xiaofan couldn't take it anymore. Is it so difficult for you to attend a concert with me? Pu Yingxin shook his head in disappointment. Chapter 30 Cinderella and the Prince. Lin Xiaofan did not respond to Pu Yingxin's disappointment. Lin Xiaofan went to Junk early on Saturday morning to meet with everyone and arranged several business cars to pick up and drop off employees. Xiaofan, as the protagonist today, will ride in my car and enjoy the full service I provide, Guan Zhao said to all employees. Lin Xian had a look of disdain on her face. She secretly cursed Lin Xiaofan in her heart, hoping that Lin Xiaofan would have bad luck today, choking while eating, choking while drinking water, and falling while walking. Xiaofan, guess what activities I have arranged for today? Guan Zhao asked Lin Xiaofan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a smile. I don't know. It won't be a day trip to the gym. Lin Xiaofan was nervous and had a tense expression. If this is the case, then it is not a celebration for her, but a punishment. Am I such a stingy boss? Going to the gym to celebrate? Guan Zhao smiled and sighed. Lin Xiaofan was a little embarrassed and could only save himself. I said this just to spur you on. You should be more generous when you work out. I was too kind to you when I took you to the gym, right? Next time I'll let you do sit-ups directly to show you what generosity means. Guan Zhao joked. No, I'm going to get a work injury. Lin Xiaofan quickly refused. You little rascal, don't even think about escaping from my palm. Guan Zhao took his hands off the steering wheel and made the 5-finger mountain gesture to Lin Xiaofan. When Lin Xiaofan saw Guan Zhao teasing him like a child, he smiled so hard that his eyebrows were curved. On the day of the visit, he took all the employees to Disneyland and provided everyone with a 5,000 yuan per person exclusive guided tour service, so that everyone could play freely without queuing. This is Lin Xiaofan's first time to Disneyland. Like other girls, she has a princess dream. Although her childhood life was similar to that of Cinderella, she also hoped to meet her own prince. In Disney's souvenir shop, Lin Xiaofan chose for herself a pumpkin carriage and a pair of crystal shoes. These were her childhood dreams, but she didn't get them until she was 29 years old. I will pay for everything Lin Xiaofan wants today, Guan Zhao said to everyone happily. Xiaofan, don't miss the opportunity, hurry up and choose. Li Minute immediately handed a large shopping basket to Lin Xiaofan. Colleagues started to cheer. By now, empty the entire store and max out the boss's card. Lin Xian stood aside, her eyes sparkling with anger. She didn't want to make a scene, nor did she want to bless Lin Xiaofan. This time, Lin Xiaofan won the pig farm project and received recognition and attention from the entire company, which made her extremely hateful. She wished that Lin Xiaofan would die on the spot. Xiaofan, wait until Halloween month, I will take you to dress up, and you can cosplay as a princess then. Guan Zhao came close to Lin Xiaofan. I will try my best to sign another project when the time comes. Lin Xiaofan grinned. After hearing this, Lin Xian rolled her eyes while hiding behind the shelf. Xian, what's wrong with you? A colleague asked. Oh, there are too many people here, and I feel a little dizzy from the crowd. Lin Xian could only make excuses for her behavior. They had dinner together in Disney's Royal Banquet Hall, where dozens of people sat down and gathered together. Most of the employees had never enjoyed such treatment before. They were very happy and some took photos and some took videos. Only Lin Xian showed a disdainful look. She had eaten all these before, and she went to Disney several times a year. She silently cursed Lin Xiaofan in her heart, a country bumpkin. It was already past 9 o'clock when we finished watching the fireworks show in the reserved seats at Disney. Lin Xiaofan was as happy as a child the whole day. This was her childhood dream, and she didn't expect that it was the care that helped her realize it. After the event, Guan Zhao personally drove Lin Xiaofan home, and the trunk was filled with gifts paid for by Guan Zhao. Princess, are you satisfied with my service today? Guan Zhao said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan covered her mouth and laughed continuously. She found that Guan Zhao was a very humorous person, straightforward, cheerful and generous. The car stopped downstairs of Pu Yingxin's house. When Lin Xiaofan got out of the car, the Charlemagne headband she was wearing was scratched by the car door and tilted on her head. Guan Zhao immediately climbed out of the car and walked over to her. Princess, you have to be beautiful. Your hair shouldn't be messy. Guan Zhao smiled and said as he gently played with her hair and straightened her headband. Lin Xiaofan blushed and her heart beat fast. It was the first time that her hair was gently combed by a man other than Lin Xiaofan. I'll do it myself. Lin Xiaofan covered his red face with his hands. In the darkness of the night, Guan Zhao saw her blushing face and shy look, and something in his heart suddenly moved. He found the girl to be quiet and beautiful, sometimes cute and sometimes clumsy. Go home and have a good sleep today and dream like a princess. Guan Zhao patted Lin Xiaofan's head gently again. Okay. Lin Xiaofan felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly said goodbye and ran back home. When Lin Xiaofan, carrying a lot of bags, pushed open the door, she was greeted by Pu Yingxin, who looked angry. Dr. Pu, haven't you rested yet? At this moment, Lin Xiaofan was in a good mood and she wanted to share her happiness of the day with Pu Yingxin. Pu Yingxin completely ignored her, walked to the record wall and started looking for records. Lin Xiaofan followed, smiling sweetly, trying to express her gratitude. Dr. Pu, thank you for your help. I have time tomorrow, and I can go to the concert with you. No need, you missed it. There is no concert tomorrow. Pu Yingxin said coldly without even looking at her. So what do you want me to do? Last time you asked me to save you a sundae. Lin Xiaofan smiled brightly. At this moment, she was full of expectations for Pu Yingxin, and she wanted to share all the good things with him. Pu Yingxin put down the record in his hand, turned around, his eyes as sharp as a knife. He suddenly reached out and held Lin Xiaofan's face, kissing her fiercely. Lin Xiaofan was totally unprepared. She felt that Pu Yingxin was being very forceful and aggressive. After kissing for a while, Pu Yingxin let her go, and both of them were panting. Lin Xiaofan blushed and was speechless, just staring at him blankly. Pu Yingxin kissed her again, this time affectionately and gently, slowly and tenderly, almost melting her. Lin Xiaofan felt her limbs go weak and she leaned against Pu Yingxin's chest. She had no resistance left. At this moment, she hoped that Pu Yingxin was the prince who came to find her. But Pu Yingxin let her go again. This time, Lin Xiaofan couldn't help but reveal his expectation, desire and anger. You feel uncomfortable now, right? Pu Yingxin held her in his arms and pinched her chin. Then why do you always use me like a rag and throw me away? I feel the same as you do now. Pu Yingxin's eyes were filled with lust and jealousy. He had just gone downstairs to throw away the garbage when he saw all the intimate actions between Lin Xiaofan and Guan Zhao. Lin Xiaofan trembled all over and closed her eyes. She didn't dare to answer, nor did she dare to look at this angry man who was like a beast. Pu Yingxin kissed her again, and when Lin Xiaofan was completely intoxicated by the kiss, he let go again. After repeating this cycle several times, Lin Xiaofan moaned softly and gently punched Pu Yingxin's back with her fist. She knew that this man was punishing her and conquering her in this way. She was powerless to struggle and completely fell. Pu Yingxin held her tightly and kissed her until she could no longer stand. She collapsed completely in his arms like a puddle of water. Pu Yingxin carried her back to the bedroom and threw her on the bed. Chapter 31. Nowhere to go, no way to escape. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan just turned over and was hugged by Pu Yingxin. Don't even think about running away. How can I run? Lin Xiaofan buried her face in Pu Yingxin's chest shyly. Last night Pu Yingxin swept through her body like a violent storm, and she was tormented all night long. Who did your hair yesterday? Pu Yingxin asked softly in Lin Xiaofan's ear. My boss. Lin Xiaofan was staring at Pu Yingxin's face as he spoke. Pu Yingxin's face was bookish, handsome, and sexy. The one who takes you to the gym. Pu Ying said bitterly. Yes. Lin Xiaofan studied Pu Yingxin's chest muscles and abdominal muscles, gently stroking and pressing them with his fingers. Do you know what you are doing? Pu Yingxin's voice began to become unclear. Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Lin Xiaofan smiled shyly and patted Pu Yingxin's hand that was wandering all over her body. I really want to set another fire. Pu Yingxin grabbed one of Lin Xiaofan's ankles. Lin Xiaofan immediately lay in his arms, twisting her body and acting like a spoiled child. No, Dr. Pu, my waist hurts. It's okay if your waist hurts. You're just too excited and your pelvis is congested. It's okay as long as it doesn't hurt anywhere else. Pu Yingxin held her to him and refused to let go. Why? If it hurts somewhere else, it means my problem is mine. But I felt pain last time. It's different the first time. It hurts. Lin Xiaofan burst into laughter when she saw Pu Yingxin's serious look. I'm a doctor. I'm giving you scientific knowledge. I'm going to give you a tutorial soon. Pu Yingxin smiled, turned over, and pressed Lin Xiaofan on the bed. They floated up and down in ecstasy, in a state of confusion and excitement. Just then, Wu Liping called at an inopportune time. Lin Xiaofan glanced at it and didn't answer. At this moment, she only wanted to reach new heights with Pu Yingxin. She was completely intoxicated and lost herself in it, not caring whether there would be a tomorrow or not. But Gu Liping would not give up. She bombarded him with phone calls from morning to noon, without stopping. Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingxin were eating lunch together with hungry stomachs. Pu Yingxin said, "Do you want to answer the phone? Is there anything urgent?" Lin Xiaofan sighed, "You don't know my mother at all. The only urgent thing in her eyes is blind dates. Are you going then?" Pu Yingxin stared into Lin Xiaofan's eyes, waiting for her answer. "I'm not answering it because I don't want to go." Lin Xiaofan unconsciously acted like a spoiled child again. "Why don't you just find yourself a boyfriend?" Pu Yingxin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan felt lost. After such a passionate night and morning, she almost thought of Pu Yingxin as her boyfriend. But Pu Yingxin's words brought her back to her original state. She realized that they were just getting what they wanted. "Mom, what's the matter?" Lin Xiaofan figured it out and answered the phone. "Yesterday you said that the company was having a celebration party and you wouldn't be back. Why haven't you come back today? You didn't answer the phone. Are you dead this morning?" Wu Liping scolded her. "I was too tired yesterday, so I won't be coming back today," Lin Xiaofan said while eating. "You can't wait for the blind date that your mom arranged for you. If you don't go, other girls will take a fancy to you and snatch you away, right? It won't even be your turn. Do you think you are some kind of fairy?" While Wu Liping was analyzing the pros and cons, she was also suppressing Lin Xiaofan's confidence. "I'll come back next week." Lin Xiaofan felt upset. When Gu Liping heard that Lin Xiaofan had changed her attitude and did not resist her, she stopped lecturing her daughter and hung up the phone. Pu Yingxin stopped eating and looked at Lin Xiaofan with a sour face. He found that the gentle and lovely woman who had been nestling in his arms in the morning had disappeared. She suddenly became cold and strange again. "Do you want to hide from me again?" Pu Yingxin said seriously. "I didn't." Lin Xiaofan started to play dumb. "Then why did you go back for a blind date? What do you think of me?" Pu Yingxin was obviously angry. Lin Xiaofan lowered his head and said nothing. She felt that Pu Yingxin was too dazzling, a truly high-quality human male. Her inferiority and fear had nowhere to go. She really wanted to start a wonderful relationship with this man, but she felt that she didn't deserve it. "Fuck buddy, right?" Pu Yingxin asked. Lin Xiaofan felt like her heart was stabbed. She never wanted to be Pu Yingxin's sex partner, but she was becoming more and more like one. Seeing that she remained silent and deliberately avoided his questions, Pu Yingxin left the restaurant alone. Lin Xiaofan felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't eat and his heart was broken. In the afternoon, Tang Shuyu suddenly came to visit. "Pu Yingxin, how many pounds of string does your Yonex racket have? It's so hard and it shakes my hands." Tang Shuyu picked up Pu Yingxin's racket. £30. 26 is enough for you. Pu Yingxin flipped another racket to Tang Shuyu. "You still think you are the same as you were a few years ago? It's easy to get hurt." Tang Shuyu patted the binding wire with a smile and showed concern for Pu Yingxin. Lin Xiaofan originally wanted to hide in his room, but because of excessive exercise and huge physical consumption, he felt very thirsty and kept wanting to drink water, so he stayed in the restaurant to get some water. "Do you want to go with us?" Tang Shuyu looked at Lin Xiaofan and suddenly invited her. Lin Xiaofan was caught off guard and was stunned. "She won't," Pu Yingxin said lightly. Tang Shuyu felt a little embarrassed when she heard this, and smiled at Lin Xiaofan. "Let's play something else together when we have the chance." Lin Xiaofan felt like there was a thorn in her heart. She felt inferior and sensitive. "Have you published your article?" Tang Shuyu stood beside Pu Yingxin and gently patted him on the back with a paddle. "I distributed the lancets." Pu Yingxin didn't look back. "Teacher Zhang must be very happy. This is another high-impact factor article." Tang Shuyu smiled and approached Pu Yingxin, with a look of admiration and approval on her face. Lin Xiaofan was waiting for water to come out of the water dispenser in the restaurant. She found that she could not understand what the two people were communicating. This further strengthened her belief that she and Pu Yingxin would have no future. After Pu Yingxin and Tang Shuyu left together, Lin Xiaofan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and cried alone. She had lived in fear since she was young, and because she was afraid of losing, she never dared to gain anything. Every time Gu Liping gave her something, she would tell her that she didn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve a toy, she doesn't deserve a beautiful dress, she doesn't deserve to dress up, and she doesn't deserve love and a husband of her dreams. She is only fit to be a wooden person, obediently listening to Gu Liping's arrangements, working a half-dead job, marrying a half-dead man, and living a half-dead life. And this is what Gu Liping sees as a stable and ordinary life. She thought that if she moved out of home and found a new job, she would be free and live the life she wanted. Now, she realized that it was easy to change houses and find jobs, but what she could not break free of were the shackles and fetters of her soul. She would never be able to boldly challenge her boss like Lin Xiaofan, and say to her boss with confidence, "I can have my own preferences." "What's wrong?" Pu Yingxin said in a gentle tone and suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiaofan. Chapter 32 Want a status. Lin Xiaofan was surprised. She didn't know why Pu Yingxin came back when he had clearly gone to play basketball with Tang Shuyu. Nothing. Lin Xiaofan shed more tears when she saw this man. Her heart longed for him so much, but she was so inferior and sensitive that she always suppressed her inner feelings and expended a lot of energy fighting against herself. Listen to some music. When Pu Yingxin saw her crying, he played Neil Young's Heart of Gold for Lin Xiaofan. "Are you crying on purpose for me to see?" Pu Yingxin teased. Lin Xiaofan wiped her tears and turned her head away. "I feel sad when you cry." Pu Yingxin hugged her from behind and rubbed her head with his chin. Very gentle. Pu Yingxin had already reached the garage, but found that he had forgotten to take his wristband, so he turned back. This time when he came back, he found that he couldn't leave because this woman needed him. "Tell me about yesterday's celebration party." Pu Yingxin leaned on the sofa and held Lin Xiaofan in his arms. "I won't say it. I forgot." Lin Xiaofan pouted. When she wanted to share it with Pu Yingxin last night, he completely ignored her. "Here you go again, aren't you? As soon as I leave, you'll cry again." Pu Yingxin's eyes showed pity. "I'm not crying because you left." Lin Xiaofan was very depressed. "Why is that?" Pu Yingxin held her face. "I don't have the courage and innocent heart to live in the present without fear of the future." Lin Xiaofan expressed his inner thoughts through music. "Do you think I just played a random song for you?" Pu Yingxin held her tightly, not wanting to give Lin Xiaofan any chance to escape. At this moment, he finally realized that he not only wanted to heal this woman's body, he also wanted to heal her heart. "I, Pu Yingxin, have never pursued someone like this before." There was some reluctance in Pu Yingxin's gentle tone. "Are you chasing me?" Lin Xiaofan immediately looked up at Pu Yingxin, looking confused. She had just heard something that she thought was incredible. "I'm not chasing you, what am I doing?" Pu Yingxin couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Xiaofan's confused look. Lin Xiaofan stared at Pu Yingxin in amazement, losing the ability to think. She was just a loser in life, no one paid attention to her, no one cared about her. How could this excellent and charming human male of high quality pursue her? She always thought they were just getting what they wanted. "Be my girlfriend." Pu Yingxin's eyes were burning and his tone was firm. "No, I won't do it." Lin Xiaofan tried to push him away. She had always had wild thoughts and fantasies about this man, but when the man told her in person that he wanted to be her boyfriend, she wanted to escape again. "Why?" Pu Yingxin hugged her tightly, not letting her break free. "I'm not the right one for you. Don't move. Who gives you the right to judge that you are not suitable for me?" Pu Yingxin smiled. "My intuition." Lin Xiaofan found that his resistance was futile, so he stopped struggling and let Pu Yingxin hug him obediently. "Our doctor's medical thinking is a kind of intuition. My intuition is that you are suitable." Pu Yingxin did not give in and gave her a trick. Lin Xiaofan found that she could not gain the upper hand in words, so she stopped talking. She was now confused and at a loss as to what to do. She was actually very happy inside because she finally confirmed that Pu Yingxin liked her. But she doesn't want to suffer greater pain in the future because of her current irrationality. She was reluctant to leave Pu Yingxin's embrace, but she kept telling herself to leave quickly. "There will be no result if we argue like this." Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Pu Yingxin gave a wicked smile. How to practice? Lin Xiaofan stuttered. Let's give each other a 1-month probation period. If it works out, we'll become full-time employees. If not, we'll continue to be roommates. Pu Yingxin smiled. Lin Xiaofan also smiled. She knew that this man understood her. This man knew that she was reluctant to let go, and also knew that she was not ready to start a relationship. 1 month is too short, 3 months. Lin Xiaofan started bargaining. Okay, do you want to sign the agreement? Pu Yingxin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan covered his face and laughed. Is there any legal basis for this? Lin Xiaofan started to act coquettishly. Our mutual trust is the guarantee of this agreement. As Pu Yingxin spoke, he stood up and took out another agreement that had been prepared long ago from the drawer. You are simply scheming this. Lin Xiaofan smiled sweetly and scolded. Sign quickly. Pu Yingxin did not give Lin Xiaofan any chance to delay and immediately urged Lin Xiaofan to sign. From now on, both of us have an indenture. Enjoy your rights and fulfill your obligations. Pu Yingxin rolled up the agreement and tapped it lightly on Lin Xiaofan's head. Lin Xiaofan smiled innocently, finally letting go of her guard and burdens, and lazily lay down on the sofa. At this moment, she felt that the world was vast and she was free and unrestrained. Come on, I'll take you out to play. Pu Yingxin put away the agreement and ran to the sofa. No, my waist and legs hurt and I can't play. Lin Xiaofan acted coquettishly. Then I'll hold you. Pu Yingxin picked her up from the sofa. If you meet someone you know outside, you can't say your boyfriend or girlfriend. You have to make it official. Lin Xiaofan emphasized the probation period guidelines. I know. Pu Yingxin kissed her lovingly. While the two of them were hanging out outside and enjoying their sweet time, Lin Xiaofan received a call from Lin Guixin. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Xiaofan was very surprised because Lin Guixin never called her on his own initiative. Since Lin Guixin and Wu Liping divorced, Lin Guixin and Lin Xiaofan have been getting along with each other based on the principle of not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. If Lin Xiaofan went to him or asked him for something, he would not refuse and would remain enthusiastic, but he would never take the initiative. He was not responsible for Lin Xiaofan's life. Are you free tonight? Dad will treat you to dinner. Lin Guixin sounded very kind on the phone. Really? Dad, I'm free. Lin Xiaofan was flattered and delighted. Then see you there. Dad will send you the restaurant address right away. Lin Guixin hung up the phone. Lin Xiaofan was so happy that she smiled foolishly at Pu Yingxin. She felt that her life was starting to get better. She had made some progress at work, her health had improved a lot, and she even had the boyfriend she had always dreamed of, albeit for a short period of time. Now even his own father has extended an olive branch to him. I can't accompany you tonight. I have to go have dinner with my dad. Lin Xiaofan took Pu Yingxin's arm. Go ahead. I can't snatch this love rival away from you. Pu Yingxin joked. Chapter 33, Fight if you don't agree. Xiaofan, how have you been lately? Lin Guixin picked up a dish for Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan was flattered. She hadn't had dinner with Lin Guixin for many years. Usually when she went to play at Lin Guixin's place, she would just drink a few glasses of water and leave in a hurry. Her stepmother Pang Weiwei never prepared any meals. Fine. Lin Xiaofan was very happy, she was really happy. How about work? Lin Guixin took the initiative to ask. That's good. Lin Xiaofan wanted to tell Lin Guixin that she had completed the project, but then she changed her mind and thought that Lin Xian might have already told Lin Guixin, so she didn't need to make it public. Last time you came to ask Dad for help in finding out about your job, it wasn't that Dad was delaying. The news only came today, so Dad came to tell you as soon as possible. Lin Guixin smiled. It's okay, no need. I like my current job very much. My boss and colleagues like me very much too. Lin Xiaofan was very happy. She found out that Lin Guixin had always been concerned about her and had not been perfunctory about her. Dad will help you contact a financial leasing company. It's state-owned, large in scale and has good prospects. It's suitable for you. Lin Guixin picked up another dish for Lin Xiaofan. Thanks, Dad, but I really like my current job. Lin Xiaofan refused with a smile. If Lin Xiaofan had told her the news a month ago, she would definitely have accepted it. Xiaofan, I heard from Xian that your current company has just been established and has almost no business. Your boss is also a rookie. I'm afraid your job will be in jeopardy at any moment. Lin Xiaofan frowned. Lin Xiaofan has been very sensitive since she was a child, which is both her shortcoming and her advantage. The moment Lin Xiaofan mentioned Lin Xian, Lin Xiaofan realized that this was not just a simple dinner of loving father and filial daughter. Then why do you let an international student like Xian intern in such a small company? Lin Xian said coldly. Xian will only stay for a few months, unlike you. Lin Xiaofan smiled. Dad, I like this job very much and I won't change it. Lin Xiaofan made his attitude very clear. Xiaofan, it's very inconvenient for you and Xian to work together, and they will affect each other. The job that Dad found for you is better. Lin Xiaofan finally revealed his real purpose. Lin Xiaofan was so angry that her hands and feet began to tremble. She tried her best to hold back her tears and spoke with a sob. Dad, in your eyes, Xian is the better daughter, right? The dinner ended in an unpleasant mood, and Lin Xiaofan didn't start crying silently until she got on the subway. She finally realized that in Lin Xiaofan's heart, she could be sacrificed at any time just to win Lin Xian's favor. Since he got the project and it was an eyesore to Lin Xian, Lin Xiaofan hypocritically wanted her to leave junk in the name of love. Before, when she was living in a daze like a stray dog, no one cared about her. A kind-hearted lady on the subway handed her a tissue and said, Nan Nan, don't cry. Go home early. Mom and Dad are waiting for you at home. Hearing the kind words from the stranger, Lin Xiaofan burst into tears. There was a huge hole in her heart, dark, cold and gloomy, gnawing at her every day. She seems to have a home and yet she seems to have no home. She seems to have a father and a mother and yet she seems to have no father and mother who love her. When Lin Xiaofan, with a deathly pale face, appeared in front of Pu Yingxin, Pu Yingxin said nothing, asked nothing, and just hugged her tightly. At that moment, Lin Xiaofan realized that, for her, only this embrace belonged to her, even though it was only for a short 3 months. Hold me tight and don't let go. Lin Xiaofan said softly. That night, Lin Xiaofan snuggled in Pu Yingxin's arms and slept all night. At first she was trembling with fear, her hands and feet were shaking, and she felt insecure. Gradually, Pu Yingxin's embrace warmed her, and she relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Pu Yingxin looked at the shivering woman curled up in his arms and felt pity for her. She was so lost and sad that even when she fell asleep, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Wake up. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan opened his eyes and vaguely heard Pu Yingxin talking. Yeah. Lin Xiaofan found herself lying in Pu Yingxin's arms, resting her head on his arm. My hands are so numb, and I have several operations to perform today, Pu Yingxin said with a smile. Lin Xiaofan immediately sat up and said shyly, let me rub it for you. No more rubbing. I have to hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Pu Yingxin kissed Lin Xiaofan on the face and jumped off the bed. As a surgeon, he has no right to sleep in. He has to get up early every morning on weekdays and rush to the hospital at around 7 a.m. His schedule is packed with ward rounds, house calls, and surgeries. Today he was afraid that Lin Xiaofan would be frightened after he left, so he was a little late. He was in a hurry and didn't even have time to eat breakfast. He grabbed a piece of bread and ran out the door. After washing up and going out to work, Lin Xiaofan specially checked the stock in the refrigerator. She knew Pu Yingxin would have to have many surgeries today, Monday, and would be back very late, so she wanted to make him something delicious. On Monday, the office returned to its previous peaceful working state. Guanzhou set up a team to promote the implementation of the pig farm project. This project was Zheng's first project, so he attached great importance to it and wanted to take this opportunity to build a good reputation in the industry. As for me, I will be the team leader temporarily. I will just be in charge of logistics for you. It's just a nominal position. Guanzhou said with a smile. The project is a lump sum contract. Whoever gets it will be responsible for it. So Xiaofan is the deputy team leader. She is the real executive officer. Liu Chang and Wang Wei, you cooperate with Xiaofan. Subsequently, according to the previous analysis report, Lin Xiaofan proposed that the company's finance department should prepare a budget, and they, as the investor, would supervise the transformation and implementation of the pig farm. Boss, I think we still need a consultant, someone who truly understands the knowledge of experimental animals, and he needs to be in place as soon as possible. Lin Xiaofan suggested. Let the HR department recruit immediately, and we will also ask our connections to recommend someone. The sooner the better. Guan Zhao felt that Lin Xiaofan had clear ideas and made decisive decisions, and he admired him very much. After the meeting, Guan Zhao left Lin Xiaofan alone. Come with me to the gym after get off work today. Boss, I'm not going today. I have something to do back home. Lin Xiaofan was overwhelmed and scared when he heard about fitness. Then tomorrow. Guan Zhao insisted. Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to refuse. Xian and I have already agreed. If she says you go, she will go. Don't give up. We are all waiting for you. Guan Zhao brought up Lin Xian, hoping to use team spirit to coerce Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan felt depressed and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go. Since this person was hit in the face, there was nothing for Lin Xiaofan to be afraid of. If you don't agree, just do it. Chapter 34. Once you enter Port Gate, it's like entering a deep sea. It wasn't too late when Pu Yingxin got home from get off work. I'm back. Pu Yingxin deliberately shouted loudly. Lin Xiaofan followed the sound and walked to the door. The first thing my boyfriend needs when he comes back is a reunion kiss. Pu Yingxin grabbed her, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her on the lips. Lin Xiaofan smiled shyly. She was not used to being so affectionate as soon as she got home. I can't have dinner with you tomorrow. As Lin Xiaofan spoke, he placed the small dessert of glutinous rice and red dates that he had made on the table. Do you want to work overtime? Pu Yingxin touched her head. I'm going to the gym. Lin Xiaofan frowned, looking a little depressed. The doctor's order is invalid. Do you want me to write a new one? Pu Yingxin smiled. No, I have to go to the gym tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan knew clearly that Lin Xian would compete with him in everything, and she could avoid it on the first day, but she couldn't avoid it on the 15th day. Why? Pu Yingxin asked seriously. Pu Yingxin is wary of Guan Zhao, and he doesn't want Lin Xiaofan to have any contact with Guan Zhao outside of work. It can't be explained in a few words. Lin Xiaofan didn't want to mention Lin Guoxing and Lin Xian in front of Pu Yingxin, so he chose to avoid it. Then I'll pick you up after you finish your workout tomorrow. Well. Lin Xiaofan hesitated. She didn't know how to introduce Pu Yingxin to Guan Zhao and Lin Xian. Do you think I'm not good enough? Pu Yingxin teased. Lin Xiaofan burst out laughing. You are the top star of Shulan Hospital, how can you not show it off? It's just that there will be someone else besides the boss tomorrow, so it's not very convenient. Lin Xiaofan explained, but she still didn't want to mention Lin Xian. After spending some time with her, Pu Yingxin has gained a certain understanding of Lin Xiaofan. He knows that he cannot put too much pressure on her, and he also knows that this woman has a sensitive and fragile heart. Okay, call me if you need anything. Pu Yingxin did not force her. Before going to bed at night, Lin Xiaofan hesitated in her room. She didn't know how to get along with Pu Yingxin, and she didn't know where to sleep. Are you going to turn over my sign today? Pu Yingxin pushed open her door. Lin Xiaofan covered her face and laughed. She really had no way to deal with this man. He remembered every word she said and would use it to make fun of her anytime and anywhere. No, I need to save my energy because I have to go to the gym tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. Is fitness more important to you than flipping the cards? Pu Yingxin approached her. Yes, it's very important. Lin Xiaofan said seriously. Lin Xiaofan was thinking about not losing to Lin Xian, while Pu Yingxin was thinking about taking care of his big face. Pu Yingxin smiled, turned and left. When Lin Xiaofan was reflecting on whether his rejection was too cold, Pu Yingxin returned to the room. This is the IOU you wrote. I want you to pay it back now. Pu Yingxin shook the note in his hand. Lin Xiaofan covered her forehead with one hand and didn't respond. She knew that she was being tricked by this arrogant man again. I, Lin Xiaofan, owe Pu Yingxin 2 days and 2 nights. All the rights of interpretation belong to Pu Yingxin. Pu Yingxin deliberately read out the IOU that Lin Xiaofan had written earlier in a broadcasting voice. Do you want me to die suddenly after 2 days and 2 nights? Lin Xiaofan blushed. Consider whether you want to cash this IOU or turn over my sign today. After Pu Yingxin finished speaking, he put the note away again. He already had a clear idea of how to deal with this woman next. Just let me go, I really won't be able to practice tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to hug Pu Yingxin's waist and act coquettishly. Then you can choose now. One option is that I'll pick you up after the gym tomorrow, and the other option is to flip a card. Of course, you can choose 2 days and 2 nights, and I can apply to stop the clinic and take a vacation. Pu Yingxin looked at Lin Xiaofan with a smile, as if he was determined to win. When Lin Xiaofan heard Pu Yingxin even mention stopping practice and taking a vacation, she knew this man was serious, and she had also experienced how he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Then pick me up tomorrow, but don't tell me what our relationship is. Okay. Pu Yingxin smiled evilly and picked up Lin Xiaofan. What are you doing? Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened. You can't separate during the probation period. Pu Yingxin said as he carried Lin Xiaofan back to his room. Didn't we agree not to turn over the cards? Lin Xiaofan sat on Pu Yingxin's bed, anxious. No, we're just going to lie down and sleep together. Pu Yingxin said as he began to take off his clothes. He quickly stripped himself naked, then lay down on the bed as if nothing had happened, covered himself with the quilt and fell asleep. Lin Xiaofan looked at him quietly for a while, and found that he closed his eyes and did not move, as if he was really asleep. Then he also lay down in the bed. Lin Xiaofan felt Pu Yingxin's hot body pressed against her, and she didn't dare to move, fearing that she would get burned. But it was obvious that she had overestimated her ability. With such a handsome and sexy appearance in front of her, she quickly became salivating and started to make moves. In the face of male beauty, she was not a chaste woman. You were the first one. Pu Yingxin opened his eyes and held her, his scorching gaze almost engulfing Lin Xiaofan. That night, Pu Yingxin got everything he wanted. When washing up in the morning, Lin Xiaofan found a very obvious kiss mark on his neck. Are you doing this on purpose? Lin Xiaofan glared at Pu Yingxin coquettishly. Pu Yingxin didn't answer, but just smiled and gave her a good morning kiss. Lin Xiaofan muttered to himself, how cunning. In their fight yesterday, Lin Xiaofan was defeated miserably. Pu Yingxin got the right to pick her up, turned over the card, and left a mark on her neck. When Lin Xiaofan appeared in junk, Lin Xian greeted her very enthusiastically. Morning, Sister Xiaofan. Lin Xian has been learning dance since she was young and has good control over her body. She has already predicted that she will definitely win in the gym today. Good morning, Xian. Lin Xiaofan also forced a smile, not wanting to lose out in the acting that went along with the situation. What's wrong with your neck? Lin Xian pointed at the band-aid on Lin Xiaofan's neck. She would not miss any opportunity to embarrass Lin Xiaofan. I accidentally scratched a bump. Lin Xiaofan said the lines he had thought of long ago. Xiaofan, I will definitely be generous today. Guan Zhao saw the two of them chatting happily and joined in. Lin Xiaofan smiled awkwardly, feeling frightened. She looked at Lin Xian, who was staring at her eagerly, and had a premonition that she would be embarrassed that night. Senior, is this considered an assessment? Lin Xian added fuel to the fire. Seeing that Lin Xiaofan was a little flustered, Guan Zhao began to treat her with sympathy. It's not a test, just practice for fun. I will protect you closely. Safety first. Xiaofan, come to my office. Guan Zhao signaled her with his eyes to follow him. Chapter 35, Head on PK1 Delicate and Soft Body. I have prepared a set of professional clothes for you. You can wear it tonight. Guan Zhao handed a shopping bag to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. Boss, didn't you buy a set of clothes last time? I brought it here. That set I bought last minute is not professional enough, believe me. Guan Zhao raised his eyebrows. Lin Xiaofan didn't know whether to answer or not, so he just stood there smiling foolishly. Take it, this is Zheng's welfare. Guan Zhao showed his boss's authority and stuffed it into her hand. Lin Xiaofan had no choice but to accept it. Back in the office, Lin Xiaofan took a special look at Lin Xian, and she found that Lin Xian was in high spirits and her face was full of rosy glow. She didn't know how she was going to fight this battle that night. As soon as she saw Lin Xiaofan walking out of the care office, Li Minute immediately came over and handed a stack of materials to Lin Xiaofan. Tell Lin Xiaofan that this is the resume of the experimental animal consultant received by the Human Resources Department. Xiaofan, we have preliminarily screened a few people. We have never recruited for this kind of position and we don't know much about this major. Who will interview them? Li Minute looked worried. Junk is a financial investment company. People in the company either study finance and economics or are in administrative personnel. Now they need to find someone who is proficient in experimental animals, which has made their human resources department worried. What did the boss say? Lin Xiaofan asked back. I can't tell this to my boss directly. Li Minute seemed embarrassed. She didn't want to appear unprofessional in recruitment, nor did she want to do it perfunctorily. Lin Xiaofan immediately gave Li Minute a reassurance, don't worry, I'll find a way. Give me a day. Li Minute was very happy when she heard this. She thought Lin Xiaofan was a good person. He did not procrastinate and throw the responsibility to their human resources department, but faced the problem proactively. Xiaofan, if you have any ideas, tell me. Our human resources department will definitely fully cooperate with you. Lin Xiaofan smiled and patted Li Minute on the shoulder, got it. As soon as it was time to get off work, Lin Xian immediately changed into a set of tight fitness clothes in the company's locker room, and she showed off her figure very ostentatiously. Seeing this, several female colleagues immediately went over to talk to him. Xian, is that Lululemon you're wearing? This brand is really popular right now. Yeah. Lin Xian did not hide her pride at all. She has a lot of this kind of clothes. She thinks Lin Xiaofan is a country bumpkin, dressed simply and knows nothing. She just wants to suppress Lin Xiaofan in momentum. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head and tidied her desk. She really had no idea about any of this. Wu Liping had been very strict with her since she was a child, and she had neither the opportunity nor the financial conditions to study these things. Now she had no choice but to take the gym clothes that were given to her by Guanzhou and go to the locker room. Hey, Xiaofan, do you still need to train with a body like this? Li Minute was about to go home with her bag when she saw Lin Xiaofan coming out of the locker room and immediately called out. Lin Xiaofan was a little embarrassed. Unlike the last time she bought fitness clothes on the spur of the moment, this time she bought a pair of particularly tight compression pants and a strong support vest-style sports bra. Lin Xiaofan had never worn this before outside. Whenever someone looked at her, she felt as if she was wearing no clothes at all. Lin Xian immediately got angry when she saw Lin Xiaofan's curvy figure, flat belly with no fat, small waist and peach butt. Although she studied dance before, her figure was relatively flat and thin, and she did not have the curves like Lin Xiaofan at all. Xiaofan, very good. Guanzhou looked at Lin Xiaofan with a smile and was very satisfied. The size of the fitness clothes Guanzhou picked was just right. The last time he took Lin Xiaofan to practice, he had already accurately judged her measurements. Xiaofan, your clothes are really nice, what brand is it? Several female colleagues who were originally surrounding Lin Xian to study clothes immediately ran to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan didn't know either, so he just smiled and said nothing. It's that skin. Wow, it feels so different, said a female colleague. When Lin Xian heard this, she turned around and left. She didn't expect that Lin Xiaofan, a country bumpkin, would wear a set of professional-grade equipment to compete with her. If you want a good figure like Xiaofan, come and train with me. Guanzhou said to the female employees. Boss, Xiaofan is born with this talent, don't make big promises to us. People like us will have to go back to our parents and be retrained. That's right. I see Xiaofan never does any exercise. She just has a good figure given by her parents. Several male colleagues in the office also gathered around to watch. Lin Xiaofan felt like a display model in a window, being stared at from head to toe, and was very shy. Boss, let's go. Lin Xiaofan blushed. Guanzhou saw Lin Xiaofan's shy and charming face. He immediately shouted, Lin Xian, let's go. Afterwards, the three of them set off to the gym together. Lin Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, at least he didn't lose the first round. During the sparring, it was obvious that Guanzhou had been taking close care of and protecting Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xian found herself being neglected and was very unhappy. Senior, do you think my movements are correct? Lin Xian did a sit-up. Xiaofan, do you want to try a sit-up? Guanzhou held Lin Xiaofan's waist and did not answer Lin Xian, but asked about Lin Xiaofan instead. Don't want. Lin Xiaofan was concentrating and holding his breath while doing plank exercises, but because he said something, he lost his energy and fell on the mat. Guan Zhao burst into laughter, but this laughter was not mocking, but full of admiration. "Boss, it's not my fault. You were the one teasing me," Lin Xiaofan said breathlessly. "Blame me, blame me." Guan Zhao changed his usual cheerful style and became gentle. "Senior." Lin Xian was furious. She found herself like a transparent person, and the caregiver completely ignored her. "Here it comes. Xiaofan, take a break first, and then repeat it again." Guan Zhao said this with a smile and walked towards Lin Xian. "You need to open your elbows and not hold your head, otherwise it will hurt your cervical spine." Guan Zhao corrected Lin Xian's movements. "However, it's amazing that you can do 20 at once in your first time." Guan Zhao praised her. Lin Xian was very proud because she found out that Lin Xiaofan didn't dare to do sit-ups at all. Lin Xiaofan took a breath for a while, then stood up and continued to do plank exercises. She didn't want Lin Xian to look down on her. Suddenly she felt someone patted her on the back and a familiar voice came to her ears. "Xiaofan, why are you here?" Lin Xiaofan supported herself on the mat with her hands and turned her head slightly. She saw Pu Yingxin squatting on the ground in a grey fitness suit, looking at her with a smile. Pu Yingxin immediately held Lin Xiaofan's abdomen with his left hand and patted her waist with his right hand. "Tighten your abdomen, and keep your head, back and hips in a straight line." "You?" Lin Xiaofan held his breath, wanting to speak but not daring to. Chapter 36, Head on PK2, broad shoulders and narrow waist. "Who is this?" Guan Zhao noticed Pu Yingxin and immediately came over to greet him with a smile. Lin Xiaofan stopped immediately. "Boss, this is my friend Pu Yingxin." Pu Yingxin grabbed Lin Xiaofan and pulled her up. "Hello, I'm Guan Zhao." Guan Zhao extended his hand in a businesslike manner. "Hello, I'm Pu Yingxin." Pu Yingxin stretched out his hand and high-fived Guan Zhao. Lin Xian and a group of female students in the gym were all staring at Pu Yingxin like crazy fans, and there were whispers in the crowd. "Wow, I thought it was that popular young actor." "I thought so too. I almost asked for a photo and autograph. Isn't this really that top star? Oh my god, they look so similar." No, he looks smarter and more refined than the top stars." Lin Xian smiled sweetly and charmingly, and walked up to Pu Yingxin in an awkward manner. "Hello, I am Xiaofan's colleague Lin Xian." "Hello." Pu Yingxin smiled at her and nodded. Lin Xian lost her soul at this smile. She was completely stunned, in a state of complete shock. She found that Pu Yingxin was handsome but not effeminate. He was clean and gentle, yet sexy and energetic. He looked well-proportioned, muscular and strong, but not like Dwayne Johnson who only had muscles. The key point is that he is a man with high IQ. This is extremely lethal to Lin Xian, who is still a college student. She seems to have seen a god descending to earth, the lover of her dreams. When Lin Xiaofan saw Lin Xian drooling at Pu Yingxin, he felt uncomfortable and turned his head away. "Let's practice together," Guan Zhao suggested to Pu Yingxin. "I just finished a round of practice, you guys can practice." Pu Yingxin waved his hand and sat on the lounge chair next to him. "Xiaofan, let's continue," Guan Zhao said. Lin Xiaofan didn't know why Pu Yingxin appeared in the gym. They had clearly agreed to come and pick her up. Now Pu Yingxin was sitting on the side watching the three of them, and she felt very uncomfortable. While Pu Yingxin was instructing Lin Xiaofan on his movements, he just watched from the side as if nothing had happened, with no expression on his face. "Hello, can you teach me?" The senior is teaching Xiaofan. Lin Xian took the initiative to run to Pu Yingxin and looked at him with a smile. "Okay." Pu Yingxin did not refuse, stood up and followed Lin Xian. "What are you practicing? Which moves?" Pu Yingxin asked. Lin Xian was trying to hint to Pu Yingxin deliberately. She wanted to say that he was training his chest, but she was afraid it would be too direct. "The waist and hips, I don't know which movement is suitable." Lin Xian smiled pretentiously. "Do squats, 20 in a set." Pu Yingxin stood there with a flat tone. When Lin Xiaofan saw Lin Xian called Pu Yingxin away, he became uneasy and felt sour all over that he had no intention of doing the plank anymore. "I'm tired and I want to drink something." Lin Xiaofan was unhappy. "I'll get some electrolyte drinks," he said caringly. When Pu Yingxin saw Lin Xiaofan sitting on the chair, he immediately walked over and ignored Lin Xian. "Where is your protector?" Pu Yingxin teased Lin Xiaofan. "Go get the drinks." Lin Xiaofan has become accustomed to Pu Yingxin's taunting skills. Lin Xian followed immediately. "Sister Xiaofan, do you want to do squats together?" Lin Xiaofan felt disgusted when he saw Lin Xian, who was like a fly that couldn't be driven away. "I'm tired. I don't want to practice anymore. We've only been practicing for a short time, and the intensity is about the same as other people's warm-up." Lin Xian took the opportunity to suppress Lin Xiaofan in front of Pu Yingxin. "The drinks are here, 1 bottle for each person." Guanzhao ran over and brought a bottle of iced Pocari Sweat to each of the 4 people. Guanzhao was so considerate that he opened the bottle cap for Lin Xiaofan and handed it to her. Lin Xiaofan just held the bottle. Then I heard Pu Yingxin say, "She can't drink this iced drink after exercising." Then, Pu Yingxin took the drink from Lin Xiaofan. "It's okay, we usually drink like this." Guanzhao smiled and felt that Pu Yingxin was making a fuss. "This will trigger her asthma." "I'm a doctor," Pu Yingxin said lightly, but with great lethality. Several people looked at each other, and no one dared to question. When Lin Xian heard that Pu Yingxin was a doctor, her eyes immediately became starry. She felt that she was not mistaken and he was indeed a man with high IQ. "Dr. Pu, are you a doctor?" Lin Xian smiled sweetly. "Right." Pu Yingxin had already noticed Lin Xian's excessive enthusiasm towards him, and he consciously made his answer sound a little cold. Lin Xiaofan was a little unhappy. "Then what should I drink? I'm thirsty. I have some room temperature stuff in my bag." "I'll get it." Pu Yingxin smiled at Lin Xiaofan. "Boss, you take Xian to practice, I'll take a break." Lin Xiaofan wanted Lin Xian to stay away from him and Pu Yingxin. "I need to rest for a while, too." Lin Xian immediately waved to Guanzhao and sat down next to Lin Xiaofan. "You two, when one of you wants to practice, the other one has to practice too, and when one of you wants to rest, the other one has to rest too, just like children in kindergarten." Guanzhao complained. Pu Yingxin stood not far away and waved a drink at Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan immediately understood what he meant and stood up and walked over. "Do you still want to practice? If you do, I'll teach you. If you don't want to practice, let's go home," Pu Yingxin said softly. Lin Xiaofan glanced at Pu Yingxin coquettishly. Her heart was filled with jealousy. She found that Lin Xian had been eyeing Pu Yingxin ever since he appeared in the gym. "I'll help you stretch in a moment, and then we'll go home." Pu Yingxin spoke in a gentle tone and with a sharp gaze. He could see that Lin Xiaofan was emotional. "Okay." Lin Xiaofan smiled. After drinking a small amount of drinks, Pu Yingxin gave Lin Xiaofan an auxiliary stretching exercise, hugging her, lifting her legs, massaging her back, touching her buttocks, and holding her waist. Lin Xian was watching with envy from a distance. "Senior, what are they practicing?" "Assisted stretching, do you want me to help you stretch it?" Guanzhao was already used to this kind of fitness exercise, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "No need." Lin Xian started to make a plan. After a while, Lin Xiaofan came over and said goodbye to Guanzhao and Lin Xian. "My friend and I went back first, and he drove me along the way. Sister Xiaofan, can you take me with you?" Lin Xian asked shamelessly. "I'm afraid it's inconvenient." "I can't say that." Lin Xiaofan felt that Lin Xian was simply infatuated with him. She usually acted like a spoiled young lady, bossing everyone around and had a very bad temper. Today I saw Pu Yingxin and he seemed like a different person, a real bootlicker. Lin Xian didn't think so much. She had gotten whatever she wanted since she was a child, and now when she saw the man she wanted, she would not show mercy. "Dr. Pu, can I take a ride with you?" Lin Xian ran up and asked with a smile. "No." Pu Yingxin replied coldly. "Xiaofan, let's go." Pu Yingxin grabbed Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head with an irrepressible smile on her face. She saw Lin Xian behind her and she was so angry that she seemed about to explode. Chapter 37 Hidden Boss reveals his identity. "Didn't you say you would pick me up? Why did you go into the gym?" Lin Xiaofan asked angrily as soon as he got in the car. "I came early. I was bored so I went into practice for a while." You know how to work out, why didn't you tell me? Lin Xiaofan was still upset about Pu Yingxin's appearance in the gym. You didn't ask me. Pu Yingxin blocked every word. You did it on purpose. Lin Xiaofan pretended to be fierce. When did you buy this suit today? Pu Yingxin has his own rhythm and he will not be led by Lin Xiaofan's thinking. Oh, it was given by the company. Lin Xiaofan hesitated. She didn't want to say that it was a gift from her boss. Your company is really good at distributing clothes. 2 employees have 2 sizes, and they both fit so well. Pu Yingxin exposed her. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head, not knowing how to respond. She felt that it was wrong for her not to tell the truth to Pu Yingxin. Now they should be honest with each other in their relationship. But she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to explain herself clearly and cause misunderstanding. I'll take you shopping tomorrow night, and I'm the only one who can buy your clothes. While waiting for the traffic light, Pu Yingxin leaned close to Lin Xiaofan's ear in an aggressive manner. Got it. Lin Xiaofan accepted it obediently, feeling sweet inside. She had long experienced this man's methods. When Peng Qing gave her a record, he insisted on buying one for her the next day. Unlike Lin Xiaofan, who went home happily, Lin Xian went home crying. Baby, why are you crying? Pang Weiwei was very anxious when she saw her daughter crying. Lin Guoxing also ran out immediately to comfort his daughter. Come and tell Dad, what's going on? Lin Xiaofan, she dresses better than me, and everything about her is better than me. When Lin Guoxing heard this, he thought it was impossible. He knew clearly what Guo Liping's conditions were, and Lin Xiaofan's material conditions were definitely not better than Lin Xian's. Xiang, you must have made a mistake. How could Xiaofan be better than you in everything? Lin Guoxing comforted her. How could I be wrong? The clothes she wears today are more expensive than mine. Pang Weiwei was furious, and she raised her hand and slapped Lin Guoxing on the arm. Did you secretly give money to Lin Xiaofan? I didn't. I haven't secretly given her a penny in the past 20 years. When Lin Guoxing saw that the fire was about to burn him, he immediately explained. There are rumors in our company that she now has a boyfriend who is a rich second-generation man. It is said that he used to drive her to work in a Porsche. Lin Xian began to vent her emotions by treating the rumors as facts. Baby, mommy doesn't believe this. Nowadays, every rich second generation wants to marry someone of equal status. Guo Liping is just a nurse in a hospital. Which rich second generation would like her daughter Lin Xiaofan? Pang Weiwei was very disdainful. Dad will buy you a new car right away. You don't want the current Audi. Tell me which car you want. Lin Guoxing slapped his thigh. When Lin Xian heard this, she stopped crying immediately. I want a Tesla Model S. Okay, Dad will buy it for you tomorrow, and you will be able to drive it in the next 2 days. Lin Guoxing promised, patting his chest. The next day, Lin Xian took a day off and did not go to work at Junk. She was proud and arrogant, and she would feel uncomfortable if she did not suppress Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan originally wanted to see what Lin Xian looked like at work, but he didn't expect to see her. Xiaofan, how do you feel today? Guanzhao ran out and took the initiative to care about her. Not bad. Lin Xiaofan lowered his head and smiled. I told you, the first time is the hardest, but it will get easier the more you practice, and slowly your muscles won't be sore anymore. Lin Xiaofan lowered her head and said nothing. It was not that she felt more relaxed the more she practiced, but that she was enjoying the one-on-one personal service of a medical expert at home. Do you need to buy a fascia gun? Guanzhao suggested. I have one at home. Lin Xiaofan refused. Firstly, Pu Yingxin's house was fully equipped with all kinds of sports equipment, and secondly, she was afraid that if she accepted the gift out of care, she would be tormented by Pu Yingxin again. Let's go together today. Guanzhao wanted to date her, and he thought it would be more appropriate since Lin Xian was not here today. I'm not going today. Let's wait for Xian to go together. Lin Xiaofan held onto Lin Xian tightly. She really didn't like fitness at all. Guanzhao saw that Lin Xiaofan disagreed, so he didn't force her. Boss, I have work to report to you. Lin Xiaofan became serious. Afterwards, they discussed the matter of the experimental animal consultant together in the care office. Guanzhao thought it would be more appropriate to hire a full-time employee, while Lin Xiaofan advocated hiring a part-time external employee first. Boss, the pig farm has just started to be renovated, so part-time workers are enough. They can come to guide the work at key points and help us sort out the details and processes. This is not a long-term solution. When the pig farm is up and running, it needs to be connected to the animal experiment platform. This talent is indispensable, otherwise there will be problems. Guanzhou still objected. We can do it in several steps. We can let a part-time consultant come first, and then upgrade the part-time consultant to an expert consultant once we get started, just like an independent director. Later, we will form a team under his guidance. Lin Xiaofan put forward his own plan. Xiaofan, what was your original intention in proposing this plan? Guanzhou asked back. It's difficult to recruit people now because no one in Junk understands it. No one is sure about hiring a full-time person all at once. Part-time jobs are more flexible and cover a wider range. When Guanzhou heard that Lin Xiaofan's ideas were so clear and decisive, he admired her very much and decided to let her do it. Okay, let's do as you say. From now on, I will not participate in the decision-making of recruitment. I will only look at the results. You are fully responsible. Lin Xiaofan was very encouraged when she heard this. She felt that it was rare to have such a considerate and straightforward boss. Boss, you are the best. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. When Guanzhou heard this, he was overjoyed. He already had a good impression of Lin Xiaofan and had long wanted to pursue her. Now that Lin Xiaofan praised him in person, he made up his mind. That's right. There are not many bosses like me. You have to cherish me. Guanzhou joked. After get off work, Lin Xiaofan slipped away faster than a rabbit. She and Pu Yingxin agreed to meet at the mall and go shopping for clothes together. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Pu Yingxin attacked from behind and hugged Lin Xiaofan, who was standing at the entrance of the shopping mall. No, I've only been here for a few minutes. Lin Xiaofan smiled charmingly. Pu Yingxin kissed her, and the two of them walked around together arm in arm. After visiting several shops, Lin Xiaofan chose the clothes she wanted. This is it. Lin Xiaofan was very satisfied and handed it to the salesperson. She wants all the sets she just tried on. Pu Yingxin said to the salesperson. Huh? Why do I need so much? Lin Xiaofan was very surprised. She thought the clothes were quite expensive. She had just tried on 5 or 6 sets and there was no need to buy them all. Pu Yingxin ignored her question and swiped the card directly at the counter. It wouldn't matter if he didn't brush it, but once he brushed it, Lin Xiaofan could see the clue. Pu Yingxin was holding a Centurion black gold card, which could not escape the eyes of Lin Xiaofan, who had worked in the bank for 6 years. She knew very well that those who used this card were either rich or noble, and had large amounts of cash in their accounts. Chapter 38. What are you up to? From the time she finished shopping until she got home, Lin Xiaofan was preoccupied. She felt that it was inappropriate to directly inquire about a person's financial situation, so she could only choose not to ask. But today, this black gold card made Lin Xiaofan more suspicious. She understood that Pu Yingxin was not an ordinary middle-class person. She thought of the cooperation on the experimental animal platform, and she still didn't know how Pu Yingxin did it. Who did you ask to negotiate cooperation with the experimental animal platform? Lin Xiaofan wanted to save the country in a roundabout way and find out Pu Yingxin's background. Secret. Pu Yingxin smiled. Can't you tell me? Lin Xiaofan had already anticipated that he would not be able to ask the question. I'll tell you later. There should be no secrets during the probation period. We must be honest with each other. Lin Xiaofan also learned Pu Yingxin's methods and tried to control him. Is Lin Xian your sister? Pu Yingxin asked back. Yes. Lin Xiaofan found that this person was indeed very intelligent and he guessed it after meeting him once. Besides me, who else knows your measurements? Pu Yingxin asked again. Oh, how should I know? Lin Xiaofan's mind was in a mess, and he was confused by Pu Yingxin's 2 consecutive irrelevant questions. You still haven't told me where you got your gym clothes. Do you mean you have no secrets? Pu Yingxin looked at Lin Xiaofan with a smile on his face. He knew he had won this round. The boss gave it to me. Lin Xiaofan quickly confessed the truth. Did he send clothes to Lin Xian? How do I know whether he sent it or not? Lin Xiaofan felt inexplicably guilty when asked by Pu Yingxin. Then what are you going to do with that suit? Pu Yingxin grabbed her with a smile. I'm not going to wear it anymore. You bought so much today. Lin Xiaofan also laughed. No, put it on now. Pu Yingxin grinned. R. Lin Xiaofan was confused and didn't understand what this man was up to. Hurry up and put it on. Pu Yingxin urged. Why? Let me see what's the difference between this dress and the one I bought. Pu Yingxin said as he pushed Lin Xiaofan into the locker room. Lin Xiaofan couldn't persuade him and had to put it on. When Lin Xiaofan changed her clothes and walked out of the locker room, Pu Yingxin put his hands behind his back and looked at her with a cunning and lustful look on his face. Good. Pu Yingxin walked up to her and kissed her gently, from her lips to her chin, and then to her ears. Lin Xiaofan felt numb all over and began to sway. She felt Pu Yingxin hugging her, and then she felt something cold touch her back, quickly skimming across her skin. Lin Xiaofan was about to ask a question when Pu Yingxin blocked his mouth with a kiss. As Pu Yingxin's hand reached into the tight vest and gently stroked the skin on Lin Xiaofan's back, Lin Xiaofan realized that her clothes had been opened. Next comes the waist, then the hips. Lin Xiaofan was trembling all over. She didn't know how this man did it. Finally it reached her chest. Lin Xiaofan finally saw clearly that the man was holding a pair of surgical scissors in his hand. Pu Yingxin gently cut off the last bit of cloth on her chest, then pulled hard to remove all the cloth that had already been torn from her body. That's what I'm going to do with the clothes. Next, I'm going to deal with you. Pu Yingxin threw away everything in his hands, and with the eyes of a beast staring at its prey, he tore apart Lin Xiaofan's reserve. Lin Xiaofan trembled constantly and went forward with full of anticipation. The two of them were entangled from the locker room door to the living room, and finally returned to the bedroom, where they made love and sex. Lin Xiaofan completely forgot the questions she wanted to ask Pu Yingxin. Her mind was filled with the passion and sweetness with this man. The next morning, when the two came out of the bedroom and saw the mess outside and rags all over the floor, Lin Xiaofan became shy again. Aren't you afraid of scratching me? Lin Xiaofan raised her hand shyly and hit Pu Yingxin. If I didn't have this little skill, I wouldn't even bother cutting those blood vessels. Besides, these are round-tipped wire scissors. Pu Yingxin pulled Lin Xiaofan into his arms and kissed her with a confident smile. Tang Shuyu and another classmate of mine, Zhang Muchen, are coming to our house tonight. Do you agree? Why should I disagree? This is your home. Lin Xiaofan said with a smile. Pu Yingxin frowned. Lin Xiaofan realized that his words were too distant, and immediately changed his tone. I have no objection, what do you need me to do? You participate too. Pu Yingxin's tone was irrefutable. I got it. It will be too late for you to go to the hospital. Go eat something. I'll clean up. Lin Xiaofan looked charming and gentle. After cleaning up the mess, Lin Xiaofan hurriedly ran all the way and rushed into Zheng's office in the last few seconds. Today, Lin Xian came to work. She was in a good mood and was discussing with her supervisor how to drive a Tesla. Senior, how did you get used to its pedals? I almost crashed today. When Lin Xian saw Lin Xiaofan enter the office, she deliberately raised her voice. She knew that Lin Xiaofan didn't even have a private car, and the Tesla that Lin Guixing bought for her cost more than 800,000 yuan. Xiaofan, come to my office and I'll talk to you about the consultant. Guan Zhao waved his hand immediately when he saw Lin Xiaofan. This is the candidate recommended to me by my friend. He's a doctoral student specializing in animal experiments. Take a look at him and you decide. Guan Zhao handed Lin Xiaofan a resume. Lin Xiaofan flipped through it on the spot and found that he couldn't understand anything, so he decided to take the resume home and ask Pu Yingxin to check it in the evening. Continue working out today. Guan Zhao was very enthusiastic. Not today, I have a party with friends at home. Lin Xiaofan refused. Then tomorrow, I'll make an appointment with Xian as well. Guan Zhao is also a very persistent person. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Xiaofan felt that this was not a long-term solution. He had to find a way to never go to the gym again. Lin Xiaofan rushed home as soon as she got off work. She wanted to go back early, change out of her commuting clothes, and dress up a little. As soon as I walked to the door, I met Lin Guixing. Xiaofan. Lin Guixing was still as enthusiastic on the surface as always. Lin Xiaofan ignored him and left the company directly. She already understood that she no longer needed to fight for this man's love. She didn't want to waste time on such an unworthy person, even if it was her father. She now had someone she wanted to go to. "You're back." Pu Yingxin greeted gently. Lin Xiaofan looked at the guests in the living room and found that he was the last one to arrive. Tang Shuyu was wearing a white shirt and a denim skirt, looking gentle and elegant. Sitting next to her was a thin young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, who should be Zhang Muchen. "Hello, I'm Lin Xiaofan." Lin Xiaofan quickly nodded in greeting. Zhang Muchen stood up enthusiastically. "Hello, I'm Zhang Muchen, I heard Shuyu mention you." Lin Xiaofan and Pu Yingxin immediately looked at each other and felt something was wrong. Chapter 39, Stealing Someone Else's Girlfriend. Lin Xiaofan changed into a French dress, looking lazy and casual, and she casually tied her hair into a loose bun, revealing her swan neck. She sat down next to Tang Shuyu, and opposite her sat Pu Yingxin. Pu Yingxin and Zhang Muchen both looked at Lin Xiaofan unconsciously and were attracted by her charm. Tang Shuyu smiled and stood up. "Xiaofan, let's change seats." Lin Xiaofan didn't know why she wanted to change her position, but she still respected her wishes and stood up. "I'll switch with you," Pu Yingxin said to Tang Shuyu. When Tang Shuyu heard what Pu Yingxin said, she immediately smiled and frowned. "Oh, no, no, no." Then she looked at him with a look that suggested that Pu Yingxin was unromantic. Pu Yingxin immediately guessed the real purpose of their gathering at home today. Tang Shuyu wanted Lin Xiaofan to sit opposite Zhang Muchen to bring them together. Zhang Muchen was their undergraduate classmate in medical school. He is currently single and a talkative thin man. "Xiaofan, what do you do for a living?" Tang Shuyu started the conversation. "Investment company, looking for valuable projects to invest in," said Lin Xiaofan. "Come and invest in us. We are engaged in genetic testing and are now planning to find an institution to do a round of financing." Zhang Muchen's eyes lit up, as if he had found a treasure. "Really? What a coincidence. Please send me a copy of the detailed information of your company so I can take a look first." Lin Xiaofan smiled happily, feeling like a pie had fallen from the sky. "Come on, let's add each other on WeChat first, and then we can chat slowly." Zhang Muchen took out his mobile phone with a smile. Lin Xiaofan immediately added him happily. Tang Shuyu smiled and felt that she had done a good thing. Only Pu Yingxin was brainstorming. "Mu Chen, add Xiaofan on WeChat and talk about work honestly. Don't have any bad ideas. She has a boyfriend." Pu Yingxin deliberately made it clear in a joking tone. Zhang Muchen smiled foolishly a few times and passed it off perfunctorily. Lin Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed when he heard this and started eating in silence. "Last time I asked you, didn't you say she was single?" Tang Shuyu asked Pu Yingxin in surprise. She didn't want to be blamed by Zhang Muchen. She was single at that time, and she just got married recently. "Otherwise, you can ask her." Pu Yingxin passed the message to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan was even more embarrassed, his face turned red. "Stop making fun of me." Tang Shuyu changed her image of being well-read and polite, and immediately kicked Pu Yingxin under the table. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Pu Yingxin smiled faintly and did not respond. Just then, Pu Yingxin's phone rang. After he answered the phone, he immediately stood up and said, "The hospital's emergency department has received a patient from a car accident. They can't handle it. I have to work overtime to perform an operation." Then he picked up his things and disappeared into the night like a gust of wind. This was the first time Lin Xiaofan had encountered such a thing. She looked at Pu Yingxin in surprise as he hurriedly left home. It must be a difficult operation. Someone was called to Pu Yingxin in the middle of the night. Tang Shuyu muttered. After listening silently, Lin Xiaofan interrupted. She wanted to know more about Pu Yingxin from another perspective. "Are you all studying medicine?" "The three of us majored in clinical medicine in our undergraduate studies. I changed my career after graduation, and Tang Shuyu has now given up clinical medicine and is doing scientific research." Zhang Muchen introduced. "Pu Yingxin is so strong in clinical practice, and his scientific research is better than mine. He publishes one article after another, either in the New England Journal of Medicine or the Lancet. He really leaves others with no chance of survival." Tang Shuyu looked full of admiration. Lin Xiaofan was confused, but she didn't give up asking, does the medical industry have a high income? Tang Shuyu and Zhang Muchen both burst into laughter. Xiaofan, you are studying finance, right? Let me give you an example. The most successful person among us who study medicine may have to work hard in the industry for 20 years before he can get the annual salary of the lowest paid person among your classmates in investment banks. Zhang Muchen smiled helplessly. But do you know how hard it is to be a doctor? I just couldn't bear the hardship, so I switched to a corporate career. Zhang Muchen laughed at himself. Pu Yingxin has medical ambitions, and he has a heart to save the world. Tang Shuyu expressed approval. That's right. Otherwise, Mr. Pu could have inherited the family business. Why would he have to endure this hardship? Zhang Muchen replied with a smile. When Lin Xiaofan heard this, she was certain that Pu Yingxin had an excellent family background. Firstly, she would definitely not have read the card wrongly, and secondly, Zhang Muchen mentioned inheriting the family business. Xiaofan, how did you and Pu Yingxin know each other? Tang Shuyu suddenly asked. My mother works at Shulan Hospital. Lin Xiaofan's mind raced and he found a reason. No wonder. Tang Shuyu muttered. Tang Shuyu felt that Pu Yingxin would not share a house with others unless it was for some special social connections. She couldn't help but secretly speculate about Lin Xiaofan's background. That night, Pu Yingxin performed surgery for 7 hours before returning home in the middle of the night. Lin Xiaofan saw Tang Shuyu and Zhang Muchen off by himself, cleaned up the restaurant, and waited for a long time. Finally, he lay down on Pu Yingxin's bed with his clothes on and fell asleep. You're back. Lin Xiaofan heard footsteps and jumped up from the bed. Pu Yingxin smiled and hugged her. Although he looked tired, he seemed very happy. Was your operation successful? Lin Xiaofan asked with a smile. Yes. Pu Yingxin smelled the fragrance of her hair. You should rest soon. Do you have to go to work tomorrow? Lin Xiaofan began to help him take off his clothes. Yes, I have surgery and outpatient clinic tomorrow. Pu Yingxin was very calm and did not complain at all. Lin Xiaofan suddenly felt very distressed. She calculated that Pu Yingxin only had more than 3 hours of sleep left. She had always thought that being a doctor was a glamorous profession, but after getting to know Pu Yingxin in depth, she realized how hard the life of a surgeon was. The next morning, Lin Xiaofan prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Pu Yingxin. Thank you. Pu Yingxin kissed Lin Xiaofan and began to enjoy this kind of life with human care. Do you have something to ask me? Pu Yingxin smiled. How do you know? Lin Xiaofan was surprised. Originally, Lin Xiaofan wanted Pu Yingxin to help look at the resume of the animal platform consultant last night, but because of the party and overtime surgery, she didn't feel comfortable taking it out. Now Pu Yingxin actually asked her on his own initiative. Pu Yingxin smiled but said nothing. During this period of sharing a house, he had learned to observe this woman, and many of her thoughts and behaviors could not escape his eyes. I'll talk to you when you come back tonight. Lin Xiaofan smiled gently. I'll pick you up from get off work in the evening and take you to a nice place. Pu Yingxin said and kissed Lin Xiaofan again. Chapter 40 Mysterious Man. Wow, this gift package is so sincere. L'Occitane suit, Lancome's little black bottle, and Jo Malone perfume. What's in your men's gift pack? Come and see. As soon as Lin Xiaofan walked into Junk's office area, he heard his colleagues gathered together, excitedly discussing some gift packages. It's a brawn razor and aftershave. The male colleagues were also very happy, and they all grinned. What are you doing? Lin Xiaofan was very curious. Xiaofan, you have one too. Xian's father gave one to each of us Junk employees. Lin Xiaofan's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Only then did she understand. No wonder she met Lin Guoxing at the office door when she got off work yesterday. It turned out that he came to support Lin Xian. This father really has good intentions. When Lin Xian saw Lin Xiaofan coming, she immediately said happily, My dad asked me to thank you for your care and help during this period of time. Oh, Xian, what are you talking about? The more interns like you, the better. It would be better if we could get a dozen more. After receiving the gifts, the colleagues immediately began to change their attitude and became warmer towards Lin Xian. Lin Xiaofan did not open the gift package that belonged to her. She heard the sound of her own heart breaking. After she turned 9, the only gift she received from her father, Lin Guoxing, was in the name of Lin Xian thanking a colleague. When Lin Xiaofan was struggling to adjust his mood, Wu Liping called again at an inopportune time. Today is Friday. Will you come back for the blind date tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Wu Liping said fiercely, in an interrogative tone. Lin Xiaofan's already torn heart became even more distressed. Mom, I don't want to go this week. You want to piss me off to death, don't you? You clearly told me last week that you would come back for a blind date this week. Why did you change your mind? Wu Liping yelled in frustration. I'm too tired. I don't want to have things to do every weekend. Can't you let me rest for a while? Lin Xiaofan controlled his emotions. No. Do I want to harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. I'm the only one who truly cares about you. Wu Liping was very strong. I'm at work now, can't you call me when I get off work? Lin Xiaofan felt like his head was about to explode. Okay, I'll come find you in the evening. Wu Liping was aggressive and didn't give Lin Xiaofan any way out. When Lin Xiaofan returned to the office area, Guan Zhao discovered that she was in a bad mood. Although Lin Xiaofan had tried her best to adjust herself, her parents' repeated mixed doubles in the morning shattered all her disguises. In fact, she is just a lost and helpless little girl. Xiaofan, are you free tonight? Guan Zhao called Lin Xiaofan to his office. Huh? I'm not working out today. Lin Xiaofan felt that all the bad things had come together and quickly refused. Today I'm only eating, not exercising. Is there any dinner party, boss? Lin Xiaofan thought it was work. There's no dinner party, can't I treat you? Guan Zhao stood up. I have something to do today and I have an appointment with a friend. Lin Xiaofan refused. What about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? When do you have time? Don't tell me you don't have time at all. Guan Zhao walked up to her and stared into her eyes. Oh, Lin Xiaofan didn't know what to do. How about this, you prioritize your own things and tell me when you are free. If you really don't have any time, please contact me. Okay? The care was gentle. Okay. Lin Xiaofan was trapped by the words that were so considerate and flawless. When getting off work, Pu Yingxin followed Lin Xiaofan's instructions and parked the car far away and waited for her. Have a nice weekend. Pu Yingxin smiled and kissed Lin Xiaofan, who climbed into the car. Have a nice weekend. Lin Xiaofan felt much better when he saw Pu Yingxin. She had been depressed and unhappy all day, with no interest in work, and could only fill her heart with work. Now this man like a spring breeze appeared, and she suddenly became sunny. Afterwards, Pu Yingxin took Lin Xiaofan to a private restaurant, which was an ancient garden-style building with winding paths and was very secretive. There is such a place. How did you find it? Lin Xiaofan felt like he had discovered a new continent. I've been here before and I know the boss. Pu Yingxin said with a smile. Mr. Pu, long time no see. A lady in a black suit and skirt came into the box to serve them. Please bring in the menu I ordered so we can have a look at it again. Pu Yingxin nodded to the lady in black. Mr. Pu, may I ask which noble family you belong to? Lin Xiaofan immediately seized the opportunity and used a joking tone to try to get Pu Yingxin to say something. Pu Yingxin smiled slightly and did not answer. Then he asked back, what did you want to ask me yesterday? Oh, we want to recruit a part-time laboratory animal consultant. Can you help me take a look at the resume and check it out? Lin Xiaofan immediately took out his cell phone and opened the resume in it. Pu Yingxin originally didn't want to talk about work on this date, but in order to prevent Lin Xiaofan from getting to the bottom of it, he had to change the subject. This person is not suitable. Pu Yingxin gave the answer in just over 10 seconds. Don't you want to take a closer look? Lin Xiaofan was very surprised and thought he was just doing it perfunctorily. You ask him, a PhD student, to connect with the experimental animal platform, but he can't even handle any of the people on the platform. Are you going to ask him to be a supervisor at a pig farm in the end? Pu Yingxin smiled slightly. When Lin Xiaofan heard this, he thought it made sense. This person not only needed to have professional knowledge, but also had to be able to hold the platform. Oh. Lin Xiaofan sighed and looked worried. Let me recommend someone to you. Pu Yingxin smiled slightly. At this time, the lady in black knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Pu, this is your customized menu. Xiaofan, take a look and see if there is anything you are allergic to or don't like to eat. Pu Yingxin handed the menu to Lin Xiaofan. Lin Xiaofan was stunned when he saw it. The names of the dishes are just like those in literary works, such as lotus breeze in late autumn, lotus emerging from water, searching for plum blossoms in the snow, and white pepper biting spring. There was only one blue cow in the snow, so she could guess that it should eat beef. She had no idea what the others ate, and she didn't want to waste her time asking the ladies in black one by one. I don't have any food restrictions, I'll eat everything. Lin Xiaofan smiled and handed the menu back. Then serve the dishes as I ordered. Pu Yingxin signaled the lady in black to leave. Who do you recommend? Lin Xiaofan asked immediately. At this moment, she felt that it didn't matter what she ate, as she couldn't understand it anyway. The recruitment was more important. Seeing that Lin Xiaofan was so anxious, Pu Yingxin smiled and deliberately said nothing. Why are you keeping it a secret? Lin Xiaofan said coquettishly. That depends on whether you have the ability to pry open my mouth tonight. Pu Yingxin smiled wickedly again.